time starts to kind of come together a little more.
Yeah, this Ether Gust's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for the spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lol. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lol, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tap!
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these 2 to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another land destruction spell. Please, oh my. Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6 mana black sorcery. Not distortion, come forth! I summon the winged dragon of Ra! was exaggerating. Oh, Royal Eruption again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh! No freaking way! Alright, give me Scorpion. Off the top, right now. It's just too good to be true! It's just too good to be true! It's just too good to be true! What the heck, dude? Cheating! They have Fatal Push. I don't care. If they have Fatal Push, they're gonna use it now. Oh no, it goes back in the deck! No! Oh, if they have Fading Hope, I swear. I'm gonna pay 3 life and then they're gonna Fading Hope it back to their hand. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I didn't say that. Oh no, I should have played Dahlia first. No, I should have played Dahlia first. No, don't do it. No! No! The second one got Approach. Wait, that still counts as casting, doesn't it? Wait, what? That's the worst possible. That doesn't work the right way.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aether Gust obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, you know, a little more alive, but there's a Spell Pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for the Spell Pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A Mystical Dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional Spell Pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards. And we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was. And now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around triple tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tap!
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these 2 to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another Land Destruction spell. Please, oh my... Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6 mana black sorcery. Not distortion, come forth! I summon the winged dragon of Ra! Oh! Oh! Pog chip! Oh! 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 What the heck, dude? I was exaggerating. Oh, I'm Royal Russian again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh, no freaking way! All right, give me Scorpion off the top right now. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. What the heck, dude? Cheating. They have Fatal Push. I don't care. If they have Fatal Push, they're going to use it now. Oh, no, it goes back in the deck. No. Oh, if they have Fading Hope, I swear. I'm gonna pay 3 life and then they're gonna Fading Hope it back to their hand. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I didn't say that. Oh no, I should have played Dahlia first. No, I should have played Dahlia first. No, don't do it. No! No! The second one got Approach. Wait, that still counts as casting, doesn't it? Wait, what? That's the worst possible. That doesn't work the right way.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aether Gust obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
There it
look
is!
at that. I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no.
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no. Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no. It came in tap.
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attack! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these 2 to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another land destruction spell. Please, oh my. Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6-mana black sorcery. Thought distortion, come forth. I summon the winged dragon of Ra. Oh! Oh! PogChamp! Oh! 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 What the heck, dude? I was exaggerating. Oh, Royal Eruption again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh, no freaking way! Oh, come on! The dark void calls you. The void is speaking to you. Are there new changes to Arena? Are there changes to Arena in the dark void? Oh no, the void's gone. What's up? Yo, Palaner! You joined, did we win? Yes, we won. Yeah, we always win, says Keto Investor. Denriel, thank you so much for the Prime. 2 months for you, Denriel. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing for free. You too can subscribe for free if you connect your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch. It's called Twitch Prime. And then you can just go to the bottom right of the channel, click subscribe, scroll down a little bit, and then it'll show you subscribe for free. And then there you go, $0. Subscribe to the One Game. Demos is first in chat today. What is up, Nuno? Nimblesloth, thanks for the raid. Big baller raid. What's up, Nimblesloth? Sorry, have to go make food for the family, but you'll be lurking. All right, sounds good. But today, we have some new arena changes that I just found out about yesterday, or this morning. So we're going to go over those right now before we get into ABZAN Planeswalkers as the deck that we're going to play today. Let's go ahead and go over to Magic the Gathering Arena. Into Acquired! Hooray! New cards! Let's read them. Death Priest of Merkel. 4 mana, 3/3. Wait. I want to know what they were before. 4 mana, 3/3 skeletons, vampire zombies get +1/+1 at the beginning of your end step. If your creature died this turn, create a 1/1. So what did this say before? Hold on. I'm looking. Death Priest of Miracle. It used to say, oh, it used to be a 2/2, and they bumped it up to a 3/3, and you don't have to pay 1 mana anymore. The old one said at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, you may pay 1 mana. If you do, make a 1/1. This one, you don't pay a mana, and it's a 3/3. That's actually not that bad. That's not bad at all. Sepulcher. Cool. Isn't Sepulcher Ghoul? I can't. Can anyone say that card fast? Sepulcher Ghoul. I feel like this is something out of. This is definitely something out of Skyrim, right? Like, this is basically. I think this is one of those final bosses in Skyrim. It literally. The background of it even looks like Skyrim. You know those zombie lords that come out of the chest that look exactly like that, and you have to fight them? And they're like ethereal or whatever, and it's literally called a sepulcher? That's just blatant IP stealing right there. Well, yeah, they're called Draugrs, but like, this is exactly the thing. Is today Alchemy Day? No, it's not. We're not doing Alchemy today. We're doing a standard ABZAN deck today. But we're just going over the new acquisitions. Sir Eccles, how's it going? It's Sepulcher, isn't it? Not Sepulture? Sepulcher Girl. Oh my god, I cannot say this name. Sepulcher Ghoul. 2 mana, 2/1. Sacrifice another creature. Sepulcher Ghoul gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Watch it be an infinite sack outlet for 2 mana. Just kidding, it's not infinite. Sacrifice another creature. It gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. So it says the same exact thing, but they gave it a toughness. Okay. Fires of Invention! You can cast spells only during your turn, and you can cast no more than 2 spells each turn. Okay, that's the same. You may cast spells with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control without paying their mana cost. Okay! So it's the same exact wording, but it's 1 more mana. This does affect the curve of cards like Cavalier of Flame and Kenrith. This does affect that. We're definitely going to be playing an Alchemy Fires of Invention deck for sure, because you can go turn 5 Fires of Invention into Niv Mizzet Reborn, and that's Chef's Kiss. That's not Alchemy, that's Historic, but still, you can do that. I honestly don't even know if that's good in Historic, though. I honestly think that might actually be bad. But in Alchemy, let's freaking go. There are 2 ways to acceptably say it. Is there any other word like that that's just 2 ways to be acceptable to say something? Like socially acceptable? Yo, what's up, Mike? There's Sepulture and there's Sepulcher. I'm pretty sure it's Sepulcher without the CH sound. Anyway. The changes are there with explanations on why they made the changes. Oh, perfect. You know what, chat? You can always count on Nuno to save the freaking day. You can always count on Nuno to save the day. I'm going to read this because I really want to. Is it going to be boring, chat, if I read this? Have you guys read this already? I can read pretty fast. While we're waiting to see full impact of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty on the Alchemy metagame before making balance changes there, we're taking this opportunity to buff the zombie deck and other cards that are agnostic of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty set specific themes. The overcharging goal of the zombie buffs is to strengthen the Decayed mechanic. Okay. Since the more generic zombie build around cards such as Champion of the Perished and Blade Stitch Scab are in line with other creature-themed deck rewards, we instead chose to strengthen the zombie-specific mechanic that separates zombie decks from the other creature-themed decks. We're also aiming to adjust Town Razor Tyrant's play rate and win rate as a staple in multiple top decks in Alchemy. We're rebalancing the unbanning of Fires of Invention in Historic. Does that mean they're nerfing Town Razor Tyrant for a second time? Oh, is that true, Unrelated? That'd be interesting for me to read. We're also aiming to... Oh yeah, I already read that. Cobbled Lancer. Ability costs 2 blue from 4 mana. 1 in a blue from 3 in a blue. Additional cost, exile a creature from grave. Pay 2, exile Cobbled Lancer from grave, draw a card. I mean, the problem with this card wasn't the ability. The problem with this card was the fact that you have to have a creature in your graveyard to pay 1 mana for it. But this ability does make it better if you're playing just dredge decks, like a Sultai Dredge style deck. So, like, maybe this becomes better if you're just milling yourself. Avalanche's biggest strength is in its mana efficiency, but decks using it for efficiency were often uninterested in using the activated ability. We're aiming to play the card's strength by making the activated ability cheaper. Okay. Death Priest of Miracle, I already read this one. The mana gate on the triggered ability made Death Priest of Miracle a weak turn 4 play, as it could not immediately create a token when used in decks utilizing Decayed. The power and toughness increase will also help isolate or insulate the zombie deck from 2 damage board wipes, which are often used to beat creature-themed decks that rely on creatures with lower power and toughness. Yeah, Cinderclasm. Good. I like the shout-out. Falcon Abomination is gains Flash. Overcharged Amalgam was difficult to play in zombie decks because so many of the zombie-themed payoffs are best played on your turn. We're aiming to give another option to play alongside Overcharged Amalgam by introducing an instant speed threat to deploy if Overcharged Amalgam doesn't have good targets to counter. Wow. I actually think that's really good. Giving this card Flash is pretty busted, chat. 3 mana 2/2 Flash Flying that comes with a 2/2? Frickin' PogChamp. We're definitely going to be making a zombies deck. Hobbling Zombie, 2 mana 2/2. Death Touch. When it dies, make it 2/2. Oh, it costs 1 in the black from 2 in the black. Not bad. I mean, I don't know if this is playable anymore still, but most Decayed token generators require a specific condition like Ghoulish Procession or a significant mana investment like Tainted Adversary. Reducing Hobbling Zombie's casting costs will give another cost-effective and reliable source of Decayed tokens alongside Jadar. I honestly do like the fact that you can play this and Jadar in the same deck and still, like, be good, instead of this being freaking 3 mana. Narfi. Oh my gosh, a Narfi buff. 4 mana 4/3. It costs... Oh my gosh, it costs 4 mana instead of 5. Do they come with 3 pity boosters? I'm not sure. Other snow and zombies get +1/+1. Return it to the battlefield tapped. Narfi and reanimation ability is the strongest part of the card, but as a result, decks would often try to discard or mill Narfi and actively avoid casting him. True. Reducing the casting cost will make it less punishing to draw Narfi when he's unable to be milled or discarded, and strengthen its role as an answer to board wipes for a zombie deck. So you just play Narfi as your top end? Except for not, because you play Overcharged Amalgam. I guess you'd play Overcharged Amalgam in this. Sepulchre Ghoul, we already read that. 2 harshly countered by expendable tokens and creatures such as Cursebound Witch and Ice Witch. That's true. Giving it a second toughness will let it get into combat much more by profitably attacking through 1 and 3 power creatures. True. Skullscab. Oh my gosh, they're buffing this card? Interesting. Whenever a creature exploits a creature. Okay, instead of exploiting a non-token creature. Okay, make it 2/2. Decay tokens are often the best creatures to exploit, but Skullscab would be too repetitive and limited without the non-token restriction, as players would almost always exploit a zombie token and replace it immediately. Since this change will not affect Limited, we were able to remove this restriction and provide another option to play with the Decayed and exploit mechanics together. Stitched Assistant. Cost 1 in a blue from 2 in a blue. Now Scry 2 from Scry 1 is 2/1 from 3/2. Exploit. When it exploits a creature, Scry 2, then draw a card. Oh my gosh, there's like so many changes with this, and I don't really understand. There's so many numbers, so many words. Okay, cost 1 in the blue from 3 mana. Now it's Scry 2 instead of Scry 1, and now it's a 2/1 from a 3/2. Okay, so they buffed the abilities and the cost, but they removed the power and toughness. When it exploits a creature, Scry 2, draw a card. Honestly, that's probably really good. Scry 2, draw a card when it exploits, plus you can exploit itself. So it's like sorcery speed, Scry 2, draw a card if you really needed to, and it's a death trigger. I actually think this card's pretty darn good. Oh my gosh, they're buffing Allrund. Allrund's ability now reveals the top 3 cards from 2, and Haka is a 3/3 from a 2/3. Ooh. Wow. I still don't know if this card's playable. Because, like, if you were playing this card, I don't even think you played it for the Haka. You played it because you thought Allrund was good. But the problem of this card wasn't that it looked at the top 2 cards, right? The problem was that it's a 5 mana 1/1. Like, that's the problem, right? Well, I guess it gets buffed, but you missed you missed the review of Skull Scab. My review of Skull Scab is that I thought it was already pretty good if you have a Dimir Zombie deck. Like I played it in Dimir Zombies, but the fact that you can now exploit a token, it makes it really like pretty top tier turn 2 card. All run strength is flexibility of being a 5 mana win condition that can fill gaps in the curve before then. We're buffing both sides to play into some flexibility by having it be more relevant in combat earlier in the game and more consistent with condition later in the game. I still don't think it makes this playable. You blinked it if you ever played it. That's also true. Yeah, all run suffers from the why would I use this? Out of like all the other blue cards that you could possibly have, I honestly think just Mordenkainen is better than this card. And people don't even play Mordenkainen. It's like you play Lear or Hullbreaker Horror or whatever other red payoff you want to play, like Magma Opus Hinata, whatever you want to play. Cosmos Charger. It's 3 mana now? But it's a 3/2 instead of a 3/3, but it still has flash and flying. And Foretell costs 1 mana? Wow. Well, freaking holy crap. While individual Foretell cards have proven to be strong, building around the mechanic is too inefficient. That's true. This is I think, my favorite card out of Kaldheim. And it was just not good enough. Making it cheaper will help subsidize the expensive mana requirements of the Foretell mechanic, and a mana-efficient Cosmos Charger will have the potential of being a threat for disruptive aggro decks. Nice. Nice. So you just Foretell this on turn 1, and then on turn 2 you Gerard Disruption them, and then you turn 3 flash this in, and then you just start foretelling everything in your freaking hand. Oh my gosh, this paired with the 2 mana black card? Wait, you foretell this on turn 1, turn 2 you play the 2 mana black card that gives all cards in your hand foretell, and then you start foretelling all of the cards in your hand and they all cost 2 mana cheaper? Oh my gosh, we have to build that. Oh my gosh, we have to build that. Who wants to build that? Raise your freaking hand. I mean, yeah, you have to have both of these cards together, but listen, okay, it's gonna be fun. Oh wait, no, you don't foretell this for 1 mana. The foretell is cost 2 for this. Oh. But then it costs 1 mana for a 1 mana 3/2 flash. Okay, that's still insane. Still good, still good. Turn 3, you flash this in, and you counter their spell. Got it. Gitrog, Horror of Zava. Remove the opponent's option to sacrifice token creatures. 4 mana 6/6 menace. Beginning of each combat, if it is untapped, any opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature. If they do, tap it. Then seek a land and put on the battlefield tapped. Whenever a land is the battlefield under your control, it perpetually gains pay 2, sacrifice this land, draw a card. Does it make this, is this card playable? I don't think that makes it playable. Let's see what they have to say. Gitrog Horror of Zava is effective at generating card advantage, but is not much of a threat against the metagame's more common token producers, such as Wedding Announcement and Ranger class. That is true. We're aiming to make a Gitrog a more reliable win condition by increasing the opponent's cost when denying it from combat. I don't think that makes this a win condition. We'll have to see. Debalt Wicked Tormentor. Second ability now deals 4 damage in both instances from 3. Whoa. I mean, that's like not nothing, right? It deals 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker and lets the controller has Debalt deal 4 damage to them? Like, that's a freaking lot of damage. Since Debalt is a non-aggressive card, opponents were too easily able to take 3 damage from the second ability. We're aiming to make the second ability more balanced with the other 2 abilities by increasing the range of targets it can destroy, making it more punishing for the opponent to take damage. I mean, I would have liked to see this card at 4 mana instead of 5, and like bring this to 4 loyalty and make this a -1 or a -2 or something. But this being a +1 with 4 damage is like pretty scary. But like, why would you want to play a 5 mana Planeswalker in your aggro deck? So this is just like a mid-range card. I don't know. It's like it can't even be an aggro top end, because like a 5 mana aggro top end is like, I don't know, like you're going on like Glorybringer territory. Like, why would you play this? Anyway, Tireless Angler now triggers when a swamp enters the battlefield in addition to islands. Oh! Whenever an island or swamp enters the battlefield under your control, draft a card from the spellbook. I still don't think that's good, but you can do it more often. We felt the triggering off swamps would be flavorful, in addition to what that would also allow the cards to see play in more decks. True. Sinister Reflection. It's cost 1 and a blue from double blue. Conjure a duplicate of each of up to 2 target non-token creatures you controlled into your hand. All of these cards I feel like are abusable. Any cards that do this, but we'll see. Previously, it was effectively restricted to mono-blue creature decks. We're aiming to expand its applications by making it easier to include in multicolor creature decks. Perhaps zombies or ninjas. I was going to say that, but they're specifically mentioning that here. I mean, it is an instant. It is like basically a divination. Kind of. Almost, maybe. Vega. This is one of my other cards from Kaldheim. I was going to build a Vega Cosmos Charger deck. It gains Ward 2. This is the Edgewall Innkeeper that we always needed, chat. Flying, Ward 2. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. I mean, that includes a lot of other types, not just foretelling. That includes, like, your opponent Elite Spellbinders you, and then you cast it, you still draw a card. But the fact that it has Ward 2 makes it a lot harder to kill. Like, Foretell and Flashback, it specifically mentions here. Huh. I like it. Town Razor, it deals damage in the end step. Oh! Town Razor Tyrant needlessly punishing a creature decks that mostly operate at sorcery speed. Adjusting the timing of the trigger will give decks a full turn to use the land at no cost and more information before deciding whether to sacrifice it. Okay, I kind of like that. Like, it was always a feels bad when you're like, dang, I need to sacrifice this right now, because what if I don't draw a land? And then you draw a land, you're just like, wow, that was really bad for me. Or like you don't sacrifice it because you have to use your mana and you draw a land for turn. Oh, that was so punishing. Showdown of the Skulls with Vega is gonna be insane. Is gonna be pretty cool, like a Jeskai something. But Town Racer Tyrant, the fact that they had to nerf this card twice, that's how you know this card's freaking pushed with a capital push. Fires of Invention, let's freaking go! Cost 5 from 3 in a red. And unbanned in Historic. We're definitely going to be building a Historic Fires of Invention deck, okay? So keep that in mind. Fires of Invention is an exciting card to build around, but was unable to generate too much mana too early in the game. By delaying the card one turn, we're aiming to lower the ceiling and better align it with the deck building cost of the card. But like, at the same time, you can still play this on turn 5 and play Luca in the same turn. But like, you can't play Luca and another card. Well, you can't go like Luca Yorion with the fires on turn 5. You have to wait till turn 6 to do that. But Luca's not in standard anymore, so you'd have to play that in Historic. And paying 5 mana for Fires of Invention at sorcery speed as an enchantment in Historic is just really, really bad. What are you Luca into? I have no idea. Agent of Treachery's banned. Oh my gosh, what if they nerf Agent of Treachery to say only if it's cast? Oh my gosh. Anyways, let me know what you guys think of any of these cards. What are you most excited about? I think I want to do like a Cosmos Charger thing. I think I want to do a zombies thing. I don't freaking care about all around, but I think I want to do like a blue-black zombies thing potentially. Has this flash one as well, the flash zombie, which is pretty cool to play with. Maybe like a Sultai self-mill deck with Cobbled Lancer. I don't know how good that's going to be though. But let me know how you feel about this. These are some cards that you probably really want to play with, and if you're an alchemy lover, let me know what you think. Alchemy rebalancing for February 24th. So that's when does it go live? Emissary, probably? Yeah, you're not wrong. It's live now, right now? Wow. Alright, so I'm going to put this on YouTube, so I'm going to do a quick YouTube outro. And does a mod in chat have access to making highlights? Or is that just me? Is that only me that can do that? You already have them, just have both versions? Oh, that's true. True. Been playing Jeskai Fires, you can definitely tell how much weaker it is. Still fun, though. Oh, nice, Charlie Source. You might have to play like a control deck and then just jam Fires afterwards. Maybe. I don't know. What video do I want my YouTube frogs to watch after they watch this one? I would like them to watch my last alchemy deck. Whenever I did that. When did we play our last alchemy deck, chat? Oh, the Gruul Werewolf deck. I don't think anything in here will affect Gruul Werewolves, though. Oh, maybe Town Racer Tyrant? And if you'd like to see one of our alchemy decks that I think is the best deck in the format, you can use the new updated Town Razor Tyrant today in this deck, right over here. Gruul Werewolves is insane, and I think it's still insane with this new updated version of Town Razor Tyrant, even though it's nerfed. I'll see you over there. And as always, peace. Okay. What do you guys think? How's it going? What's up, Giggle Fritz? Okay. So we got all these cards. Cool. Flame? Sure. Alright, so what's in here? 50% off. Ooh, Kaido. Kaido, Tezzeret, Jin Cataxius. New Skull Scout's pretty neat. I believe so, too. I got the Emperor today. Was in doubt. 3k gold still painful? Oh, for sure. I mean, I have 20,000 gold. But, like, do I really want these foil? I mean, I think Kaido is just, like, insane. This card's just so good. Like, I honestly, when I was building the ABZAN Walkers deck, I wanted to just play blue for this, but Giggle Fritz didn't have blue in the deck, so I didn't want to change it. Aren't the alt art skins cheaper and better? I don't like the alt art skins. Lockmere, thanks for the follow. That's why you love the Esper Walker's deck. Kaido is so good. Oh my gosh, I know. Not only does it make unblockable attackers, but it also just means that those cards can also block, you know what I mean? But I built this ABZAN deck last night, and I definitely did change the deck up a little bit. But I played a match after I made the deck like this, and I destroyed my opponents. You can't play an ABZAN Walker's deck without playing freaking Vorinclex, right? Oh, chat! I got my Infinite tokens today. Guys, we can actually play Commander in freaking style, dude. Hold on. No standard? No, this is standard. We got our Infinite tokens. We're broken, chat. We're actually broken. Hold on. We got our dry erase marker. Eraser. Infinite tokens. Let's go. We can play Commander in style. By the way, we're playing Commander tonight. I don't know if anyone's streaming it, but we're definitely playing tonight. I'm playing with Drew Carroll and Michael Sinclair, otherwise known as Michael Kritz. If you follow Commander content, you might know him from Tabletop Jocks. And he's played with Becca Scott, if you know who that is. And he's played with a bunch of other people. Plus, he always also hangs out in the stream sometimes. You probably might know him from hanging out in the stream. What EDH deck do I play? I play a little bit more powerful one, Tuvasa the Sunlit, and then I also play a little bit less powerful one, but still really good, Kenrith. Michael is a good guy, I agree. Okay, so this is the deck that I came up with. I was gonna just play a straight Orzhov deck, but the deck submission was ABZAN, so I needed to make it green. So I have Prosperous Innkeeper to ramp into our 4-drops, and then I have a Battle Guide Recovery and 2 Vorinclexes here, and then Yasharn's in the sideboard. Did I ever look up Cadena? I will now. Sort by not collected. That's not spelled right. I will look it up online. Cadena EDH. MTG. Oh, here it is. Just kidding. LOL. Like the video. It is a Sultai commander. It's a 3/3. First face-down creature spell you cast each turn costs 3 less. Oh my gosh, that looks annoying. Whenever a face-down creature enters battlefield under your control, draw a card. That looks annoying. So you're basically setting your cards like freaking Yugi. Sounds like something you want no part of? You're like, I set my card face down and end my turn. You can actually say that. You're literally Yami Yugi. You've activated my trap. Pay 2 mana. Flip this card. Draw a card. Alright, so this deck is like a little mid-rangey with the creatures, with the planeswalkers, but it also can play a control deck, which I like. It's mostly a control deck, but it can definitely kill your opponent out of nowhere. We can also Ultimate Professor Onyx on the same turn that comes into play if Vorinclex stays in the battlefield. Also, we have March of Wretched Sorrow and March of Otherworldly Light, so we can do that thing. March of Otherworldly Light is just so freaking good. The fact that it can exile creature lands for 1 mana is just insane. Let's go ahead and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different planeswalkers in this deck. So let's see if we can get them all on the battlefield. I might actually want to play more Lulth since I have so many 6 mana cards. But 3 Lulths is probably fine. What about Doomscar? We should probably play Doomscar. Like, we're playing Meathook over Doomscar. But is that wrong? I see we've embraced greed. I mean, we could just play 1 Doomscar over Meathook. And then 1 Doomscar here as well over this Meathook. Because Doomscar has different uses than Meathook does. Like, getting rid of, like, big angels and big werewolves and big mono green cards is the thing that we want to be doing sometimes. Okay. Also, guys, I do want to mention to you, I know I've been mentioning it quite a few bits recently, but if you don't have enough money to sub on Twitch, or there's a couple options you can do for under half the cost of it. If you're like, well, I would sub, but I don't have $5 a month. Well, there's a $2 a month option on Patreon where you can get my videos way earlier than you want, and you can also ask me anything about the video and watch it before anyone else does. That's the Patreon one for my YouTube videos and for these decks. Or you can just support the channel. If you want to support but don't have $5, you can just do pay the $2 a month and still support the channel. Also, watching the channel also supports, so don't feel like you have to pay any money. Watching the channel also supports the channel. Watching the YouTube also supports the YouTube. But if you want to, but you don't have $5, maybe you have $2. And for our YouTube, we also have a join feature. You can become a member on YouTube for $2.99 a month. You can get the features there, and you can get some of the same emotes that we have in Twitch chat on YouTube, and you can use in the comments and things like that. So let me know if that's something that you are interested in. But I had that as an option, and I was working a couple days ago for a long time on this. So hopefully if there are some people that maybe don't have $5 that would love to support with $2. Good offense is probably good. I don't know if we want to give our opponents a card, though. Honestly, we might just want to go for like Blood Chief's Thirst. For like really low to the ground aggressive decks. Unable to log in. What? What is happening? Is there maintenance right now? There's maintenance in progress right now. Okay. Really weird. Well, you know what that means. Pro Tours.
Is one match away from claiming it all. Best 3 out of 5. I'm sitting alongside Mr. Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Louis Scott Vargas. BDM, best 3 out of 5. What are we going to see in this historic final?
We're going to see a lot of nothing from Yvonne Flock here. His deck has no creatures. He has no win conditions. He just has Quickens, Wrath of Gods.
Oh crap! No,
and
this is not
Elixir
good.
of Immortality.
Luis, is it going to be Magic Immortality for Yvonne Flock, or can Jackson Cunningham get up in his grill with green-white?
This is not the match we should be watching. This is like blue-white do nothing control.
This matchup being what it is, I have to give it to Flock here. No.
Hold on. This is blue-white. This is blue-white. I'm not doing anything for the whole game, and you're gonna deck out control. Is that what 2015 is? And like, cast Sphinx's Revelation and gain like 12 life and draw 12 cards, and your opponent can never play the game, and then shuffle your whole graveyard back into your deck and blah 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 blah. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Alright. We'll watch Cons of Tark here.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to the Pro Tour final of Khans of Tarkir here at Honolulu. Rich Hagan in the booth alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Louis Scott Vargas as we prepare to watch the best 3 out of 5 between this man, Sean Mclaren of Canada, your Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion, looking for a second Pro Tour title inside a year. Astonishing. It would make him one of the giants of the game, but in his path is Ari Lax of the United States, who has been rock solid throughout the weekend, one of the most studious players on tour,
broken? Yes.
And all his hard work is paying off. Brian David Marshall, what's the matchup? What's in store?
Well, we've got Jeskai Wins in the hands of Sean Mclaren. He's looking to play Mantle Riders and burn spells and really just bury Ari Lax very early in the game. Ari playing ABZAN mid-range. He's looking to survive, disrupt, see...
Hold on. Is it ABZAN or is it ABZAN? Can someone give me the deets? Is it ABZAN or ABZAN, chat?
Siege Rhino, Planeswalkers,
Siege Rhino!
and eventually just wear his opponent down.
There you see Sean McLaren's hand. He has a Goblin Rebel Master, the card that took him to this.
Hold on. Why are they actually spoiling what wins this? Are they spoiling what wins this tournament? Jeskai wins. So this should be ABZAN losses?
Final.
I know, I'm
Jeskai
joking.
Charm, Stoke the Flames, and 2 Dig Through Time, which is a card that Luis Scott Vargas, you are all over Dig Through Time.
Yeah, I think it's just maybe the best card in the new set. I mean, I think if you look at the whole
Dig Through Time,
concept,
best
there's
card in the
tons of
new
good
set.
cards. But Dig Through Time, I think, just could be the eventual winner. I mean, Jeskai Ascendancy certainly has some brokenness, but Dig Through Time is going to be an all-format all-star.
Well, here is the
Rebel
first
Master?
action of the final. It's best 3 out of 5, remember. So a maximum of 5 games as Goblin Rabble Master comes down and
There's no double green for
begins the
Corsair.
fun for Sean McLaren.
Right?
And so what Sean is notably lacking here is white mana. He's unable to cast either of the 2 Jeskai Charms in his hand. Are deciding whether he wants to Hero's Downfall now or wait to see what Sean McLaren does.
Is this an upkeep?
Sean called it Jeskai
Why did you do
wins.
it during the
Yeah, I was
upkeep
just making a
channels?
joke on the name.
There's no particular reason. Maybe he wants to incite a Stoke the Flames out of Sean McLaren's hand, but there's certainly no advantage to doing it.
I'm not going to do anything else.
And Ori just says, I don't know why I did that. Add that to the mass calcify from earlier.
Well, this time there was no real harm. I mean, he would actually not be even unhappy if McLaren just used a Stoke there. So McLaren drawing, I believe, all of his mountains here. Yeah, it looks like he's got a full 3 mountains. So he's actually missing blue mana too. He can't even cast Dig, and
Siege
he doesn't
Rhino!
have a ton of time with these Siege Rhinos coming out.
Here's a Siege Rhino. Yeah, you get a look at Ari Lax's hand. Courser of Krufix, Soren Solemn Visitor. I believe another Siege Rhino in the wings.
Yeah, and McLaren might be in a spot where he has to like block Siege Rhino with a Goblin token, then stoke the Flames the Siege Rhino, and that's not pretty.
Stoke you is the play.
So the reason he would do that is not because he thinks he's a realistic shot of burning Ari out anytime soon, but to fuel a Dig Through Time here, I think is his best shot. Of course, drawing a Mantis Rider means that McLaren, I think, might be too far behind at this point. I mean, he
Before
already
Orzhov,
missed
and
multiple
is
turns. I
Orzhov.
think that was one
Is
turn
it
too many,
Orzhov?
being unable to cast
I always say
spells.
Orzhov.
Right, because in comes Siege Rhino number 1, and if you're Ari Lax, there's every chance you're about to make it joined by Siege Rhino number 2.
Siege Rhino
and there
number
it is.
2!
Drain you.
Drain you. And we are on the verge of a very, very fast
Siege
game
Rhino.
1 for an Ari Lax who
Siege
seemed
Rhino.
pretty nervous here in the final, in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean,
And there we go.
he's on the cusp of winning a Pro Tour, his first top hit. And that would make anyone nervous.
Yep, except possibly you. Were you nervous?
I was nervous in Berlin. I mean, I'm still nervous before I play in a Pro Tour now. I mean, that's just the anticipation, the excitement. It's all part of it.
Who was more nervous in that final? Was you or Paul Cheon sitting in the front row watching you?
I've watched a lot of matches that I've cared about other people winning, and the fact that you have no control of the situation makes you pretty nervous.
All right, so the first game is done in lightning quick fashion, and it was Ari Lax who took it with Siege Rhino and Siege Rhino. Don't imagine they're going to be coming out of the sideboard anytime soon, but why don't we look at Sean McLaren's sideboard? This is what he has to work with. Working from top left, a couple of End Hostilities, 2 Karanos God of Storms, 3 Dissolve, 2 Anger of the Gods, and then a Disdainful Stroke, double negate, Phyrexian Revoker, and 2 Erase. So we've already seen Jeskai wins with Sean McLaren up against a variety of ABZAN decks. So what goes on here in terms of sideboarding as we head into game 2?
He's certainly going to take the Anger of the Gods out of his main deck And I think, probably bring in the end hostilities, and I don't know, he seems to bring in the 3 dissolves in every matchup.
Well, if you want dissolves against Sigur's deck, you definitely want dissolves here. I mean, same with Disdainful Stroke.
Same with Disdainful Stroke, absolutely.
Potentially even negates. I mean, Ari
Because
has a
of the
lot of
Planeswalkers.
expensive planeswalkers, yeah. And I think Mclaren is going to try and morph into a kind of a Jeskai control deck. Keranos might even come in. I mean, I could
He's
see...
brought in Keranos in a lot of matchups over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I could see him boarding like 10 cards, like boarding on Angers, Seekers, maybe some of the burn spells, and just morphing into a control deck, because the 4 dig-through times, again, support that plan very well.
Magma Jet, not terrific here.
Yeah, Magma Jet's at its worst. I mean, it doesn't actually kill anything from Ari's deck.
He barely kills things with Stoke the Flames.
Yeah, I mean, Magma Jet, I guess, kills Sorin or a Sorin token, but other than that, it does not do a whole lot.
The interesting thing there is that the dynamic of changing into control deck, if that is what he aims to do, is that absolutely guarantees that Ari has the opportunity to spend his 5, 6, 7
like
mana
Tolkien's language he
on
made
big
up.
expensive planeswalkers and big seed rhinos, and that he's not going to get burnt out. Is that a great
And
plan?
hostilities.
I think that it's pretty reasonable. I mean, Ari's deck is not super
Weird.
fast. I mean, Ari can pressure, as we saw with Siege Rhinos, but Ari doesn't have Fleece Mainline. Just the lack of that card already makes it so Ari is not really going to be able to kill Sean before an end hostilities can come and kind of, wipe the board.
All right, well, why don't we take a look at the sideboard that Ari Lax is working with here in the final. He also
Dune
has
Blast. I
End
remember that card.
Hostilities, just 1 copy. Dune Blast there, Mass Calcify, then lots of removal in 3 Drown in Sorrow and 3 Bile Blight, 2
Mass
Murderous
Calcify.
Cut. And then we have an Unravel the Ether plus 3 Planeswalkers at the end there. You see 1 Liliana Vest.
The mana must
and
be
2
insane to play
Nissa
Vile Blight.
Worldwaker. Now, in previous iterations of our sideboard discussion, Louise, you've said, yeah, Nissa Worldwaker, not a big fan because it's only 4/4.
Oh, that does make sense to
the
know.
land. Now, is this time around 4/4 lands looking a bit better?
Well, it doesn't match up all that well against cards like Sarkhan or Mantis Rider, but if you think that McLaren's going to be on an end hostility plan, I could see Nissa being decent. I mean, Nissa does help pressure without, adding more cards that get killed by end hostilities.
What else goes in?
There's not a whole lot else. I mean, Bioblight kills Mana Strider or Goblin Rabblemaster, but it's not unreasonable to assume that some amount of Rabblmasters might not even be in McLaren's deck after board. Murderous Cut is another card that it's very efficient, but if you think McLaren's boarding out of creatures, then I could see the way that both these decks board could vary so much that I could see like multiple reboarding happening.
I was just going to ask you, are we going to see a world where there's a McLaren control deck in game 2, and then in game 3, suddenly it's like, here comes Rebel Master,
You're in an
crush you,
intense
crush
match,
you,
had to
crush
come
you,
check Twitch.
and then take them all out again for a
You thought
potential
you
game 4.
disconnected. You're like, oh god, let me see what
in
James
a best
is doing.
of 5 series, you actually can really
And
see
then I'm not
the
playing- and then
counterplay
I'm not
go on
playing either.
sideboarding, and that's a really awesome part about best of 5. So getting to see that, sort of like mind game, like will he have this, will he have that? It is really interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happened here.
Do you see Liliana Vest coming in if the game goes to a more control-y pace where, suddenly it can start maybe taking apart your hand or catching you, where you're trying to implement the game plan now, and I sort of start to dismantle that?
I could certainly see the merit of Liliana. I'm a little skeptical that it's great for Ari to try to fight the control battle against a deck with 4 digs. That just seems like an unnecessary risk.
Sure.
But Ari might be forced into a position where he kind of has to. He just doesn't have enough aggro elements to just turn into an aggro deck. It's not like he has Fleece Main Lines and Rakshasas in his sideboard. So given that, I mean, if you're in that kind of game, Liliana is a good card.
Sometimes when you're sideboarding in 10, 11 cards, in a way, it's almost like you're sideboarding 1 because you're actually just saying, I'm not going to play with this deck, I'm going to play with this other deck. And in that sense, I wonder whether there's a sense that is Ari seriously disadvantaged? Because you've listed really very few things that he would want to do here. But is the fact that we've sort of labelled a lot of cards
10
for
win
McLaren
streak, you're insane,
just
Black
really
Lotus.
indicative of almost a transformational idea that essentially just means, sure, the matchup may shift, but it's not like...
Has anyone played Nissa Worldwaker back in the day? What is this, M15? Target land becomes a 4/4, it's still land, and it just stays a land, it doesn't go back. 4/4 with trample as a +1 seems pretty good. And then untap up to 4 target forest, so it's like freaking ramps you like heck. Oh my god, this actually seems insane. If you play a lot of forests, you just play this on turn 5, and then you untap like 3 lands, and then play something else. Seems like actually broken. And then the ultimate just wins you the game. Liliana Vest, target player discards a card, search your library for a card, then shuffle your library, put it on top. That also seems really good in Standard. Put all creatures from graveyards to the battlefield under your control. Wow.
Like, oh, look at these key, utterly suppressing 3 cards that I get to bring in, whereas Ari doesn't have access to that.
Well, the fact that McLaren is sideboarding a lot more than Ari doesn't actually necessarily mean it's bad news for Ari. It just means it was a bad matchup for McLaren to begin with. I mean, the fact that Ari's sideboarding very few cards, potentially, means that his deck's kind of built to play against these Jeskai decks. And given that, you don't have to sideboard a whole lot, and that's a good thing.
Right. Well, I was just thinking, Ari just wants to kind of stick a siege rhino. Same thing he wanted to do in game 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he could add more siege rhinos to his sideboard, then he'd definitely do that.
What about all those other 4/5s for very cheap mana that have 3-point drain lives attached to them? So we're into shuffle mode right now. So the sideboarding is complete. Just the
notice on arena
sufficient
status yet?
randomization
Yeah, can you keep me updated, Nuno, actually? So that
Yeah, I'm
when
kind of
arena
excited to
comes
see
up,
what the actual sideboard plan was.
You gotta go right into it.
Tim will be in momentarily with such information.
With a long list, potentially. So we'll see what comes up. But Arilax has the lead, needs 2 out of the next 4. Mclaren, not just been here at this table before, but here in the championship match before. 7 apiece. Let's see what Mclaren has to work with.
Okay, thank you, Nuno. I really appreciate that.
Well, we certainly see a collection of land, and it's much better off than last time round when he had severe mana problems as all his mountains came along for game 1. But, nope.
Yeah, it was a flooded strand on an island, plus a bunch of red spells, and big
just
time and dissolve.
Again.
So excited to see the white, but would have liked to see a little bit more of a selection.
Yeah, it's not quite what you want.
See an ABZAN charm there for Ari.
It's a shame that the players in the top 8 weren't forced to use the sleeves of the clan they were representing. I've heard claims of these sleeves are a lie. Because it looks like actually Ari, I believe, is he on the Jeskai sleeves with Mclaren on the ABZAN sleeves? Are they switched?
Yeah, it looks like they are switched.
Yeah, so Ari seemed to send away their 3-land, a Corsair, Utter End. Huh.
Gosh, these people mulligan aggressively.
Well, if that was Ari's hand, then that's a pretty aggressive mulligan.
He
it depends on
mulligans
what the mana makeup was. We're trying to
like
squint and see exactly what the 7 pressed cards together are.
Right.
It could have been, if it's like Caves of Koilos, Temple of Silence, Urborg, yeah, sure, you're going to ship a hand that does not have any green mana. But it is very interesting to see what the hand actually was.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go for aggressive. I had the word disciplined in mind for his send away at that point, because I'm like, hey, look, I've got land.
What's the code to put on cool stuff?
Off we go.
James 5.
But I guess you think about it a bit more in a Pro Tour final.
You get 5% off.
Yeah. So 6 it is, at least for now. Let's hope it stays there. We've been relatively mana mulligan free through the top 8. Hasn't been too bad. But you always want players to
You
start.
only do 5 piles when you pile shuffle?
No, they'll both.
All right. Quick thing about pile shuffling. You can very easily cheat if you do a number of piles that's divisible by the number of cards in your deck. For example, a 60-card deck with 5 piles, you can technically have your deck in a certain way where you pile shuffle into certain piles and then put them on top of each other and actually stack your deck as like cheating. So because 60 is divisible by 5, you can just make 5 exact piles of 12 and order them however you want, and you can pile shuffle and then pile shuffle one more time, and then it goes back into the same exact way as you started with. That's because pile shuffle isn't actually shuffling. But the reason why you do 7 or any number that's not divisible by 60, like 9, if you do 7 piles or 9 piles, then the deck actually does a good job of not putting the cards in the same exact way as you did before. Quick thing on pile shuffling.
Starting with 6 is kind of interesting. It actually it actually punishes McLaren's deck more, because Ari has cards like Sylvan Caryatid and Corsair, which are cheap ways to get cards back. Dig through time gets so much worse when you don't.
Oh, also yes, you always shuffle afterwards, but there are people that get away with not shuffling afterwards. If you do it in piles that are divisible by the number of cards in your deck, and then you don't shuffle, then I always call my opponent out and make them shuffle, or I shuffle my opponent's deck.
You don't have excess spells to be casting and putting in the graveyard.
Right. So, let's have another go at this to get game 2 underway. Let's see if we can. There's a Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. Magma Jet.
It looks an awful lot like a castable Mantis
Yeah,
Rider.
3-land Mantis Rider.
Yeah, it's a pretty perfect hand, but I saw a Forest and 2 Sylvan Caryatids out of Ari, and it looks like a Lenore away, so it looks like Ari's set too.
Yeah. All right, away we go with game 2 of the Pro Tour Cards of Tarkir final here in Honolulu. Rich, BDM, Luis with you in the
Oh my gosh,
booth,
they actually played that?
and it will
The
be
Tri-Land?
a turn 1 tapped Tri-Land for Sean Mclaren opposite a rather old-school Forest for Arilax. An untapped land without a play? Scandalous.
Well, it doesn't sound like a big deal. It represents A, that Ari does no other tap lands in his hand because there's no reason to do that, and B, that he's going to lose a little bit of value because the tap lands are not only good value to play and scry, it means if he draws lands later, they're more likely to be tap lands, which is where it's more inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvan Caryatid.
So turn 2 Caryatid.
So we're gonna have turn 3 Mantis
Sean
Rider.
McLaren with his full 3 mana colours available, we believe will cast a Mantis Rider sometime fairly soon with all those lovely abilities.
Well, he actually drew a Rabble Master, so he had the option there, but I like Mantis Rider just because it flies over to Caryatid and pressures Ari a lot more. If McLaren played a Rabble Master, then Ari immediately put a
We
Siege
played
Rhino. The
Templates
Rabble
without
Master
cycling
wasn't
back in
getting
the
a
day
whole lot
just
of
for
work.
fancy color mana
There you're
basis.
going to look at Sean McLaren's hand, Temple of Epiphany, Magma Jet, Rabble Master, and of course the Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
Meanwhile, Lax has added Sylvan Caryatid with
You're spoiled by
Corsair of
WoW, it
Crufix,
stays in the
so
launcher.
the pair are
Yeah,
back in
yeah, Rain
harness
doesn't do that.
again.
I mean, he does it sometimes.
And he's
but
really the
sometimes he
last
just crashes.
champion for the Corsair of Crufix.
They have all fallen so far.
Yeah, there were dread of the 32 Corsair of Crufix top 8.
Yeah, and I guess there were something like 12 Corsairs in the top 8, and then, but there were 16 Caryatids. Or no, Sigrist didn't have Caryatids, so there are actually still also 12 Caryatids.
So here is Goblin Rabble Master, and the attacking thing gets promptly eaten. Mantis Rider still
a
there
Caves of
for
Squalos?
Sean McLaren. Lax working with information
thanks,
available
D20, I
to Sean
appreciate that.
McLaren as well. Caves of Koilos is on top
I'm
of
trying my
Lax's
best,
deck.
D20.
And actually that makes it 8 Corsairs.
By the way, if you're here for the first time, we're doing a subathon on the 1st. That's this coming Tuesday. If you don't know what a subathon is, it's basically I put a number of time on the clock and it keeps going down. And then for each sub and each donation I get, the time goes up. And I just stream till the time stops running. It's my first day being a professional streamer and content creator by not actually having another job. So I'm celebrating that by having a subathon on the 1st. You can type in ! subathon and read up what it is there if you don't know. But keep your calendars open for the 1st and come in and hang out. We're going to be doing basically everything. Everything there is to do that I've ever done on stream, we're probably going to be doing it. Plus some viewer rewards, maybe some giveaways, things like that.
Because Sigrist wasn't playing Corsair or Caryatid, so this was the dominance of Corsair was perhaps under.
You eat as many subs as you can within a short time limit, and we can win indigestion. Oh my gosh, that's such a good idea! Oh my gosh, how many subs can we eat? Oh my gosh, that's genius! I should just order subs, and every time I get a gift sub, it goes towards me getting a sub. Oh my gosh, that's insane! That's actually just so that's a flavor win. Every time someone subs, I eat a sub. That's so 5-head. Their goal is no downtime in their processes. That is true. Doesn't make sense to alert for maintenance as they don't expect it to cause a problem. Yeah, but this time it caused a problem. I guess they didn't know it was going to cause a problem. I think somewhere on Twitch we have to flag that as NSFW. So yeah, subathon has to be NSFW, right? Literal stack of subways. Eat a sub for sub. Subforsub.com. That better not be a real website. It better not be. That really better not be. Why don't we do like a sub meter? I'm gonna write that in my notes. Why don't we do a sub meter? That like for every however many subs, I actually get a sub. That actually sounds super fun. Move over to hot tubs. The new meta sub eating streams. I know, right? You got lettuce falling over everywhere. 1-to-1 sub ratio. Oh my gosh, that'd be so stupid. Oh my gosh. Even odds at support and site? It probably is, to be honest. Did I say that on stream? I did.
Overstated here.
Brian David Marshall, do you have lots and lots of writing on a piece of paper?
I do. Not a lot of writing for Ari Lax. Just 4 cards out, 4 cards in. Took out a Johnny Elspeth, 2 Elspeth, a Hero's Downfall, and brought in 3 Bile Blights and a Liliana Vest.
More coursers, yay! Honestly, Aurillax might just die to freaking Mantis Rider.
I like Bioblight just because it kills Rabble Master. Even if it's kind of out of control, it can kill the Goblin tokens, kills Mantis Rider. It also makes the double Mantis Rider start really risky from McLaren's point of view. So
one sub
I like Bioblight a lot.
5 sub bucks per sandwich. That's a lot of sandwiches.
Like it maybe just more of a value card. I don't know how it lines up against Elspeth or a Johnny. A Johnny and Liliana are actually kind of similar. So those make sense to board into for me.
Sean McLaren, on the other hand, took out, as we predicted, 2 Anger of the Gods, went down 2 Lightning Strike, took out 2 Banishing Light, went up an Erase, went up a Disdainful Stroke, went up 3 Dissolve, and went up Phyrexian Revoker. So no end to hostilities, though.
So he looks like he kept all his creatures in, didn't board in end hostilities, but did board in the dissolves. And he does seem to like taking out Banishing Light under the assumption that maybe his opponents will be boarding in ways to interact with them.
So we're up to 2 Courser of Kruphix now on the right-hand side of the table, plus an Elvish Mystic and Sylvan Caryatid for Ari Lax. There's Sean McLaren from Canada. There's Lax playing their second game here in the final. Remember the winner,
James acting like normal people don't need 11 subs
$40,000 and
you think we're gonna get 11
guaranteed
subs?
platinum status. They will instantly become...
Hold on. 11 times 5 is 55. The last time we did our subathon, we got to like 150-ish subs. How many subs is that? 10 subs? Wait. Is my math really wrong right now? Is it 10 subs? The stream could quickly turn into a mukbang if you do the sub Sandy thing. What's that? Well, I don't even know what that is. You're gonna have to explain it to me. Oh, the sub sandwich thing. Oh my gosh, just order every sub from Subway? Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. It would have to be more subs per sub. Oh yeah, it's 30. It's 30. My math is... I mean, I took calculus in high school, I think. The eye contact from Ari Lax is hilarious. Yeah, he's like looking into their soul, right? Get Subway to sponsor it? No, they wouldn't sponsor my little old stream. I would have to have like freaking 10,000 viewers to get sponsored by Subway. Right? I mean, if Garbage Andy hasn't gotten a Taco Bell freaking sponsored stream at this point, I don't know if I can get Subway. Also, Subways are usually franchised, so that makes it really weird. I would have to go to like my local Subway and franchise owner and be like, "Hey, can you sponsor my stream on Twitch? We're doing a sub for sub, and we want to eat your subs. Can you give me money? Can you give me subs?" Are looking at his opponent like he wore pajamas to the finals of a Pro Tour. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. God, he's got the. Those aren't just pajamas. Those are like pants that you specifically buy as pajamas. You go to Target and you're like, I need pajama pants. Those are the pants that you buy. You're like, I want the ones that are plaid that no one's ever gonna see, but I like them and I'm gonna wear them. You know what? Crap, man. I woke up and there's 5 minutes left to leave my house to go to this convention for the Pro Tour finals. I am late.
I guess I'm sticking with the plaid pants. I guess I'm sticking with this pants, throws on a shirt, no deodorant. We're winning the finals.
Or continue to be the case of Mclaren, a Platinum Pro, the highest levels of the game.
Target you.
So Stoke the Flames target you. McLaren very much on the beatdown plan because Lax
Dude,
goes
woke
to
up
10
and
off
thought it
the
was
Stoke the
Christmas morning.
Flames, then in came Mantis
Hold on, Christmas morning and Pro Tour morning are the same morning.
Rider. There's a Heroes waiting on top.
And Ari really needed to hit a land there, since now I think he actually might just be dead. It's as fast as that sounds. He has to take a point of damage to going to 6 to cast Bile Blight on the Mantis Rider. Magma Jet puts him to 4, and then Sarkin flies over and deals the last 4. Ari really needed to play a land in order to gain 2 life there, but it does not look like that's going to work out.
Can he... I was wondering if he could have played Liliana.
If he played Liliana, he could, tutor for a land, but then he's not casting the Bile Blight, so the Mantis Rider's hitting him, which more than counteracts that. McLaren finding a Jeskai Charm 2 for just additional unnecessary burn. I mean, he doesn't know that Ari is going to be unable to kill Sarkin before it attacks here.
Yeah, and when you look at that board state, and you look on the right-hand side, you see double Carroted, double Corsair, Elvish Mystic. You can see how Standard has shifted. Yes, the same cards in play, but they would have utterly locked up the game a few months ago, and that would have just been, yep, I'm impenetrable at this point. And McLaren, Randy Buehler said it, flying is a massive, massive deal in the new Standard. And here comes Mantis Rider in.
Hold on, when's flying not a massive deal?
Goblins are coming in.
And I like not attacking with the Sarkin there, because you can just Jeskai Charm, because you know that Ari has to take a point of damage off his caves in order to cast a removal spell.
Yeah, and there's a big sigh from Ari Lax there, because we are all tied up at 1 apiece. 1 and 1, 2 down, a maximum of 3 to go here in the final. Will Ari Lax take down his first Pro Tour in his first Pro Tour top 8?
Back when they didn't print good flyers, Mantis Rider is one of the best flyers of all time.
That is something that Sean McLaren has already done, winning Pro Tour Born of the Gods in his
Actually,
first
it's the best
Pro
flyer
Tour
of all time, just
top
freaking
8. And if McLaren is going to win this...
Wait, is the best flyer of all time just Delver of Secrets?
Well, maybe it could be all about the goblins and their very, very nasty Rabble Master. Here it is. So there you see it. It looks kind of cheery coming out of the card
earning the
there.
paycheck, you're right.
Cheery, he most definitely is not when you're on the other side of the table.
I love this notion that he's best suited for swarm decks where, you've actually seen him start to make his way into these kind of like Jeskai sort of hybrid aggro control decks where he just is like a Keldjoran outpost.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually more mid-rangey than he looks. Like, he definitely shows up in, like, the mono-red, goblins, like, red deck
and he's
type
perfectly
deck.
at home there.
Yeah, but in, like, something like a Mardu mid-range deck
Rider had
or a
just come out in this
Jeskai
format,
mid-range,
yeah.
Jeskai deck wins sort of thing.
Will-O-Wisp
the fact
best
that he
flyer?
can just cast Stoke, the interaction between Goblin Rabmaster and Stoke the Flames is actually one of the
Birds of
most important
Paradise
parts
best
about
flyer.
the card. As we saw that game, Sean McLaren was able to use it to cast Stoke and
Maybe.
cast Magma Jet in the same turn.
Right, and but also by casting
Is
Stoke
Birds
with
of
it, he was
Paradise
able
best
to sort
flyer?
of store up a goblin that might have
Pretty
had
sure it's
to
just
run
Delver.
itself into its demise.
No,
Yeah,
Shark
the words,
Typhoon.
if able.
Right.
Well, I'm really sorry. I tapped for functionally
Shark
mana
Typhoon the
that
best flyer?
turn, so I was unable.
Yep, and that lets you save up, like BDM said, save up goblins, and which even gets
Probably
better
Delver,
because
though.
it lets your Rabmaster then attack as like a
I don't know,
4-2 or
what's
5-2.
better, Delver or
And in the case of
freaking
attacking
Birds of
something like
Paradise?
Siege Rhino,
No, probably
attacking as a
Birds.
5-2 is very, very different than attacking as a 4-2.
What, if anything, in the course of Game 2 will Ari Lax have learned about Sean's plans moving forward?
The most relevant piece of information is that Sean still had Goblin Rabmaster in his deck. I mean, no, I don't think anyone anticipated Mantis Rider coming out. The card's just too good against Ari. The presence of Rabble Master makes it a little less likely that there are end hostilities lurking around. I mean, that's not a guarantee, and we didn't see anything like Dissolve, so we don't actually know what the numbers of those cards are yet from Ari's side. But just the presence of Rabble Master would make me suspect that there aren't a ton of end hostilities. Maybe there's one, maybe there's two, but that's not, Mclaren's base plan.
So let's take us to the next point. If you're Mclaren and you accurately predict that what you've just said is in Ari Lax's head, even though you've just won a game with Goblin Rabble Master and with end hostilities in your sideboard,
Did we protect Delver and
now
not birds?
swap around and get rid of the Goblin Rabble Masters and go down
Delver
the control path that we
basically a
sort of
card that's
outlined
just like
at the
better
end of
in
game
some
one?
formats than they are in others.
I actually don't think that's a bad idea,
But Birds
and
of
one of the big
Paradise is
reasons is
broken
when you're
in
on the
every
draw,
format.
Rabble Master is just that much worse. Because Rabble Master gets
So I guess
good
that
when
means
you
that Birds are
spiral out of
better.
control, when you have multiple Goblin tokens. When you're on the draw and you have to play it into a Courser, your Goblin immediately dies, it just becomes that much less effective, and it actually looks like Sean McLaren's got a fistful of Goblin Rabble Masters and Lightning Strikes that are heading to the sideboard.
Yeah. Yeah, we're watching him on one of the monitors here, and it looks like he's taken out at least 2 of them.
Such an intricate dance when there's so much at stake.
Yeah,
and
it would still be good
really
without
is suddenly well beyond the cards that are actually going to be in play. It is I know that you might surmise that given
did the
what
opponent just
happened
go
in
to
the
the
last game, this might be true. And in fact, it was true. So I'd like it to not be true, because you have to respect it might still be true, and then I can get you coming and going.
Right.
That's the goal.
So we were talking earlier about the opportunity Sean McLaren has here to become the first player to win 2 Pro Tours in a calendar year. The first. I'm sorry.
Yes.
When
To do that.
And that other players have done that. Nikolai Herzog in 2004. It looks like Kai has done it twice in one season. And then without 2001 season, he has 2. And then you go ahead to the 2001-2002 season and the 2002-2003 season.
Well, I mean, this wouldn't be Kai, but it would be Jeskai.
I mean, if you're talking about 2-mana cards that can tap for any color, I think the best one is Sylvia and Carrie did, the one that the opponent's playing. It's a 2-mana one, but it has hexproof, right? And it can tap for any color. And it can block.
Buddy.
Did Sean exile his opponent? Something like that.
Mike clipped out for a second. What did you say?
Nothing.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking to the director, calling my agent, and working out a new deal.
So Ari Lax, as you can see, is most definitely not in the feature match area. Now, certainly seen players take a moment away from the stage. Is that something that you advocate, BDM, or do you prefer to try and, if you like, stay in the zone?
Have you watched Ari Lax in the feature match area? He drinks about a gallon of liquid every 2 games. It's not surprising to me at all that he needs to take breaks.
Probably so nervous
Staying
being
hydrated is important.
his first time and
As
everything.
much as we don't need another article telling us that, it is actually something you should do.
True story. Every time I'm in an airport and I see Sun Tzu's The Art of War, I keep thinking of buying it just so I can write that article, because I'm the only person who's never written that article.
Well, I haven't either, but that's because I have some respect.
Thank you very much.
Sun Tzu's The Art of Staying Hydrated.
Yeah.
Close.
Now this
I
is
couldn't kill the rider, so I felt like I had to just get out ahead. Could have been wrong. Was that?
Looks like there's some snippets of conversation about the matchup there, which is always interesting. I think one of the best examples of that was at Worlds last year in Amsterdam when we had Ben Stark and Brian Kildler talking at the table about their matchup. That was really good. I mean, that sort of insight is awesome, and I think you'll see that more at Worlds this year because it's a small field and so many people know each other so well.
For those of you planning your viewing, don't forget to join us next time around when we will have not 1 but 2 amazing tournaments in the space of a week. You will have the World Championship, and of course you will have the World Magic Cup. 72 nations represented by their teams. And then we'll have the biggest Sunday of the year. You will see everything decided in a webcast not to be missed. We cannot wait to see you there from Nice, France in December.
We're going to see at least 4 of our competitors from this top 8 that weekend. Right? We're going to see Sean Mclaren, Even Flock. We're going to see Li Shitian. And we're going to see Tiago as well, who's going to be playing in the World Magic Cup alongside Willie Adel.
Yeah, and 3 days ago, we'd have looked at the teams and gone, well, Brazil's got Willie Adel.
Right.
And now here we are with Tiago Saporito.
Willie was really excited. He's like, my team's gotten so much better. Last week it was me and 3 random guys, and now it's me, a Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and 2 random guys.
Which I think he was being a little tongue-in-cheek there.
He was. He absolutely was.
Because it's not like Tiago got better by making a top 8. The top 8 just demonstrates that he is good.
Yeah, of course. We'd like to believe it's, magic fairy dust was sprinkled on him as soon as he made the top 8.
Well, I mean, there is some amount of that, people do have some amount of that.
So let's see if the players can keep for game 3, or whether we're into the mulligan dance. There's Lax. Mclaren has said, I'm going to keep, and so we are away. And it's Scry to get things going. Temple of Malady for Ari Lax. And Temple back the other way for Sean Mclaren.
And the Banishing Light in Mclaren's hand is a new one, which, wasn't in game 2, according to the sideboard guide we got. Again, indicating he's perhaps in more of a controlling role.
All right, so Sylvan Carroted, and there you see, coming into focus, the Mclaren hand. Sarkhan Dragon Speaker stoke the flames.
We see the Keranos as well. Which
the God of Storms could be coming down.
I'm going to go to 22. You'll go to 17.
And now...
And actually, Brad Nelson said it best on Twitter yesterday, I believe, after a loss, where he's like, it all seems like they either have 0 Siege Rhinos or 3 Siege Rhinos. And Ari looks like he has closer to 3. He's got double Siege Rhino Sorin in his hand.
And double Siege Rhino was more than enough on previous occasions here in the top 8.
And then, so Ajani was a card that Ari had sided out, but he sided out 1. So he still has 1.
Banishing Light on Siege Rhino. Yikes.
More Scry action for Lax. As you see, that Siege Rhino has been banished, at least temporarily. Banishing Light.
Definitely temporarily in the sense that there's going to be another one in play soon enough.
So here we are. And there you see Mclaren's hand, along with Mystic Monastery and Shivan Reef. We have Banishing Light, Stoke the Flames, Keranos, God of Storms, and Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
And McLaren's last couple of draw steps have been very terrain-filled. He's got a lot of lands and not a lot of answers to Siege Rhinos. Both Stoke and Sarkhan are, a point short.
You got to get them both going at the same time.
Yeah, that would be... It's an impressive feat, though, because Sarkhan's not going to live through a Siege Rhino very easily.
No, it is not.
He gets smashed down to 1, but then can't, deal 4 the next turn.
In comes the Rhino from Lax. No blocks. And Mclaren falls to 10 life.
6, 24.
Smash. Here's a Johnny Minter of Heroes.
I'd like to look at the top.
I'm going to look at the top 4, says Lax. And I think, is that an Elspeth?
Certainly an Elspeth.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, Ari not wanting to overcommit. I mean, he could have upped the pressure by making Siege Rhino a 7/8, but then he just plays right into Jeskai Charm. So I believe that's why he did not do that.
Right, he just wants a steady stream of threats to deploy against Sean Mclaren, and then Johnny's going to give him that.
He also didn't want to end up in a situation where Sean goes end of turn, Lightning Strike, you're a Johnny, or Magma Jet, you're a Johnny, or Jessica Charm, something like that, then cast End Hostilities, then burn down a Johnny.
Here's Keranos, God of Storms, God in play.
So Ari can actually put McLaren down to
You missed Sean McLaren streams? I didn't even know he streamed.
It looks like 2. He can a Johnny the Siege Rhino up to a 7 and then Soren it up to an 8.
Jeskai Charm, Stoke the Flames, and Sarkhan.
He's certainly checking to see if the coast is clear here.
Yeah. And my best guess is that he takes Jeskai Charm, because that's the card that can mess with the Siege Rhino the most. It's also one of the cheaper cards, and one of the ways McLaren gets out of this is by playing 2 spells next turn, especially if he draws an extra card off Keranos.
Jeskai Charm.
He does take Jeskai Charm.
Almost like you've been here before.
I can dimly remember it.
I mean, dealing 4 to opponent or putting a creature on top is like pretty good. And like creatures get +1/+1, it's really good with Rebel Master too.
Straight into vampire mode.
I like 2 on the vampire and 1 on the siege rhino here.
Yeah, and that's what
And
he's
so
doing.
does he. And Mclaren is down to 5 and in all kinds of trouble in what has been a blistering game 3.
Ari has way too many permanents with dice on them for me.
Way too many permanents with dice
He's
on
got a
them.
4-0 dice disadvantage.
Would you call that a dice advantage?
The dice advantage.
You're like, no, under no circumstances would I do that.
The circumstances right now are that Ari Lax has got game 3, he has monstered his way past Sean Mclaren, and now he stands 1 game away from his slice of Magic history. Can he become Pro Tour champion of Khans of Tarkir? We are down to the last couple of games, or maybe just 1, to find out.
Both players immediately go to their sideboard. Well, which card did Ari flash there?
Oh, I missed it.
Did he flash in a race or?
That could be pretty cunning because if he flashes a race at the and then boards them out, he might entice McLaren to board out Banishing Light.
But it was a pretty deliberate, like, drop this card on the table. It was a white card.
If it's a little too ham-fisted, then McLaren might get the read. McLaren seems like he's a tricky guy.
I'm trying to see if there's any other card that could have been. No, it looks like that.
I mean, Elspeth would be the only other mono white card, right?
Oh, that's Sigris deck I'm looking at.
There you go.
Oh, he may have shown him the Mass Calcify.
that would be good. I like that.
Okay, perfect to know. I hope it comes back on today because I need to do
Mass
this.
Calcify just out of our view,
deck.
but you can see it right there. Is just face up the entire match. Yeah, he's only sided that card in by accident.
Anger of the Gods here?
Yeah, the whole tournament.
Anger of the Gods seems like pretty weird against Siege Rhino, right? Because doesn't
Well,
have
it's good
4
to know that
toughness.
his whole sideboard got used.
And also
So
bad against
if Ari
Planeswalkers.
thinks that McLaren is on the control plan,
I mean, I
that
guess
could
it's
change
good
what
against
Ari does a little bit.
Silver
Verify there's 15 with
He's
the
like,
Mass
oh yeah,
Calcify.
15.
I think that McLaren has more room to sideboard than Ari does. Like I said, Ari's main deck is kind of built to beat the deck, and he doesn't have a ton of different sideboard cards he wants.
I will not allow that to happen.
Ari reiterating that he will not be siding in Mass Calcify. McLaren, on the other hand, as we can see, has distinct plans based on whether he's on the player to draw or whether, maybe depending on
Oh
what
my
he thinks
gosh, I know, right?
what
Snack
take
inside?
Ari's going to have on the matchup. And it looks like he's back to aggro here.
What does
We can
Erase
see
do?
all the Wrath and the Karanoses and the Banishing Lights in the sideboard. Well, still the
Or
Lightning
Lightning
Strikes there. I
Strikes.
guess he likes Magma Jet more than Lightning Strike. Maybe under the idea that neither really kills much except Sorin, so you might as well have the one that scries.
And Lightning Strike's much
Interestingly,
better
that
than
looked
Anger of the
like
Gods here because
almost all
Lightning
the
Strike can
Anger
kill
of the Gods in
Planeswalkers.
his sideboard. Looked like he had 3 in his sideboard, so that means he kept 1 in.
It's crazy how these are both
I mean,
mid-range
I
decks.
could see
like Jeskai
maybe
mid-range
having an anger. I guess
against
you kill
ABZAN mid-range.
Caryatid and you kill.
Yeah.
So
no,
was-
fourth
tokens?
one,
Okay, yeah.
Fourth one's in the back.
So was Khans of Tarkir just like the best format to play ever?
I was trying to figure out why.
Yeah,
how you could
I was
rationalize
a little
that, but
surprised
Lightning
myself.
Strike I like a lot more. I mean, I'd rather just have a Lightning Strike in my deck at that point, maybe even 2.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conclusion he came to as well.
16 sideboard cards go down to 15.
And I mean, as we've seen, I mean, McLaren can always just burn Ari out. There's no real reason for him to not. I mean, worst comes to worst, having an extra burn spell in his deck still just kind of meshes with the plan that the deck always has available.
In terms of burning him out, though, how backbreaking are Siege Rhinos? Is Rhino acceptable and Rhinos, is that the tipping point?
Well, 1 Rhino is almost enough to stop the straight burnout plan just because it also pressures Sean. It makes it so he doesn't have time to, sit there and cast Dig Through time.
Mm-hmm.
The double Rhino means that Sean really has to be in a position to actually just kill the Rhinos and kind of
Like the
take
fact
a
that the
slightly more
Jeskai deck
controlling
can
aspect.
play Goblin
Sure.
Rebel
Is it,
Master and all those burn spells and
Are you
also just
surprised
play
that we
Dig Through
haven't
time
even seen
is
him
like
bring
pretty
in
insane.
hostilities?
And like Jeskai Charm
well,
is pretty good.
he had it in game this last game when he was on the draw, but now that he's on the play, he's back on the Rabble Master plan. So, I mean,
So when he loses within hostilities,
Right.
he goes back to the Goblin Rabblemaster plan.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to board differently on the player draw. Especially when you have such a swinging card like Goblin Rabblemaster. So I'm not surprised that he's got this plan. It is interesting that the plan is so night or day here, but again, I would expect him to have played against a lot of ABZAN decks during the course of the tournament. So I imagine that this is not a new thing for him.
Both players still compete? I'm not sure.
Certainly not the best of Johnny ever. But top 2?
Sure.
Or actually, the Lauren one was also... Has there been a bad of Johnny yet? All 5 of them have been great.
Yeah, I suppose. Depending on your definition of great for a Planeswalker.
Oh my gosh, he looks right at the camera. What a showman. What a showman. When Magic players look like your science project partner who did not pull his weight. Right, it looks right at the camera.
Played pretty extensively. Or, yeah, the only one I haven't played in the Pro Tour is Goldmane. Maybe because I was too busy casting Cryptic. I played that guy a lot before I got my Pro Tour, so.
I did not expect
to
tune into the relative.
He broke my immersion. Yeah. Yeah, he
Johnny
did. He
Power
really did.
rankings.
Yeah.
Feel free on Twitter to give us your 5 Johnny pick order.
Well, one's a Timmy, one's a
Where's the
Spike. They're
table?
both a Johnny.
Buried underneath
Feel
the
free
siege
to
rhino.
grade Rich's jokes.
No, don't. Can Lax take it down with 1 to spare, or will we go the distance as the Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion Sean Mclaren looks to go to a 2-time Pro Tour champion? He's on the play. Let's look at an opening hand, and I guess from a Mclaren perspective, hope to see a Goblin Rabblemaster that can come down and dominate the battlefield, and from the same perspective, an Ari Lax hand that does not have Siege Rhino in it.
Turn 3 Siege Rhino has been bad news for Sean Mclaren here.
God, his facial expressions are so funny.
Both players keeping calm under the
It's
most
like he got
intense
stung
of
by a
pressure.
bee and ate a really sour Skittle at the same
7
time.
cards apiece. All right, Sean McLaren, you're up first. What do you have? And do you have 7 cards that you
Does
can
he
keep?
ever stop
4
shuffling?
land,
He's just so
a
nervous.
Phyrexian Revoker, a 5th land, and Stoke the Flames. Revoker, Flames, and 5. Luis, can he keep?
Okay. This is pretty borderline, but I think keeping is fine given that you have the temples. I mean, it's not an optimal hand. You would mulligan it to 7 for sure, but given that the options are 6 or getting to scry straight to the bottom is not a good sign. And then play Revoker as one of the few answers to Sylvan Caryatid, it does make sense to keep the hand.
For Lax, we see 2 ABZAN Charm. There's a Bile Blight
no,
there.
there's no turn 1
Elvish
elf, there's turn
Mystic
2 elf.
Sorin is there. The Solemn Visitor.
And Ari playing turn 1 tap land. It looks like the plan is turn 2 Elvish Mystic, followed by potentially a turn 3 Sorin.
2 for McLaren.
Revoker.
Name Sylvan Caryatid.
Sylvan Caryatid is the card named on that Phyrexian Revoker.
And that's the card that it was put in the sideboard to name. I mean, that is the reason that you have this card.
Elf's going to look pretty sweet here.
Try to relax
you
and
stopped
calm
my
down.
mana
I feel like it makes him look more nervous.
Lax taking his time.
Take a look at Ari Lax's.
You call it good after 30?
He's thinking
I don't know
about
how much I
whether
do.
he
I
wants
probably
to
do like
curve
10 or 12.
Elvish Mystic to potentially play a Sorin, or just to have a Bile Blight this turn. It looks like he's going with the Bile Blight, potentially playing around a Mantis Rider, which he's unaware that McLaren doesn't actually have.
Proper randomization's no joke, for sure.
A Bile Blight takes down the Phyrexian Revoker.
And I think Ari's concern there was if he played Elvish Mystic and then McLaren did have a Mantis Rider, he could be too far behind.
Good. We didn't also have the Seeker.
Pass the turn.
Turn's tricky.
So, there's the classic burn spell at end of turn. Lightning
Look at Nadal
strike
in
you.
tennis. I
Lax
love
will go
watching
to
Nadal play
16.
tennis.
Draw 2 cards at the end of the turn here for Ari.
He's not my favorite player, but I just
like
watching
keeping
him.
up ABZAN Charm to potentially deal with a Mana Strider, especially since you don't have anything to accelerate into with Elvish Mystic. I do not like casting ABZAN Charm to draw 2 here. I mean, he might do it just to use his mana, but McLaren's already lightning striking you. Taking a damage off Mana Confluence to then do that does not seem like the place you want to be.
There's
You
Elvish
watched it
Mystic.
live, Nimble? Sick.
Mclaren pausing at end of turn.
No spoilers,
Well, I
please.
mean, this
We know
might be
the
that's going to
outcome.
get cast. The question is whether you just
Turn
wanted to...
Mega J.
Yeah.
Me.
No. Now, the feign of surprise in Ari Lax's voice there.
I like the aggressive line there. I mean, McLaren's doesn't have any pressure right now, but he's got a sequence of burn spells coming. He's also getting to scry a lot here. He's scryed now 3 off lands plus 2 off Magma Jet, potentially the 1 off Dissolve in the near future here.
Yeah, he's holding a Dissolve.
He's a lot of burn away though. Ari's got a decent amount of life.
Lax draws.
Seems odd with no talking between players. No, they're talking.
And there's Wingmate Rock.
Unless you're talking about
in
something
hand.
else. Runner was a powerhouse. The Mantis
My
Rider from
preference
Jessica
would
was
be
also
to
super good. Yeah,
cast
for sure.
Sorin here off of everything but the Mana Confluence. You certainly don't want to trade 1 off Elvish Mystic
The
for 1
fact
off
that
Mana
mana was so
Confluence.
good in this format was
See
crazy
what,
too. Like imagine mana confluence.
McLaren
was
does
freaking standard.
probably end up making a Vampire token and setting up a Wingmate Rock next turn.
And like fetch lands
Decides to scry first with a
and the
Temple of
tri
Reality.
lands like Monastery.
Passes the turn.
Ari, I think Ari's just completely playing around something like Sarkhan. He wants to leave the ABZAN Charm up for that, or maybe a Mana Strider, but I think he's going to end up maybe taking too much damage off burn spells. He's giving McLaren a lot of time.
There's Stoke the Flames, so Lax falls further behind.
And there's a dig through time. I mean, this is playing right into McLaren's hands. I think Ari may be playing a little bit conservatively, given that McLaren has all these good late game cards.
So, more land. Ari, this time, will be in action. 4 mana.
Yeah, dig through time is legal.
I was thinking about using the Mystic here.
Sorry.
And does, and there's Sorin.
Is that going to get dissolved?
Well, it looks like McLaren, he's got 4 cards in his graveyard, so it works out perfectly to dissolve it and then dig through time in a turn. It's a pretty effective use of mana. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to do it, especially since Sorin is kind of annoying. It takes multiple cards to deal with, and the lifelink is very relevant when you're trying to burn your opponent out.
And what is he worried about slipping through the cracks if he counters this?
Ari's already played a land, so it can't even be a Siege Rhino, so there really is no big drawback to doing that.
And as you said, Luis, he's been scrying all game long. Let's do it all again. Off that dissolve.
That deck does scry
Now
a
he's
lot.
going to get to look 7
And I guess you get to
deep
play like
after
a
this
Jeskai
scry.
control game if your Rebel Master plan doesn't work out.
Pushes that card to the bottom.
Doom was legal, but no Tassiger.
You have 1 in hand. Yep. So you have 2 in hand.
Oh, you played Sultai Whip of Erebos, splashing white for Rhino. I would be a Rhino gamer in this freaking format, dude. I love Siege Rhino.
Pass the turn. Dig.
Pass.
I'd play Ari Lax's deck
Yes,
in a
here's
heartbeat.
dig. So, top 7, and 2 of them are going to be in Sean McLaren's hand before this turn is over. 2 land and ABZAN Charm. There's a lot of land there. Couple of...
That's really like not a good dig through time, right? Maybe he's gonna try to burn Ari Lax out. There's not another dig through time in that 7. What does Wingmate Rock do?
So it looks like McLaren just picked up 7 points of burn. It looks like he's very close to being
3-4
able
for
to
5. When it ends
to
battlefield,
burn
if you
Ari
attack
out.
this
So
turn,
I
make
think
it 3-4.
Ari
wow.
at this point might be his best shot. He has to take
Whenever
one
it
off Mana
attacks, you gain
Confluence,
a
which
life
is
for each
painful.
attacking. Wow.
But he could cast a Wingmate Rock. But no, he drew Siege Rhino.
Siege
Oh,
Rhino.
just the perfect card here.
He needed to draw that because McLaren actually has 11 points of burn in hand.
Or 17. Yeah, that's
Well, it's 11 points of burn in hand?
Now, do you just have to keep firing the burn off here?
Oh yeah, if you
just go for it.
If you start burning the Siege Rhino, you're not winning this game.
Is there... like, the Jeskai deck didn't come across to me as a burn deck.
And strike. Untap.
Well, I guess it has the ability to be a burn deck?
McLaren
Maybe?
has drawn. It's red. No?
It's a plains.
It's a plains. As not red and useful as it could possibly be.
It doesn't even have a color.
Pass. Was that the moment where Arilax claims the Pro Tour, finding a Siege Rhino on top with lethal in McLaren's hand?
McLaren's got one draw step, depending on what Ari does here, because Ari could now play Wingmate Rock, go to 5, and if McLaren doesn't draw a burn spell, and it can't be a Mana Strider or Sarkin anymore, if he doesn't draw a burn spell, Ari's going to get to gain 4 life on the attack next turn.
Wow.
We could be moments away from Arilax becoming a Pro Tour champion here in the island paradise of Hawaii.
Aggro burn that can play control really well? Yeah, through the
Am I
Jeskai charms,
dying?
the burn spells also
Sorry.
being removal spells.
I think McLaren might want to just
dig through
Jeskai
time.
Charm Ari down to 1, because that way if he draws Dig Through Time, I guess he gets to cast 2 spells no matter what there, so... Yeah, no, he wants to do that, because then if he can cast Dig Through Time for 4, find another Jeskai Charm.
Yeah, you just burn your opponent here.
Huge moments here.
This is an incredible sweat for Ari here. And Sean McLaren. They're both, like, in, you know, I'm sure agony trying to figure out what the top card of Sean McLaren's deck is.
How many live cards are left in Sean McLaren's deck?
Oh, he's got a lot of them.
Lax waiting to find out whether the dream is real.
And Ari actually has lethal next turn because the Absolute Charm represents 2
They
extra
both
points.
look so young.
And...
What do you mean?
4 to me, asks Ari. You know it. He's at 1.
1
Can
life.
McLaren force game 5?
You're gonna slam it, or are we gonna?
I'm gonna peel it real slow.
I'm gonna...
I'm gonna hear them.
McLaren wants to make sure that only Sean McLaren can see this card until we can see this card. You tease Sean McLaren.
I like it. I like it. I mean, whether you know you get to advance or not, it depends on this card. Take all the time you want.
That's fine if he isn't going to kill Ari, but if he is, that's the savagest roll.
Mantis Rider.
It is a Mantis
Oh my
Rider.
gosh, that's not going to do it.
That will not do it.
What is this chair? I want to know.
He's like, I want to know.
Oh, Ari. Oh, Sean.
Ari Lax yesterday was not super excited after he made the top 8. He said, I have 3 more matches to win. I learned that from Craig
I'm not
Wesco.
activating this card.
Oh my god.
Oh, Ari.
He's putting Ari in absolute agony right now. Why? Why? Why would you wait this long? Look at his face. Look at his face. Why would you?
Is there a way for McLaren to take it from here?
Well, technically McLaren is not dead on the next attack.
Right.
So
He plays the Mantis Rider and blocks something. And
Right.
Gets to untap.
from that point of view, yes, but it's very, very unlikely. So what has to happen now is Ari attacks, goes up, gains 5 life, or 4 life, going up to 5. McLaren now has to draw. It looks like a
Dig
dig
through time into double burn
into
spell.
double burn spell, which is not implausible. I mean, not completely implausible.
Right.
I just said it.
If he
I just said
burned
what
it
he said
in
at the same time.
hostilities, which we're pretty sure he did not,
Right, he could then reset the board.
he can then reset the board, yeah, put it back into a top deck mode.
Yep, time to make a play.
Is it dig?
It's not, no, Ari, it is not a dig. It's a Mantis.
1, 2, 3,
Ari,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Exile your guy.
Sure.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Ari actually has the double ABZAN charm, so...
Yep.
In. Ari Lax has the handshake, and Ari Lax is the champion of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
Made him do it, too. Made him do it. Caesar Garces, thanks for the follow.
2014.
No. I could have still done it with the bird life. Yeah, just make sure I did it.
Oh boy. Ari Lax claims the title.
Life, dude.
Probably see you in Barcelona.
Wow.
Hopefully.
And Sean Mclaren comes up one match short.
Gosh, that Siege Rhino top deck was insane.
Well, goodness gracious
top
me,
deck of the
that was
century if
just
Sean found it.
astonishing. Boy,
Would it have been better than Lightning Helix off the top? Probably not, right? I do not think it would have been better than Lightning Helix, but that is a really young looking LSV. Yeah, that was a finals match, right? Was it? Yeah, that was the finals. Oh, Helix wasn't a finals match. Oh. So then I guess that would have been the top deck of the century.
boys, Ari Lax takes the title in his first Pro Tour, top 8, and boy, did Sean Mclaren make us sweat at the end.
Yeah, that was
really appreciate his showmanship there. Sean, Ari Lax been playing the game since he was 5 years old. 5 years old, and as soon as you are a kid and you find out about the Pro Tour, you must.
Yeah, if it was actually dig into double burn spell, that would have been like the best ever, right? Is Arena up right now? I need to know if Arena's up.
You have to be dreaming about that moment.
Right.
And so exciting for him. You could see he could barely contain himself. He could barely get to his own turn to kill Sean Mclaren there. Just a tremendous amount of emotion from Ari, who really does try to keep himself in check somewhat. He struggled in this top 8, though.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Luis, that was a startling final, and indeed a great top 8 all round. We've seen some terrific matches today.
Yeah, definitely.
And standard, just pretty open, and a ton of great decks, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of decks with Siege Rhinos. There's a lot of different Jeskai colored decks, but there's still different decks. More so in the ABZAN, but there's still, you've got from Mike Sigrid's, junk aggro deck, or his ABZAN aggro deck, to Ari Lax's deck, which is the most controlling, to Tiago's deck, which is right in the middle. I mean, you can't argue that these aren't distinct decks.
And then, of course, we've got blue-black control sitting in the top 8 as well.
And I'm curious to see what happens with the Jeskai Ascendancy deck. Certainly seems like there are a number of different directions that people took it in. You guys played it one way. We saw a different version in the top 8. I'm curious to see what happens next week in LA.
Yeah, definitely.
With Jeskai Ascendancy.
All right. New standard is here, and a new Pro Tour champion is here. It is Ari Lax. Let's head you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
And welcome back to the news desk. I can barely hear myself talk over the applause for Ari Lax, our champion here. Randy Bueller, Zach Hill, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Randy, what was going through your head on that last stretch?
I was like having flashbacks. It's like 4 to the face, knock the top of your deck. Can you channel the spirit of Craig Jones? No, not this time.
So close.
It was, oh my, you can't play a closer game than that.
No, that
was an insane game.
Fantastic to watch. Super tense. We're all sitting here. We've got a monitor so that we can watch the action here, and it was one of these things where
we almost broke
doing.
this table, like leaning forward over it, and trying to figure out what's going on. Just seeing every card, that was crazy.
Yeah. So what's going to happen
Why does that
now?
strange man sound so much like
run through
LSV?
kind of how the tournament, the top 8 went for you
Right?
guys, while we
Right?
let Ari take a
Yep,
moment
that's why
to
no one's from
celebrate
Arena,
with his
yep.
friends, and also we're going to get set up.
You also
for
like
the
PT
ceremony
Dragons of
where they're
Tarkir?
actually going to announce.
Why don't we just look that one up? And then we'll watch this one. Look! Did you see how young he looks? Oh my gosh. Shota Yasuka versus Martin Dang. Okay, nobody tell me how this ends because I don't like spoilers.
Denmark and Japan. Dang and Yasuoka. Aggro and Control. It's classic Magic, and it's happening live right now.
Ooh, LSV has the beard. What did you just say, Nimbleslav?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the final match of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Louis Scott Vargas. You see the two players
You haven't
there
heard his name in a long
ready
time.
to
True.
go to battle
No
in the best
spoilers,
3 out of
guys.
5.
If I hear a
Martin
spoiler, you
Dang
need timed out.
of Denmark. He's in his 11th Pro Tour.
LSV
He
does
has
look
one of the
super young,
highest
dude.
winning percentages on tour this year, and he has taken it from the Grand
All right,
Prix
let me go
to
ahead
the
and
Pro
do-
Tour
what is
level
this, Pro
to
Tour
get all the
Tarkir?
way to the final here. His opponent on the other side of the red zone is that man, Team MTG Mint Card Shota Yasuoka of Japan, one of the finest control players to ever sleeve up a 75 card concoction. He is on blue-black control. And BDM, we begin with drama.
Well, as it was, game one's a pretty bad matchup for Yasuoka. He mulliganed pretty aggressively down to 5 cards, and then realized he had not de-sideboarded from his last match. That is not a game loss. He hadn't drawn a card. It was before anything had gone into play. But he was forced to fix his deck and mulligan down to 4. So he's starting on 4 cards against a very good hand.
Oh,
from
that's how
Martin
they
Dang.
do it. You have to mold a 4.
It was, and looking at Yasuoka's 5-card hand, I don't think that he was in great shape there either. I mean, very few.
Is that how it's always been?
To compete with this, he needs to draw a Bioblight like now.
Right
and
now.
in fact, he's got Pluto Delta and a Bioblight, so this hand might have had more of a shot than his 5-card hand. You know, which is interesting because he's going to get to Bioblight the 2 Monastery Swift Spears. He's still under pressure and still doesn't have a ton of cards to work with, but the Bioblight erases one of the mulligans at least. It's a 2-for-1 in the other direction.
Yeah, it certainly means he's got more time to answer the bell as Monastery Swift Spears bite the dust to Bioblight. Dash my Lightning Berserker.
And Mana Confluence, me and you.
Tapping Mana Confluence to give the Lightning Berserker plus +0 is all quite funny, but
if there was any doubt who the beatdown is, I think we've just had that taken care
Oh,
of.
it was on 5
That's
already
still 4
before
damage a
he
turn.
saw it. Okay.
And Shadow's in
What's an
a
Ice
spot
Fall
where he
again?
still can't cast double blue spells. So
Right.
this is where the Mulligan 4 really catches up. The first 2 turns,
Was
land
Mono
the
Red
Bioblade was
against Demir Control?
pretty normal, but now
Lightning
Shadow's drawing
Berserker.
6 drops, has Jason's Ingenuity in his hand, is on Swamp, Opulent Palace, is unlikely to get to cast another spell this
Right.
game.
Interestingly, no third land this whole time for Martin Dang, who's just been dinging himself with the Mana Confluence.
Triumphs
But,
at home. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he would have
It
certainly
is
been
Triumph at
fine
home.
drawing more lands this game, but doesn't really need them because now he has double wild / here to close things out.
Thanks
Game
for
is
playing,
freaking over.
and that was game 1. And that's where we do 3 out of 5 in the finals.
That was,
right there. Shota Yasuoka
wow.
mulliganed to 5 initially, then to 4 when he very sportingly called on himself that he had that sideboard card there. So that's just good play all round. Goes to 4, and we'll be back after this.
Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Make Magic history by joining in on the biggest Magic Premier Play weekend ever, featuring events in Chiba, Utrecht, and Las Vegas. Pre-register now at magic.wizards.com/modernmastersweekend.
Now, normally, Luis, when you sit down in round 3 of Friday Night Magic against someone you've only met at the store a couple of times, and you play all of 3 or 4 turns as you just monster them to death with your mono red deck, you're then left with actually a little bit of trouble on maybe, I wonder exactly what he's doing and what his plans are. But of course, these players have had 24 hours to look at each other's deck lists ultimately, so no hidden surprises anywhere. Let's take a look at Martin Dang's sideboard and work out what the leader in this final already, just 2 or 3 minutes in, is going to do against Shota Yasuoka.
My guess is that he's going to board in all the creatures, potentially all 7, as well as one of the Hall of Triumph. That is a kind of anti-Drown and Sorrow card because it makes it so your Goblin Rabble Master and your Zurgo live through Drown and Sorrow. He's got cards like Wild Slash in his deck, which isn't really what he's looking to cast, and I don't think that he's as interested in having all of those, as well as the Lightning Strikes and Stokes are good enough, but the Wild Slashes is really not what he's interested in.
What's Goblin
It's
Heel
easy
Cutter?
enough to see, even to a casual observer, how Hall of Triumph could be a really big deal. I get that. Talk to me about Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Standard.
To what extent is that designed to be a kind of one-and-done shock as Shota deals with it, and to what extent is that a sort of functional game plan right there?
It's not as much of a game plan as, say, some of the modern burn decks where they really want to have Eidolon out to punish the decks that play a ton of spells. More, it's a 2-mana 2/2 that when your opponent kills it with a removal spell, they take 2 damage. That doesn't sound like a very fancy card, and it really isn't, but it's exactly what this deck wants. It is fine if its card trades 1 for 1 and deals 2 damage. If that happens enough times, the red deck is going to win. It is content to chip away.
But if it sticks and you counter a couple spells afterwards, and you haven't dealt with it immediately, it's also exerting a pretty big tax on your life total.
Yeah, if Eidolon ever stays in play and hits Shota, and then Shota has to cast a spell into the Eidolon that doesn't kill the Eidolon, the game's almost over at that point.
Okay.
So that's Martin Dang. We think all the creatures come in, so that's 7, plus one of the Hall of Triumphs, round about 8. Let's see if Shota Yasuoka has a similar amount of transformation going on. A much more complex sideboard in terms of ones here and there. There are 5 cards with just 1 copy, a couple of Disdainful Stroke, which have done great work for him earlier in the day, a couple of Stratus Dancers, and his 3s are Duress and Drowned in Sorrow. Gentlemen, what do we think happens with this side of the board?
I'm looking at Virulent Plague pretty hard right here. I think that's going to certainly come in as a permanent way to deal with 8 cards in his deck, not including the Rabble Master.
Yeah, Virulent Plague is like a Drown in Sorrow that only targets Goblin tokens, but like BDM just said, there's 8 cards in the main deck that only make Goblin tokens, and there's going to be the 4 Rabble Masters that, once they're not making Goblin tokens, are less impressive. They're still a fine card if they're getting damage in, but yes, they are much less good.
Let me ask you about a card, Negate. That's a card that's looked somewhat impressive against the red decks thus far because they're it becomes almost like an essence scatter on a handful of cards.
I would not be surprised if Shota boarded it in. It's a little less needed in this matchup than we saw Adrian Sullivan board them in.
I rule still like that because
Adrian,
before it was a game
he didn't
loss.
really have any big
I know it's a
threats
game
to
loss
have
in
for,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Whereas Shota actually has cards
If you
like
never forgot to
Ice
decipher, you
Guard
never
that he
played
can just
Paper Magic
slam and try to end the game with. That being said, Negate
sure,
still
or
seems like
Yu-Gi-Oh!
a perfectly acceptable card to board in.
If there was that much money in the line, I would set reminders for myself.
A Plague,
Just set one
maybe
for
a
your
Negate,
phone.
Ultimate Price.
Yeah, I would expect to see all of those cards come in.
Not gonna lie, watching this definitely giving me some weird alternative reality vibes. Man, things got weird. Why is that, Abyssal? Atarka Red was the best red deck. Atarka. Atarka's Command? Like green-red?
More expensive cards, the card draw, the Ugins. Like, you can even see Crux of Fate being worse than a lot of these cheaper black removal spells.
Sure.
If you expect your 5 drops to be dragons.
This time around, I can tell you that Shota Yasuoka is keeping his opening hand of 7, so the question becomes, will Dang be able to do the same? There you see the feature match area, our photographer Craig Gibson leaning over Dang's shoulder, getting a good look at his opening hand, but I wonder whether Dang can keep his opening grip of 7.
One other aspect of this matchup that wasn't present in the semifinal match is that Shota has access to Foul Tongue Invocation, which often will just kill a goblin token, but more importantly, gain 4 life. And having that much massive life gain is a pretty big advantage.
We are underway in game number 2. Shota Yasuoka under the gun, 1-0 down after a really fast game 1. Mono Red will do that to you, and it's going to try and do it all over again, starting off with Foundry Street Denizen on turn 1. There is Dang's hand. He's got a Monastery Swift Spear, Zergo, double command, and Lightning Strike.
And Zergo is coming out to make the Foundry Street Denizen attack for 2, but you'll notice Dan did not play a land on turn 2. He kept a 1-land hand with all 3 drops.
And there goes the Drown in Sorrow.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest cards in this matchup.
Drown in Sorrow.
Pretty aptly named here.
Yeah. It is punishing Dan for missing his land drops.
First
And
Swift
that's
Spear.
the
Just get -2/-2.
is looking great.
Yeah.
Past the turn from Yasuoka.
Dragon Lord Silmgar going to do probably his best work by just gaining 4 life. Eventually, well, I guess there's even an Icefall region to reveal. Eventually, these dragons are going to come down.
What was that card right there?
Revealing them ahead of time doesn't give up an advantage, but it does provide a much needed 4 life. Though actually, in this case, maybe it's not even much needed.
Reveal a dragon,
Martin has run out of cards he can cast, and
he's
still
dragon
won
or
that.
controlled a dragon,
Did I mention
you gain
this is
4
why we played 3 out of 5?
It's kind of broken.
There's the Icefall Regent. And a pretty difficult card to deal with anyway.
Yeah.
And for the red deck, constrained on mana, down, stuck on 2 lands, it's not.
Okay, so basically it has Ward 2.
There's the Dragon Fodder.
Martin has enough mana to pay for the additional cost of
a 5 mana
targeting it, but not enough mana to actually pay for the spell.
I can make the payments. I can't make the
And you
down
can
payment.
freeze something down.
So Yasuoka already in huge command of this game. Dang speculated. Now, is the 1 land, is that something that you speculate on more? 1-0 up?
No, that should not. It should definitely not change it, given that you're up a game. It will that you're on the draw. So
sure.
In that sense, yes. But mostly that on the draw, a 1-land hand with 3 1-drops and a lot of 2-drops. The red deck just has to keep its hands.
Right, but it wasn't about I've got 1 free win. I'd like a second. Let's roll the dice.
Interesting card. I just saw that it looks like Stratus Dancer came in.
Yeah, I like that.
A shout out as a creature that he can just trade with, and then possibly
Jesus
even get the
Ingenuity?
chance to unmorph as a means of counter. Oh my gosh, he's going to take the Eidolon.
Ugh.
Eidolon now punishing Martin.
5 mana
for every
instant
spell
draw
he
3.
casts, where
That's so
Shadow's
much
just
worse
casting
than freaking
6 mana spells.
Ravenlore.
That's the possibilities of that card are just so great at the casual level, at just the funnest of all Magic's levels.
Shoda may not go below 20 life this game. he gained 6 or 7 even off of all of his effects, but his life total currently is high enough that he may not actually dip to below starting.
When you first learn about Magic, this is what you expect it to be: dragons versus goblins.
For like, it's so bad.
And as usual, you'd rather be on the side
they are
of
playing
the,
a Targus
the
command.
dragons here.
I just don't see any green lands.
Although, the way this matchup is drawn up, you want to be on the side of the goblins most
Oh
of
my
the
gosh,
time.
we're playing Dragon Fodder?
It's going to be 1-1
that card look
here in a
unplayable right
little
now?
bit, we at least presume. But
So Stoke the Flames takes down the Eidolon.
In one of the great value plays of the top 8, I'll stoke the flames my own idol of the Great Rebel.
yeah.
And then concede.
So, I'm pretty sure we're due to have a final sometime soon in our feature match area between Martin Dang of Denmark and Shota Yasuoka of Japan. What is worth noting, by the way, and I know at least one of us in the booth is extraordinarily good at Magic, is every Pro Tour we get a lot of comments on social media sort of asking just, how much luck is involved in Magic, because there's always, what's on the top of the deck and what you're drawing and so on. But when you see 2 games like that, which are going on a player's record as, a loss for each of them, and then you realise that over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games, the best players in the game are winning 2 out of every 3, despite every time that happens to them. It does just show what a vastly skillful game we play.
Yeah, and the flip side of that is also that for every time that you have to mulligan to 4 and lose almost automatically, your opponent does that too, and
sure.
And I think that helps balance it out as well.
Yeah.
Hullbreaker's post-El
So we're
Drain
down to
Pearl
best 2 out of 3 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, traditional.
Best 2 out of 3, but all sideboarded.
All sideboarded. So a very fair fight. We do have all the sideboard information about how these guys sideboarded at this point. And Shout brought in 2 Stratus Dancers, a Bile Blight, 3 Drown in Sorrows. He did bring in the Negate, the Ultimate Price, and the Virulent Plague. So everything we thought. And he took out Dissolves,
This blue black
one
deck
Jace's
plays
Infinity,
Dismal
one
Backwater.
Ugin,
What?
Two Thoughtseize and
two
all the
Thoughtseize,
Cruxes.
yeah,
What?
no Crokeyz. So you were right on that call. And
Why?
then how did Dang sideboard?
He took
The
out. He
game
only took
life?
out one of the Wild Slashes, and he might also reboard. In a best of 5 game, you're often going to change how you sideboard. Like, for example, Wild Slash may not be the best value card, but it gets a lot better when your opponent has some Stratus Dancers flying around. A couple Hordling Outbursts. The Frenzy Goblin certainly wants to come out. A Dragon Fighter, kind of like minimizing the damage Virulent Plague does, because again, he knows about that card.
Sure.
And
Virulent
Dragon Sorrow
Plague.
does.
That's
And then
a card.
putting in Eidolon's Goblin Heel Cutter and Hall of Triumph.
I'd like to ask you about
card's still in the
Bile
store.
Blight, which is a card that obviously has tremendous use and utility, and just fantastic that the with the same name comes up so often. That's one of the reasons it's so powerful. But we noticed in the semi-finals where Adrian Sullivan against Martin Dang was in the position of having, if you like, the wrong minus in the sense that he
Burning
had
Trim
the
Assyrians in this
sorcery
format.
speed Drown in Sorrow, and found that he was being dashed to pieces, as it were, by Dang. How important is the balance between Bile Blights to kill things and Drown in Sorrows to kill things? It feels to me like the instant speed of Bile Blight is really critical here.
And Bile Blight is also the card you could main deck because it's a 2-drop and it kills slightly larger range
Radiant
of things because it deals
You only need
kills
1
3
drops
toughness
and gaining
creatures, so
life
2
is the
toughness
way of the game
creatures.
against
So
these
that's why you see
decks.
more Bile Blights
True.
for main decks than the sideboards, and you need a mix too. You'd rather
many
you'd almost
dual
always against the red decks rather draw 1 and 1 than 2 of any given one. But if
also-
you had to draw 2, you'd rather them both be Bile Blights.
You can even kill up with
Bring
Bile
back
Blight
Hyper
because
Aggro.
it's an instant, because it's -3/-3.
Yeah.
You could actually, in some situation where you're attacking
Honestly,
your
that new saga
4/4 into a large
It's
creature.
really good at being
When
hyper
you're sticking
aggro.
your Iceful Regent in front of something huge.
Sure.
The
Yeah. So,
I forgot what the card's
there's a
name
lot-
is. That new
it has a
1 mana
little
red
bit-
saga.
A lot more
I think
flexibility
that card's
than
insane.
Drown in Sorrow.
So that is Bile Blight. Drown in Sorrow, sorcery speed, -2/-2. You get to, there's lots of value to be had there for sure. Let's see.
As long as the
players
aggro deck doesn't get
hopefully
Embercleave,
keep
I'm okay.
7 apiece.
Martin Dang keeps and drops a Monastery Swift Spear right into play.
It's unfortunate that both players
There's
have
the
only
Dismal
permanents that
Backwater.
can play tapped.
There you get a look at what Yasuoka is holding: a pair of Stratus Dancers, a Bile Blight, a Silumgar Scorn,
Stratus Dancer
and a
do again?
Polluted Delta, and
And you did say a Bile Blight.
What's that?
And you did say a Bile Blight.
I did say Bile Blight.
Which is very good news, potentially, because...
Oh, that was last
okay.
game's hand, sorry. We're getting that updated for you.
So double Swift Spear.
And I think one of the reasons that
Unmorph Negate, okay.
Martin did keep Wild Slash in is to defend a Monastery Swift Spear against Drown in Sorrow. Because here we see Shota actually didn't have Bile Blight, that was from his last game, but does have Drown in Sorrow. And Drown in Sorrow is not going to be able to battle the Swift Spears if Martin has any kind of instant. And it turns out he's got Atarka's Command at the ready here. So it'll be interesting to see if he plays that main phase to deal the 2 extra damage, or potentially 4 extra damage actually if you choose the +1/+1 mode, and then walks into a Drown in Sorrow. So it looks like he's just going to go aggressive here.
Double Swift Spear is insane.
18 apiece, but again, remember, fundamentally, this is about Yasuoka's life total for the majority of the game until it becomes clear that he's going to win, and then Dang's total becomes largely irrelevant.
So, dealing what, 9 there?
If everything resolves according to plan, it deals 9.
Wow.
Shota does have Silumgar Scorn, but he does not currently have a dragon to reveal.
Yikes.
Drown in Sorrow.
Okay.
Go away.
Nice.
Hoping to hit no Wild Slash. The Wild Slash would have been absolutely brutal there.
And now we're going to see a Goblin Rabblemaster.
That's a nice foil Rabblemaster.
Shota down to 8.
And that will protect from Foul Tongue Invocation, but Shota instantly kept his top card on top, and it was an Icefall Regent, which is going to come down in an extra turn. Rabblemaster is going to make a second token here.
He is under the gun, Shota Yasuoka. The players tied 1 and 1, and Dang off to the races with the Rabblemaster and team that is going to start to grow here this turn.
So I would imagine that Shota does want to cast Foul Tongue because it essentially saves 4 life from the actual casting of it, 1 from the Goblin hits you, and 1 from the Rabblemaster not getting pumped. So it's, saving 6 life is
Not a
likely worth
counterspell.
it.
I mean, Shoto's not like exactly
even
dead
then,
right
his
now,
next turn
right?
play of Icefall Regent doesn't necessarily answer Rabblemaster straight up.
So he dashes in Zergo.
And Shota says, here we go.
Reveals the dragon.
My package of dragon plus life gain plus sacrifice. But then in comes the team, and Yasuoka again deep in trouble.
Gosh, Rabble Master's so good against Foul Tongue Invocation. Well, like gaining 4 life is insane there.
And Zergo, unfortunately for Martin,
You're going to get to go Ice Fang, keep the Rabble Master tapped, and then have a blocker for the 1/1.
There's the Rebel Master
So now
not
you have to
going
run
anywhere.
a goblin into that every turn.
It will kill further goblin tokens, but Martin still has the 1 left over there, and then he can play 2 haste creatures this turn. He can dash Zergo, play Swift Spear, and just attack with everything. And then even though Zergo then gets eaten, that puts Zergo to 3 life.
Oh. Dang's so close.
3, and he's going to get a 3rd goblin this coming turn.
Probably needs like a Silumgar's command or something. Gain a life,
Shoulda
not
goes to
bad.
4, so he gets to go to 1 this turn.
All right, so with those gain lands,
But
Shoda
keeps
would be at 2
drawing
without
Scorns,
them.
which
So
doesn't mean that Dan can't play more cards, but Shoda needs to draw a good card this turn. He needs to draw a Bioblade or a Drown in Sorrow. Or a Foul Tongue, that would also do it.
Here we go. What have we drawn?
Land.
It was a swamp. Scooped them up, and blistering pace here in the final. We've played 3 games. We're barely underway. And Martin
be the
Dang
fastest
of
final
Denmark
ever.
is within 1 game of a Pro Tour title and $40,000 US.
I think we could
40,000?
fit these 3 games within other games played in the Stop It.
Well, minus taxes, it's like
Could
25,000.
certainly fit these 3 games in any
But
number of games
40,000?
Shout has played down the stretch of day 2.
Well, he plays really, really quickly, which is one of the things that actually impresses me about him as well.
He plays quickly, but we have seen him go to time just playing in mirror matches. There were so many blue-black control decks yesterday down the stretch.
Well, why don't we take a look at Zergo Bellstriker, our legendary friend from Dragons of Tarkir.
Not seen in any of the blue-black control decks.
Has Shoda not stolen one of those?
He may have.
Sure, at some point that's
This card seems broken.
yeah, very interesting
Fernando,
to see
thanks for the follow.
that the dash ability really came to the fore for Martin Dang in the semi-finals, as we said. Basically, the last 4 turns of that match were 2 mana, dash Zergo, 2 mana, dash Zergo. And Louise, as a good guide for players who are looking at new sets and trying to work out what's good, it's often
Only
look
it was
at the
a
top
goblin?
right-hand
Yeah, I know.
corner before you look at the bottom right-hand corner. Is a good sort of starting point
They
sometimes.
didn't mention any
Well,
arena
it's interesting
cosmetics,
is
and that's where the real
greater
value
the
is.
top right, the less likely that a vanilla creature, a creature without very many abilities, will be good. But 1 is priced to move. At 1, you can accept a lot.
In fact, you don't even have to have abilities. You can have drawbacks,
Yes.
like we see on Zergo Bellstriker. He can't block a creature with power 2 or greater.
The dash ability is a significant advantage.
That is true.
It does mean top deck Zergos not only have haste and start working right away, they dodge source speed.
Yeah, but I can
we
only
saw
imagine.
it dodging the Drown in Sorrow. Zergo with buyback.
Did Siege Rhino rotate
Against
out this
Drown in
format,
Sorrow
or
with
was it still in
sorcery speed.
standard?
Let's look at a card on the other side of the matchup. Here's Icefall Regent.
Gosh, that art is so
and
good.
in this matchup, Louise, this was the second most played dragon coming out
Still in?
of
So I would
Dragons of
assume that
Tarkir.
the-
On this occasion,
that deck had a good matchup
3
against
in the
Mono Red.
bottom right-hand corner for toughness
But then that deck
does
lost
feel
to
like a very
Mirror Control.
scary number if you're on the blue-black side of the table.
Yeah, this card would be absolutely disgusting if it had a 4 toughness.
Oh, my lord.
If it couldn't get killed by Lightning Strike or Draconic Roar or Bioblade, that would be a
I
completely
mean,
different
you'd swap it,
ballgame.
wouldn't you? You take a 3-4.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Every time here.
3/4 would be much stronger. That being said, this is still a very strong card. It still makes it so even though spells that are normally much cheaper than the Icefall, they have to start going up to the cost of Icefall or near it. Hero's Downfall costs as much as Icefall to kill Icefall. And that sort of mana inefficiency on your opponent's
Hero's
side
Downfall's in this format
does
too?
help justify the card. It means that one of the disadvantages of playing a 5-mana card is that your opponent can pay 2 to kill it. They can pay, at best, they're paying 4 mana to kill it. There's just not very many 1-mana spells that kill it.
Brian David Marshall.
Yes, sir.
We may have 2 more games, but we may only have 1. We'll see. The players are back there looking at their hands. I do want to try and ask you a little bit about Shota and the Hall of Fame, but we'll see whether these 2 keep their 7s, because obviously we don't want to miss a thing. There's Shota deep in thought looking at an opening hand. We'll see if we can get a sense of... there's the overhead for you. You see a dig. There's a Dragon Lord there. And he's sending it away.
It looked like a hand that had multiple cards that, could conceivably not be cast in a game of Magic versus Martin Dang.
Well, one of the peculiarities of the blue-black versus mono-red matchup,
I
and this
love
has been
watching
true as
really
long as
fast
blue-black
battle
and mono-red
shufflers.
have been decks and Magic, is that it's not an attrition battle. It's not who has more cards left at the end. It's
Career
Can't
winnings,
do black, cast spells, and have them do
186,740.
things.
That's a lot of freaking
Should
money.
have a five card hand with Drown in Sorrow and be very happy.
To have a
So while this
61%
mulligan
win
is
record
taking
in the Pro
place, you
Tour is
see
insane.
one Pro Tour top 8 before this weekend, so this is his second.
64%
I'm
win
not
rate
going to
in
ask you to
Grand
make the
Prix.
case for
That's
him
also
for the
insane.
Hall of Fame, because that is not our job, quite clearly. But what is your sense of what people are saying out there in terms of what this changes for Shota?
So there are two types of people voting for the Hall of Fame when it comes to Shadow Yasuoka. The people who've already voted for him, and the people who've been looking for a reason to vote for him, who are distracted by that number 1 next to his name under Pro Tour top 8s. And I feel like, while 2 is still not the number you normally associate with someone getting inducted into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, he's someone who's had so many top 16s and is such an important piece of the Japanese Magic community. I think that a lot of people are gonna look past that and look at some of the numbers that show how consistent and how remarkable his career has been.
We are going to see whether Shota Yasuoka can
That's a lot of
force
freaking matches, dude.
a game
18
5.
Grand Prix top 8s?
He looks very
That's
land
insane.
heavy. Is that 5 land ultimate price?
It is.
Wow.
That's a very keepable 6-card hand, but
Sure.
this is one of the hands that can run out of spells. I mean, very clearly you cast ultimate price on the first creature you see, if it's like a Swift Spears or a Go, and then you hope to draw more spells.
And then you just die to a Rabble Master that never gets answered.
That is one of the outcomes, and
or Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, on this occasion we don't have
That's a
the
polluted
Rabble
Delta,
Master
right?
yet for Dang, but he is underway with turn 1 Monastery Swift Spear. If he's going to win this Pro Tour this game, he is only a few minutes away. That is almost certain. Here's Eidolon of the Great Revel, ready to punish cheap spells from the other side of the table. As Yasuoka, don't worry, Martin, he hasn't got any spells to cast apart from that one ultimate price.
Yeah,
which he's going to use here.
I don't know. The Great Rebel is not as good when your opponent has just all lands in that hand.
Yes, which is clearly a reason not to play it.
So Shota does have a decision here. He could just try and draw Drown in Sorrow. The problem with doing that is you do get punished if you do draw like another spot removal spell and you weren't able to use your mana.
What was that?
It looks like he's been taunted with the Virulent Plague there.
Not actually a terrible card to draw in this particular game because Martin's hand has double Hordling Outburst and now it looks like a Rabble Master. Still, Shota can't be that happy about drawing it because he doesn't know all that.
Yeah, Virulent Plague was
1, 2,
played a lot
3.
with
Ow, says Martin. I take some points
when
of
Field of
damage
Dead was in Historic.
off my own Eidolon.
So now he's going to ultimate price.
14 for Yasuoka.
Gets to untap and play the Plague.
This actually is not going that poorly for Shota. He gets to Plague away that. He gets to essentially Plague away one of the cards in Martin's hand. Martin does have still a couple spells left. He can still play Eidolon. He still has Lightning Strike. If he draws Green Man, he's got a Tarka's Command. But his offense has been blunted, and Shota did draw Hero's Downfall that will kill Monastery Swift Spear if nothing else happens. Or at the very least, kill Eidolon of Great Revel if that's what comes out this turn.
And that is what comes down.
Yep.
More lands.
Yasuoka finds another land.
Yeah, this would have been the turn to draw Icefall Regent, play that, lock something down, and have a good board presence. Instead, it's Heroes Downfall your Eidolon, take 2, take 1 from Swift Spear, go to 10, hope you don't have too many more spells.
Time running out. Martin Dang does not run out of spells. He's got Rabble Master, Command, Strike, Outburst sitting there in hand. So Shota reaches out with Hero's Downfall.
So at the very least getting pinged by Eidolon. At this point I would expect to see a Lightning Strike potentially hit Shota's face. It's that or play Rabble Master. It depends on how much you care about Drown in Sorrow. Looks like Martin's gonna not worry about too much about Drown in Sorrow, though he could also still pass the turn. I like playing Rabble Master, but I could see leaving up Lightning Strike to protect from Drown.
There's Hall of Triumph.
Right out of the sideboard. That could be a flavor win at one of the most flavorful Pro Tours we've seen.
It could. I actually don't love Hall of Triumph here. I think one of the ways you lose this game is both your creatures get dealt with. And
flavorful Pro Tours,
if
you play
leave
Hall of
on
Triumph
top
on
and
your
Shota
last
does
turn
not
of the
drown,
game.
that sets up one of your lost conditions. Instead, putting it on the bottom and hoping to draw either creatures or burn spells could put you in okay shape.
And that looks like that's what he did.
Yasuoka proactively makes a morph. Here's a clue. Stratus dots are
And
on
you
the
have
right
no
of
idea
your
what that.
screen.
The opponent has no idea
I
what
think
that
Martin's
is,
very
right? You
well
don't
aware
have
of
to show them.
that. So he's not going to play a lightning strike into that. Though he could ensure
can't
he
even
resolves both
respond to the
spells by
morph ability,
playing
right?
one of Atarka's
It's just a
command
mana
and lightning
ability,
strike
so it
and
just
playing the
happens.
other. But
It doesn't go on a stack.
you know, that actually kind of shuts
you
down
just,
his
like-
offense. Monastery Sister can't attack unless you play a non-creature spell. Those are the spells that
Pretty good.
Stratus Dancer can in fact counter.
Trigger you can. Okay.
3 spells for Dang.
We finally found a use for this Hordling Outburst. Now, this actually is a good play here. It can push the Swift Spear past the morph. It's not often you see that, but I don't think you want to run one of your 2-mana spells into the flip ability on Stratus Dancer when you pay the Megamorph cost. It'll counter an instant sorcery, and so here clearly you're not going to counter the Hordling Outburst because it doesn't do anything, but it does make the Monastery Swift Spear 2/3.
He attacks with the Rabble Master as well.
And Yasuoka now has to look very carefully at his 10 life and work out just how much of that he needs.
Well, you'd like to keep at least 9 of it. But,
Yeah.
So he's got basically 2 options. One is just
Not
take
trying
it,
to
go to
face down
6,
more at
and
the end of the game
have
as a
Stratus
game
Dancer
loss?
protect from burn spells.
Really?
The other is to trade with Rabble Master.
Oh, that's true because
Go to
you
8.
don't know if it's like a land or
I would
not.
prefer to do that and then hope, because one of your outs is drawing one
Liliana
of your 5 or
versus
6
Emrakul
mana
in the
dragons,
finals?
in which case you won't have Dancer up. And it's only stopping
We
a
might
3
watch-
damage spell
we might
anyway,
watch that
so
one
I'd rather
instead,
just stop 2 damage right away.
2 damage that might recur next turn.
It's just land in hand though for Yasuoka.
So Martin has the Pro Tour win here if he goes in and casts both his spells. He's played pretty tightly so far. He's played conservatively. He's not, he sat on Become Immense against Agent Sullivan for a number of turns. I could see him not running those out.
It's so hard not to be in a rush though when there's $40,000 and a title on the line.
Yeah, and your opponent has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, but it's not your opponent. It's Shota Yasuoka.
I mean,
The
Dang
good thing
has
is,
6
by
damage
casting
in
those
hand, right?
spells, he
Was it
doesn't
Darkest
lose
Command
much
Lightning Strike?
either way. He's
Or
not
you just
losing
need
much
Shota to
equity.
go to 6.
Either Shota has a removal spell and kills your Swift Spear, and then he's at 2 versus you're no hand, or the burn spells get countered and the Swift Spear still attacks for extra damage.
Let's see if
So,
this is the final turn
He needs to
of the
answer
Pro
the Swift
Tour.
Spear right now, or else, maybe
Lightning
dead.
Strike.
Lightning Strike?
Okay.
Prowess? Do you have an answer? Darkest Command?
Show you the
Land
command,
hand.
and Martin Dang wins Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. It was Azatarka commanded, and that is your Danish Pro Tour champion.
Azatarka
And is
commanded.
he ever thrilled? Here in his 11th Pro Tour, he takes down the valiant, the awesome Shota Yasuoka in 4 games, and Martin Dang brings it home to Denmark. Here in Europe, fantastic job by his opponent again, but Martin Dang, your champion.
Put another Denmark in the record books.
Fantastic achievement, and Luis just so patient throughout there. Right from that seems to be the theme of the whole
You've seen
day
the dragons
from him,
that survive
with
at
what
1,
was
dig into
easily
the answers, gain
fastest
5
deck
life, kill
in
you
the
on
build.
board.
Yeah, just because you're
Or
playing
kill your
Monterey
board
does
and
not
pass
mean you
with
have to be in a
counters
rush
up.
to
Yeah,
get
it's
out all your
insane.
spells. And
It
sometimes
never
this
loses
deck does
again.
reward dash for 2,
Oh,
dash for
no.
2, keep sit on my burn spells.
You've seen that way too often?
BDM, your sense
He
of
did
the
draw a lot of
accomplishment
lands, though.
of Martin Dang.
Well, coming into this top 8, everyone was talking about blue-black control versus red-green. That was, 6 of the 8 decks in the top 8. There was an ABZAN deck that nobody was paying any attention to, and there was this mono
Got about
red
6
deck.
minutes of screen time.
And there was this mono red deck, and it really has just shown that how the metagame shifts. We see people going to these blue-black control decks to deal with these red-green decks, and then this aggro red deck is able to slide in under the bottom here.
All right. Plenty of analysis still to come here at the home of Magic the Gathering. For now, though, from Louis Scott Vargas, Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan saying farewell from the booth, it's back to the news desk. Here comes Marshall Sutcliffe and the team.
Gosh, that whole finals was 30 minutes.
Thank you, Rich. Wow, what a great finish to the tournament. Guys, I'm eager to get initial impressions. Martin Dang taking this thing down with mono red.
Yeah, Dane Blast 2?
Yeah.
Hey,
It's a big push, right?
He blasted Shota, that's for sure. Yeah, what's interesting to me, the finals of this Pro Tour
Blasted
keep peddling
Shota.
dragons against dragon fodder.
Blasted
I don't know if the flavor works out quite right with the dragon fodder winning, but...
No, that's not how the flavor pans out, but I mean, you gotta root for the underdog sometimes.
I mean, from a deck construction point of view, though, Martin Dang just had the right deck, right? He was able to just plow through all the control decks that wound up rising to the top of the Swiss and making it into the top 8. And yeah, great player, great deck, and congratulations to the Pro Tour champ.
You know, this deck never really looked like it. Like I've watched this deck quite a few times in the hands of Martin Dang. Remember, he was in the King of the Hill match for a long time throughout the course of the weekend here, and I gotta say the thing just keeps chugging. You know, I've seen aggro decks that seem to really just peter out, and you're kind of like, yeah, you're never winning this game. It happened a little bit to Martin, but not as often as I normally see. What are the tools he brought that stood out to you, Ian?
Yeah, I think the token-based strategy was really key here. What we saw from the blue-black decks is they really like to just keep trading 1-for-1, Heroes Downfall, Silence the Believers, and so on. But Dang's deck, able to go wide early in the game, it not only keeps him one step ahead of his opponent, but it makes it so hard to come back with 1-for-1 removal.
Yeah, huge congratulations to our champion, Martin Dang. He is elated. You saw the fists go up.
Really happy for him. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, now, one thing we got to wrap up here, gentlemen, before we continue our analysis. The dragon counter. We need a final dragon count. How far did we get here? Let's light the flames under the dragon counter one last time here and see how many we had. You know, we crossed the 100 a while ago. Let's light it up here. You see Kolagon leading the way. 114 is our final tally. Crazy. I have to say I would have taken the under on that before the weekend came in, but Dragons of Tarkir.
They counted all the dragons that were played
here. Let's take another look also at our top 8 bracket. I'm going to sort of set the stage for our champion, Martin Dang. He came in the 3rd seed from Denmark, and you can see how things played out over the course of the top 8 here.
He always had a suit to commentate the draw 2s and top 8s that he missed, and they would just ask him.
From Denmark.
They were like, hey, we know you didn't make the top 8 here, but you want to commentate real quick?
Semifinals here in his 2nd Pro Tour top 8, and that set the stage for Martin Dang versus Shota Yasoka.
I mean, look at the path
Andre
had
Strasky
through,
lost
right?
in the semifinals.
ABZAN control, blue-black control, blue-black control.
Not bad.
Really quite an international top 8 here, I want to point out as well. You know, we've got players from the United States, from Japan, from all over Europe. Just really showcases the worldwide aspect. Yeah, New Zealand as well. Showcases the worldwide
More
aspect
gold fans
of
in
Magic
that now,
Gathering.
probably.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point as well. You know, looking at that route, Ian, one of the things that you told me before the top 8 actually started was you said, look, I think if Martin Dang can get past this quarterfinal hurdle,
Reed Duke's brother?
that it looks pretty clear to the finish line for him. It ended up playing out that way too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ABZAN deck was one of his big obstacles there. As it turned out, the ABZAN deck wasn't playing Sylvan Carrington and a couple of the other low drops, which allowed Martin Dang to kind of sneak underneath and get a quick
kind of
win
look
there.
alike.
And then the blue-black control decks rose to the top. And as we've seen time and again, these super aggressive mono-red decks are really well suited for taking down the blue-black control decks with a strong late game.
So, Ian, you work in R&D at Wizards of the Coast. Randy, you had a long stint there as well. I want to dust off your R&D brain, because I know his has been going the whole time. Maybe yours never stops. I don't know. What do you take away from standard for this tournament? You know, blue-black control, mono-red were our finalists, but those weren't the only 2 decks here. What did you see from a big picture perspective?
Big picture, I saw the latest set shook things up dramatically. Huge. I mean, the stark change from where we were a month ago. Yeah, okay, ABZAN's still a thing. You know, one ABZAN deck almost limped into the top 8, sort of last month's deck. There was just a shocking number of new decks and new cards.
You know that deck that just won the Pro Tour? So last month, man.
Definitely something I think R&D can feel proud of.
Did you expect to see this many cards from Dragons of Tarkir based on your experience from R&D, and how do you feel about it now that they're here?
I mean, we're always hopeful that the new set will impact the tournament environment, shake things up a lot. I think we're pleasantly surprised with how large of an impact Dragons of Tarkir had. But, you know, we'll see how things play out going forward. We saw blue-black control and mono-red as 2 of the top decks here. You know, we'll see as the metagame shifts and players react to this. I mean,
back when Pro Tours were a week after set release, I think I like it like that, right? Or do you not like it like that?
They start playing more defensive cards against the red decks. You know, we'll see how things shift around, and I'm eager to see how standard plays out in the next couple.
I also wonder why they just, like, since these Pro Tours and things were so popular, like, why did they stop doing that? Was it just COVID?
Yeah, you know, I'm curious to hear what the tools that you could use to do that are. I think that the biggest thing that comes to mind is we had 3-color decks coming out of cons, right? And when you release a primarily two-color set, it's hard to make those cards compete toe-to-toe with, and we have mana bases, by the way, to support the 3-color decks. I mean, the power level's just higher of those cards. You know, look at Siege Rhino as kind of the headliner, but it trickles down pretty far. What kind of tools did you guys use in R&D to try to elevate the 2 and even monocolor cards? Well, talking about how to make the dragons hit in Constructed was really challenging. I mean, there's only so much room in Standard for 5 and 6 mana
Money?
creatures.
Yeah, probably mess.
One of the insights we had, and one of the things that worked out really well was the dragon reveal cycle, so that we can put some of the power into these other spells that combine well with the dragons, rather than just making the dragons absurdly powerful on their own. Dragons
So that's why they made Dragon's Fire, obviously.
are quite powerful, don't get me wrong, but it's really the package of the two coming together that gives you new options for your decks. Is it pretty cool for you to see that come together at the highest level?
No, it doesn't give you new options for your decks. It gives you the outright best card to play in your deck. Like it makes the deck build itself for you. You're like, oh, look at all these cool options I can play. I can play these options, or I can play this almost exact same card, but it's more powerful if I have a dragon. I wonder if I want to play a Dragon's deck. I wonder which one I'm going to play. It doesn't give you more options. It just gives you the best option.
Here. Oh, it's really cool. Yeah.
Like,
what about
listen
for
to what
you,
he says
Randy?
again.
What's the 2-color combo that you have? Your options for your decks are quite powerful, don't get me wrong, but it's really the package of the two coming together that gives you new options for your decks.
Like, he makes it seem like you have another thing to consider. Like, you don't even consider playing Dragon's Fire or a different spell in your deck. You just play Dragon's Fire because it's absurdly more powerful than anything else you can play. It's not another option. It's just outright the best.
Is it pretty cool for you to see that come together at the highest level here? Oh, it's really cool. Yeah. What about for you, Randy? What's the 2-color combo that you have your eye on for, you know, any FNMs that you plan on battling anytime soon?
I mean, I get to play with Counterspell again?
It seems like
I haven't really gotten to play with
Counterspell with upside because you get to show them the awesome dragon and beat them with.
Nice.
So you're excited to play with Counterspell again?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like the card, absolutely.
Yeah, does it make you a little nervous, though, that our champion, Martin Dang, didn't bother with such things?
Look, you can't have the Counterspell deck be the only good deck. No, I mean, I think that tension is actually where Standard's at right now. I mean, I think that if you like playing with Counterspells, you've got a really cool deck, and you get to play with dragons now, too. It's sort of better than the Counterspell decks from, 10, 15 years ago. 15, 20 years ago. Sorry. Yeah. You also, you've got the aggro decks, and you've got these mid-range decks that are cool, too. I mean, the Red-Green Dragons deck is a very real deck that does a lot of very cool things as well. So that tension makes the Standard, I think, particularly interesting.
All right,
so he looks super young.
For the awards ceremony, let's send it over to Richard Hagan.
Hello everyone and welcome to the awards ceremony for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. We begin by welcoming to the stage your finalist, winning $20,000 from Japan, Shota Yasuoka.
Great job. Just you. Well done.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, winning $40,000 from Denmark, Martin Dang. Martin, congratulations. Let me ask you, when did you first think that you could win this Pro Tour?
With all these good players, it's kind of hard to know when you're going to win the Pro Tour because they will always have a big chance. But when I saw the top 8 and the decks they were playing, I had a good feeling.
Well, that good feeling has certainly come true. The next question for you, Denmark, World Magic Cup champions, individual Pro Tour champion now. What's next for Danish Magic?
The sky is the limit for Danish Magic at the moment. That's how I feel.
It certainly is. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Pro Tour DTK, it is Martin Dang of Denmark. that concludes the awards ceremony, and now we hand you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. Wow. Big applause, and you can see the whole team from Denmark there behind Martin Daeg cheering him on. And, that's one of the things. We're actually going to get Martin here at the desk for a few words. I know we both have some questions for him, but, what does it take to make a group of, like a country like this really come together? A Pro Tour champion can really spearhead that thing. They're also, of course, the World Match Cup champion.
And not just Denmark behind him. I saw Hall of Famer Nico Herzog behind him, too. He's got a couple Pro Tour wins under his belt as well. I mean, the whole sort of Scandinavian region, I think, pulls together a lot.
Yeah.
It definitely can catalyze a community when you get that one big result. And I mean, I think, and now really two big results for that community. It definitely, the way to get better at Magic is to find people that are better than you and just wind up sort of pulling each other up.
Right.
So getting that first big result, getting that first player or two who's really playing at the top of the game can absolutely catalyze an entire community.
Yeah, what I think we see a lot from scenarios like this as well is, Martin, our champion, he's going to be platinum now, right? He just gets queued for the next extra tours. And what that means is he's freed up now to focus 100% on Magic.
Yes.
He's going to get better, and then he can start pulling everybody else up. You have that anchor, right, of the person who plays in all the Pro Tours and the person who really can dedicate all their time to getting better, and all of a sudden everybody can start following.
And don't forget Martin Muller. They're now, I believe, 5 players who qualified for the World Championships. 2 of them are from Denmark.
Yes.
Who qualified for the World Championships already.
Very impressive for that country, so congratulations to them. And go ahead.
Well, I think it's also a Magic Online success story. Okay. I mean, this is a guy who has played a lot of Magic Online, qualified for the Magic Online Championships that's coming up next month. And it's really interesting when you think about Magic Online. You look at sometimes you look at the top 8s and who wins those monthly championships for the mock series, and the names aren't necessarily the most familiar. Oh, and then a couple months later, one of them wins the Pro Tour. And then a couple months after that, another one of them wins the Pro Tour. I mean, you can definitely tell that is a place where people can find the players who are better than them and play until they figure out why they're losing and then stop losing.
Of course, also we have to extend congratulations to Shota Yasuoka from Japan for his fantastic finish in second place here. He's going to have to settle for not his second. It's his second Pro Tour top 8. He gets that no matter what. He almost picked up his second Pro Tour championship, but he's going to have to settle for second, but still a stellar finish for Shota, so congratulations to him as well. I think that, when we did the announcement for the top 8, everybody's loud, right? Like, you get your name, people are cheering and stuff, but everybody cheered for Shota. Everybody. Like, all the groups lit up, around Shota Yasuoka. He just has a fan following, and it was really fun to watch him play in the finals as well.
Yeah, I think people just felt great for him. I mean, having had so many top 16s and just kind of come up a little short of the top 8, people were really happy to see him there. Just, not just the people he was testing with, the people he was hanging out with, but everyone in the room. I mean, it was an ovation.
Yes, that is it. It felt like it. Also, I think with Shota, it feels overdue. Like, it's like, hey,
absolutely,
he should be here more often. And when he gets there, it's like, good. That's how it should be. It feels like the universe evened out a little bit yesterday and got Shota in there. But he wasn't quite able to finish off Martin Daeg. He is our champion. We're going to be bringing him in here momentarily for a few words. In fact, I see him with a big check and a trophy coming in now. And we're going to get a few words with our Pro Tour champion right now. Why don't we bring him in? Here comes a big check and a trophy in hand. Congratulations, Martin Daeg. You are our champion.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great work. Why don't you hold up your check for everybody there? I see you got your name on it, $40,000. You're platinum. You're going to play.
This is a pretty good prize, yes.
This is a good thing.
Yes, I'm very happy with this.
So why don't you talk us through that last stretch against Shota Yasuoka? What was going through your mind?
Oh, it was a lot of things, actually.
What do we watch next?
I felt like I had a really good draw against him. I always had more gas in my hand, so I felt pretty confident throughout the whole last game. And I also think it's a really good matchup for me, even after sideboard.
Even after sideboard?
Yes, some people disagree with that, but doing my testing and with my group, and we always won. Like, pre-board, for sure, afterboard, almost for sure as well.
Now, talk to us about the deck that you brought in. How did you wind up deciding on the red aggro deck?
Yeah, it was one from our group. I actually first met him for the first time at this Pro Tour. His name is Emmanuel Gatchington. He wrote the deck list on our Facebook group, and I was playing it like a lot back home, and I felt like this is like a great deck. It has like 50% against most decks, and if it needs control, it will just win. So that's why if you have 50% against most of the field and win and get some like buys like that, why not play it? I think it's a really aggressive and good deck.
So what went through your mind, sorry Randy, after you won your quarterfinal match and you knew that you were going to be playing against another control deck and maybe even another one in the finals if things broke well? What was going through your head there?
I think this is 2016.
I really thought that my quarter matchup would be like kind of hard. So I was really happy when I won that one because we looked at the standings and how the top 8 will play out, and we knew that I would probably play a control deck in the semis and in the finals. So I was like really happy after I won the quarterfinals. Even though the other semifinals, the green deck was almost winning, so I was kind of nervous actually. But
that matchup is actually actively bad for you, right?
That is really bad for us. We never really tested that deck. It was kind of surprising for us that someone would play that. But I'm very happy that that didn't came.
Now, what about Magic in Denmark? What's it like there? Is there a solid team? How big of a part of it are you? How does that all play out?
Yeah, well, there ain't that many Magic players in Denmark. I work for...
Am I playing New Fire's Niv today? No. There's an ABZAN Planeswalkers deck that we're going to be playing today, if Arena ever decides to come back on. But I am taking Alchemy deck submissions to play some decks. I might not actually do Alchemy deck submissions. I'm going to keep it to standard, but just do an Alchemy and a Historic deck every once in a while. So I'll probably play only like 1 or 2 Alchemy decks.
A Magic shop, so I get to play a lot, twice a week, and so in that way we have a very good local community, and we have a lot of upcoming players. And so like that, I think the Danish Magic is going forward.
Well, you were one of the up and coming players, but now you're just one of the players. You finally got there.
Yeah, I'm very glad that happened.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there any truth, Martin, you've got a flight at 7 p.m.?
I have a flight at 7 p.m.
Is that why you chose such a fast deck?
I did not expect to be here at this point. Truth be told, I did not expect the final.
But you chose the right deck for it to make sure that you can get it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay, Martin, congratulations. You're our champion.
Thank you very much.
Brussels. And we'll be seeing you around a lot at the Pro Tour.
I hope so.
For the next few years, hopefully.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
I'm looking forward to it.
You can stay here with us for just a moment, and your trophy that gets to stay here too. We like to be close to that. But it has come time for us to end the show
up more
here
time
from Brussels. It has been an awesome, dragon-filled weekend. 114 we ended up seeing play.
When you only made 750 million, you can't expect everybody to function properly.
Thank you so much for joining us. We love having you along, and it is a
billion is kind of where the cutoff lies, right? Once you get to a billion, then it runs properly.
Cards for you, for Randy Buehler, for everybody else here on the coverage team. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe saying we'll see you next time.
Pro Tour. What's the Emrakul format? What's the Pro Tour Liliana Emrakul, chat? Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica? Pro Tour Eldritch Moons Finals. There we go.
Thank you, Rich, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I am joined by a pair of Hall of Famers, Luis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler, and we are excited to bring you finals coverage here. You heard it from Rich. This is one of the most exciting finishes to a season and to a Pro Tour that we've seen. Owen Turtenwald really gave us a sweat on if he was going to get into the top 8. He did make it in. Now he finds himself in the finals. Only one man standing left.
Double digits.
He's going to crush Player of the Year. He's got that locked up. He doesn't have this trophy locked up. Lucas Blohan from the Czech Republic stands in his way. It's time for the finals, guys. Let's head down to the feature match area.
Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler and Luis Scott Vargas, and it's time for the finals. It has been a long tournament here for Owen Turtenwald. He started things off 10-0, had a little shaky finish.
10-0.
But he ended up making it into the top 8, and now he finds himself sitting down in the finals. He's playing Teamer Emerge. This is his 4th Pro Tour top 8. He is Hall of Fame elect as of Saturday. His opponent on the other side of the table, Lucas Blohan.
Reprints Bellcolor, I'd be down.
Is playing Black
I'd be
White
down.
Control. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8.
Playing Burning Abyss the past 5 days. Man, the deck is fun but difficult to play perfectly. Yep.
And we're going to be
Very
playing
chain blocking, but easy to mess up sequencing, and knowing what's the best disruption to use. Yep, I agree.
No sideboards allowed. After that, sideboards
I agree, but that deck is really fun.
Luis, can you give us a big picture perspective on
Liliana Last Hope,
Just like the
Archangel,
last one,
ABZAN,
it's all about
Ultimate
Emrakul.
Price is a good card.
In this
Anguish
case,
making
Owen's
good
playing a
card.
deck that Emrakul
So we're
is
playing
a
Orzhov
lot
good cards.
faster
Hope to
and
draw
a lot
land.
better
Do we
than
draw land?
Sam's deck, because Owen has way
Land?
more ways to fill his graveyard, way more
What a
ways to find
freaking!
Emrakul.
That's why he's in the
and
finals.
Has cards like Elder
That's
Deep
why
that
he's in the
really set up
finals.
Emrakul nicely.
Freaking
So,
go!
Plus, Owen just
I
has
want to
more
play
Emrakuls.
Arena.
Just 3 Emrakuls in his deck.
I want to play this Planeswalker
All about
deck,
Emrakul,
dude.
Randy?
Yeah, in fact,
Why am I not playing
Owen
this Planeswalker
Turtenwald
deck
wasn't
right now?
sure what deck to play leading up to the Pro Tour. There's actually a funny Kai put together kind of a nice meme about this. Owen was debating. He was on white-black control. He almost played the deck Lucas Blohan is playing in the finals, but you know what? He got tired of losing to Emrakul decks in the Pantheon testing house. So he switched to what he thought was their best Emrakul deck because of this exact matchup.
Cannot be good news for Lucas Blohan. Owen Turtenwald, of course, tested with Team Pantheon. Lucas was testing with Team Eureka this time around. 2 of the top teams on the Pro Tour easily.
Those fonts are beautiful.
And
Oh
looks
my
like
gosh,
Read the
I
Bones
agree.
here for Lucas Blohan. He's going to bottom both of the cards with a scry and draw.
Read the
He's got
Bones.
a Liliana. We saw this in his semifinal game, by the way, Luis, the one that you and I just covered. Liliana was a major problem from Sam Pardee.
Did Jeff Hoogland play in this Pro Tour? Or was that something else? Or was that... Hold on. It wasn't this Pro Tour, right? It was like a SCG final?
Wasn't playing the same deck as Turtenwald. Is it going to be the same issue here for Owen?
So Owen doesn't have any spells that directly can kill Liliana, but he has more creatures to attack with, including some that can be played at instant speed, like the Elder Deep Fiend.
What is that, a disc?
And Owen does Emrakul better than Sam does, so he's going to be able to assemble an Emrakul before Liliana's emblem can kill him, and potentially string together multiple Emrakuls to be able
Where's
to
the
win through
untapped?
Emrakul
Where's the
attacks.
untapped.gg overlay?
That being said, a quick Liliana does provide a threat. Owen does have to respect that.
Currently, he has nothing that can pressure Liliana, and she's already on 5 loyalty.
Liliana versus Emrakul. That's how the Pro Tour Eldritch Moon is supposed to end, right?
Played out many times in the feature match area. I'll tell you what, Liliana's emblem usually does beat Emrakul, which is, it's got to be a flavor win.
So one of the kind of Baylor.
It's a flavor win because Liliana beats Emrakul in the lore, doesn't
He
she?
doesn't have very many creatures to sacrifice to emerge.
Or is that
he's got
someone else
these
that
Elder
beats
Deep
Emrakul?
Fiends and
Puts him in the
Wretched
moon.
Grift that he wants to emerge out, but really just has
Emrakul's still in the moon to this day.
Darwood Drives to sacrifice, plus occasionally an Ishkana. So Lucas playing a ton of removal spells can, if Lucas aggressively
There's
goes
a feature
after
magic
his
Ray
small
doesn't have?
creatures,
Oh, yes,
his
it does.
own might have some
It does have
difficulty
that. I will
casting
show
these
you,
Untitled
Mets.
Draws.
Grapple with the pass is going
Can
to
someone get a little bit of a
graveyard.
scope
Not the most
on how
exciting,
Arena is
but
right now?
He might have
Oh my-
wanted to
hey,
leave
Jeff,
the
we were
Darwood
actually just
Drive
talking
in his
about you.
graveyard in order to power out Emrakul.
Yeah, he's
Thanks
got
for the host.
6 types. Yeah, he's got 6 card types already.
So
I was
like
just
a turn away from Emrakul.
I was actually just talking about. We saw a player play Read the Bones, and I remember Read the Bones was in your deck a long time ago that you were talking about on stream. I didn't know whether that was a Pro Tour or a SCG. You dare to stream Owen? What? Sovok. Emrakul kind of goes by herself, but Jason Tamiel locked her up. Okay. Well, so how was it a flavor win if Liliana beats Emrakul then? Can someone tell me the lore? Is streaming my full-time gig. It will be on Tuesday. I'm still in my 2 weeks at my job right now, but I put my 2 weeks in, and we are going to start streaming full-time on Tuesday. And mark your calendars for the 1st of March. where we'll be doing a subathon for my first day without a job. Yes. And the crowd goes wild. Different world, Jeff Hoogland? Oh. I don't know why I just called you by your last name. But what year was that? 2000... Like early 2000s? Or was that early 2020? Early 2010? Excuse me. I don't know what year that was. Let's watch Turtenwald against Blohan here.
He is. If he plays his land here, that'll give him his 6 mana source.
I imagine Jeff being a mid-range Siege Rhino gamer. You're going wild for me. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Rick Ross.
Yeah, I believe the deck is capable of a turn 5 Emrakul. He's on track for a turn 6.
Last time you tried opening Arena, it's a black screen.
Meanwhile, Liliana ticking up. We could have that classic fight here.
I want Arena to come back on, though.
One ingredient missing from Owen's hand, though.
Oh, no. No
The
Emrakul.
He's going to need to grapple into it or just potentially draw it.
Wow, he's holding 5 lands and a grapple at this point. And all he's done is play mana and a Pilgrim's Eye.
Yeah, Owen's deck is ramping, but if he's got the 4 Gather the Pack and 4 Grapple and 4 Vessel. He's got a lot of ways to find Emrakul.
Liliana tried to fight, but wasn't
he
strong
does not have
enough.
access to her.
Okay. Did good bot time. All right, thanks, Sovak.
Lucas Blohan's turn now, and he's got Liliana the Last Hope at 6 loyalty. Sorry, this is the end step for Owen Turtenwald. Now it's Lucas Blohan's turn. Liliana at 6, and he has Archangel ABZAN on the team as well.
Teamer or Merge? So what is there, like an Elder Deep Fiend or something in his deck?
He's going to go ahead and plus Liliana. That's going to kill the Pilgrim's Eye and get
Jeff was the
Lucas
one guy
in there
putting up
for
standard
4
results
damage
with Savage
Archangel
Knuckleblade.
ABZAN.
Yeah, for sure Lucas wants to race to Liliana.
Yeah, I remember I saw Jeff Hoogland a long time ago on YouTube before I started watching Twitch. He was playing a modern version of Teamer with Savage Knuckleblade. And I'm pretty sure the deck did really bad for him, but he loves Savage Knuckleblade for sure.
I mean, again, he's living on borrowed time. Eventually, Emrakul comes down, and cards like Anguished Unmaking are a huge liability. Since you can't cast them on Emrakul, she has Protect from Instance. Lucas then
I played an
untaps,
Elder Deep
takes his
Fiend
turn,
deck
and
in
Owen gets to
Pioneer,
make
and
a
I
point
honestly
Anguished
still have the
Unmaking
deck on me
using
right now.
Planeswalkers or creatures.
That's a 7th card type going.
That is a 7th card type, which is kind of interesting because Lucas
Elder
has the
Deep
option
Fiend,
of
Is It
Anguish
Charm,
Unmaking Graphstone, but
freaking
doesn't look as appealing now.
Bone Crusher
Yeah,
Giant,
actually
Brazen
keep
Borrower,
Owen off of Emrakul, which is something
Flame
Lucas
Wake
hasn't.
Phoenix.
It does force Owen to have the land, but I don't think that's something that you're too concerned with.
But without
There's
the
a
artifact
cat in
and
my
the
room.
graveyard there, I think it would have kept him off of it. So an interesting decision there from Blohan to go ahead and kill the Pilgrim's Eye anyway. Now, we know that at least currently Turtenwald does not have an Emrakul in his hand.
Well, here's
but
a
here's a
grapple.
grapple, so let's see if he finds one. Nope. No. Well, an Elder Deep
Wanna get out?
Fiend.
Yeah, Elder Deep Fiend's a start.
Want to get out?
One other thing to note is Owen hasn't milled a Kozilek's Return yet either. One of the ways his deck functions is that uses the grapples and vessels and gathers to put a Kozilek's Return in the graveyard, so they could cast that Elder Deep Fiend, trigger Kozilek's Return. But Owen has missed on that as well. Now that Lucas has the additional,
Hopefully no one heard
information
my cat
about Elder
meows.
Deep Fiend, he may want to kill the Graphstone. He paused Owen for a second there.
Triple red with no mountains. How do you do that?
It's like Ishkana is giving Owen at least a play this turn that can hold off ABZAN.
Again, though, Owen Turtenwald just to turn off and being able to cast his threats.
Elder Deep Fiend,
costs
let's
8
freaking
mana
go.
If you're not getting rid of anything, could have been part of the reason why Lucas wanted to kill that.
Oh,
Pilgrim's Eye as
Cord.
well.
That's true. Oh, Kiki Jiki Cord.
Yeah, going after
Remember that,
Pilgrim's
Robert.
Eye is a pretty good idea if you
Cord.
have the opportunity to.
But look, Liliana's on 7.
Yeah, Liliana is going
Ishkana
to
all
welcome.
you want. I can't imagine that Ishkana can try to race the Liliana emblem.
It can buy Owen some time, but
Okay.
Ishkana was
it won't
so
quite get
good.
there. Of course, Owen
I
can,
feel like Lucas wants more time.
Yeah.
with an emblem.
and Owen can Deep Fiend here. He's got that 2 blue to go with Ishkana.
And it looks like that decision is going to be put to him immediately.
Which means if he's
Man, I wish cards like Ishkana were good right now.
That's right, which is a pretty
aren't
awkward time to do it, and he's not even going to bother. And none of this interacts, by the way, with Liliana.
Nope.
Rip Birthing Pod.
So
it
are we
really,
going to see Lucas
needs
Blohan
to be in
just play
modern. I don't know why
march her
Birthing Pod's
straight
not
up
in
to
modern.
ultimate and just start?
There's so many cards that you can in
piling on
Birthing Pod.
zombies
It's
again?
also
That's
through
been his
Dana.
plan
Like
so far.
there's so much more powerful cards in modern than that card. I mean, it's good. It's really good. It's a fun build around too. But like,
there we go. It's
God,
an
can you
emblem.
imagine how popular modern would be if they brought Birthing Pod back?
In one of the last turns where Linvala actually gives Lucas an angel, because Lucas is currently outnumbered.
He is ahead on life, so he won't get that bonus. Archangel Avacyn's going to hit the red zone. Owen's not going to bother chump blocking. He's going to fall to 12. And here we go. All aboard the zombie train. There's 2 of them. Every end step, he's going to get 2 plus the number that he already has. And the thing gets out of control very, very quickly. If Owen doesn't have a way to manage it. Lucas Blohan at 18 life.
Owen drew another Pilgrim's Eye, so he can at least turbo out Defiend a little bit if he wants to, but he's running out of time here. Because the problem is, not only does Owen, is he eventually just going to die to this zombie horde and all these angels, even if Owen's able to delay his death and then draw Emrakul,
I
if
wouldn't be
Owen's
top
board
tier anymore. Yeah, I don't
presence
think
has been
so.
reduced by having a chump block, then the Emrakul doesn't do as much. Owen needs not only an Emrakul, but like a
command,
good Emrakul turn.
It's so difficult with that emblem out there because it just turns out a bunch of zombies as part of the
Like
extra
K
turns
command,
anyway.
Prismari command, like all this kind of stuff.
Yes, he knew he was going to die next turn.
Lucas seemed a little surprised that Owen was going to allow him go into combat. I think he expected that Elder Deep Feed. He knows he's got it in his hand. Now it looks like he's going to take a minute to decide, well, actually, do I really want to attack then?
Yeah, all Lucas's creatures except for the zombies fly, so Elder Deep Fiend doesn't actually ambush anything.
It was banned before Vizier Remedies and Devoted Druid.
And Owen is in
I've lost to that in a modern tournament before.
Life total preservation mode here, blocking the 2 biggest creatures so far, and in fact the 3rd. Does he have to block a zombie as well? He's deciding now.
So it seems like there's a good chance we see a mid-combat Elder Deep Fiend here, because if damage resolves, Owen no longer has the ability to cast it, which would just let him tap down some of Lucas's lands.
Was Pod banned for making up a huge portion of fields?
Looks like Owen is just not.
Yeah, but was
interested
it like
in casting Deep
amazing
Fiend.
though?
Maybe he just wants
or was
to
it
find
just like the
Kozilek's
most
Return
fun
before
thing
he
to
casts
do?
Elder
People
Deep
were just wanting to do the fun thing.
Another Liliana. Both zombies survived that combat, by the way, so that means that 4 more are going to join the fray.
A lot of freaking zombies.
Coming, I think, pretty clear that even if Owen draws an Emrakul, he's going to need something like Kozilek's Return into Emrakul to get out of this.
Oh yeah, I played Kozilek's Return in my deck too. Wait, I want to go find my Pioneer deck real quick.
Even if Owen taps down 4 things this turn, Lucas could actually just go for the win.
Yeah.
Owen scoops him up.
Speaking of going for the win, Owen sees the writing on the wall, and game 1 goes to Lucas Blohan. And Liliana, it must be said. That is the second top 8 game that we've seen Lucas win by just marching Liliana to ultimate territory and getting a ton of zombies. We'll be back right after these messages.
Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action next weekend at Game Day. Test your skills and your new standard deck at a store near you. Top finishers are awarded special Game Day prizes, including full art premium promo cards and a champion playmat for the winner. Test drive the top standard decks from this Pro Tour in the Pro Tour Gauntlet, beginning this Wednesday on Magic Online. For more information, visit mtgo.com.
And welcome back to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. We're in Sydney, Australia. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Louis Scott Vargas and Randy Bueller.
Been
Got
4
some
years since you played with cardboard.
Little
I have a bunch of cardboard right
sub-games
here.
going on here as well.
The
We've
Pokemon
got,
deck box.
on one side of the table,
No,
3/5 of the color pie fighting the other 2/5.
Sure.
and then we've kind of got Liliana.
By the way, quick sponsor shout out to Ultra Pro. the standard and safe storage. Also sponsors this stream, so I must show the Ultra Pro deck boxes. Also, you can get 5% off of Ultra Sleeves by using code DGEN for 5% off. Ultra Sleeves. Everything's below my name in Twitch in the description. You can also go to CoolStuffInc.com and type in code James5 or DGen5 to get 5% off of everything off Cool Stuff. Play against your friends in TCG Showdown for actual money. Or get some packs, decks, and cosmetics, including pre-release decks, for Arena by typing in code exclamation point GVG in the chat for Great Vikings games. Now back to your original programming.
Versus Emrakul somehow here as well.
Why is Arena down? They put a new
one
a
way
new
that
patch
Lucas
for
can win the
Alchemy.
game is by doing what he just did there, either ultimating Liliana or just leveraging her value abilities. On the other side of the table, Owen's deck is really geared towards getting Emrakul down and winning through that, though Elder Deep Fiend has done a lot of work for him this weekend as well.
Also worth noting that last game, Owen, he did a lot of
Where's my
self-milling.
squid
His
deck?
deck, again, has these 12 cards that put cards from his deck into his graveyard.
Where's my squid
Never
deck?
hit a Kozilek's return. And
Yeah.
his deck is really built around having access to at least one of those over the course of a game.
Also, no Emrakul, even with those grapples to try to get it back.
Right,
Not
Owen
my
saw,
squid deck.
I don't know exactly how many cards, but it felt like over a third of his deck, and if not substantially more, and was not able to find an Emrakul.
Yeah, there's 3 Emrakuls in the main deck for Owen. I'll remind you that the players are going to be going to sideboarded games after this game, but this one no sideboard, so they're just going to get shuffled up. And
No,
right
did your
back
sub
down to
run? Did your
action.
sub run out or
We
mod?
do play a
not,
best of
mod
5
sword run
match
out?
here, though.
I don't know why this says you're
in the
not a
top
mod right
8.
now. Oh no, never mind. It says it for me. Just
Best
kidding.
of 3 would have been representative during my match, but
You'll have to talk to Scott Larrabee about that one. It might be a tough sell.
is Lucas just going to run out the turn 3 Liliana again? Is that what's just going to happen?
It could be. Owen has a few ways to pressure Liliana early in the game. Gnarlwood Dryad's one of them, but especially in a non-sideboarded game, Lucas has so much extra spot removal for small creatures. It's hard to imagine that, a Pilgrim's Eye or a Gnarlwood Dryad is something that's really going to survive for very long.
There's the combo right there. Owen casts out of the pack, and he sees a Kozilek's return heading to his graveyard, picking up the Retrogryph,
Yeah.
which will then trigger the Kozilek's return.
Not bad.
I found my Elder Deep Fiend deck. Yo, Riley, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Nimble Sauce now sub for 4 months in a row, PogChamp. Alright, chat, I found my Elder Deep Fiend deck for Pioneer. Are you ready? Speaking of Owen Turtenwald's Teamer Emerge deck, does anybody want to see my Paper Cards Elder Deep Fiend deck? Would anybody like to see it? It's also foil. And I also don't know where my Bone Crusher Giants are, but they're in here somewhere. Or I own them. They're just not in this deck right now. Rekindling Phoenix, one of my favorite cards. Feels good, man. Rekindling Phoenix. You love to freaking see it. Kozilek's Return, Magma Spray, Stubborn Denial, Abrade, Bone Crusher Giant. Does it have Spice? Look at that foil Elder Deep Fiend. Can you see that? Foilness? EDF, baby. Flamewake Phoenix, Lightning Axe, Is It Charm, Charter Course, Rekindling Phoenix, Spire Bluff Canal, Wandering Fumarole, Bone Crusher, there it is. You lost me at foil? The Elder Deep Fiend's the only thing I have foil in this deck besides the Magma Sprays. Censor. I think that's all. I have this foil island that I got as a promo. Lightning Axe, Stubborn Denial. That's the whole deck. Brazen Borrower, Castle Embereth. That's the Pioneer deck. Kozilek's Return. Is Arena still down? I'm pretty sure it is.
His deck, doing the thing it's designed to do in this game.
And here's Transgress the Mind now for Blohan. He knows he has one target for it, and it looks like he's got 3 different options.
Nissa's Pilgrimage is one of the key cards to this deck. You see Owen's got one in his hand because that'll ramp him up to 5 mana for Ishkana. Also, just make sure that he is able to hit his land drops. And frequently he's got Spell Mastery, though, and it looks like it's on right now as well because of the Gather and the Kozilek's Return.
You think Lucas is just going to take away the Pilgrimage here and stunt his development for the next turn? He can only play a Gnarlwood Dryad, barring his draw step.
It's a solid option, given that Owen has 2 big spells in his hand, the Wretched Griff and the Ishkana.
Mm-hmm. That is what he takes.
So Owen's going to miss the ramping aspect of Nissa's Pilgrimage here, given that he's not able to cast one. But he actually has enough lands to cast his spell, so he's not in that bad a shape otherwise.
Randy, this looks pretty bad for Owen if Lucas just plays Liliana and pluses it here. Now, is he on full Delirium here? Is that a 3/3 Gnarlwood Dryad?
Yes, he's already delirious.
Okay, still doesn't look great though for Owen.
It's a lot better than having it die.
Indeed.
You can pressure Liliana for 1.
That was a great draw for Owen. He drew a Vessel of Nascency, so
You said Saga Foil Forest, Riley?
this turn,
Insane.
He's going to be able to spend 3 mana to
DCI gave player rewards?
Give himself better options here.
Foil Floor Wastes. I didn't even know
that's
Waste came foil.
That's an Emrakul.
I've seen the full art ones. They look really nice.
He's got plenty of lands in his hand.
I would love for Arena to just come back on. But I also want to watch this too.
Did he put a Corrupted Graphstone in, though? I guess there was a Pilgrim.
This was a Delirium before Dragon Rage Chandler and Unholy Heat, chat.
So interesting, Owen chose to sacrifice the Vessel main phase. One of the reasons he would do that is to decide which land to play, have full information if he had to take a land. But now Lucas knows that Emrakul, well, the end is coming.
Can you imagine if Unholy Heat was in this deck? And Dragon Rage Chandler?
5 card types in Owen Turnwald's graveyard. We'll keep a track of that for you because it really does matter for what turn he's able to cast that Emrakul that he got. In the meantime, he attacks Liliana with his Gnarlwood Dryad, but it's kind of limping over the red zone there. Only pecks in for 1 damage, thanks to Liliana's ability. She's back down to 3 loyalty. Read the bones there for Lucas Blohan. Take a look at Blohan's hand here.
Obnixilis Reignited. What does that one do?
Not bad. Hollowed Moonlight as well. It's a main deck card for Lucas, you can see.
You can't stop Ishkana from making some tokens.
Oh, I mean, that card's good. Draw a card and then destroy a creature? Wow.
Doesn't do much against Wretched Griff, though. So there
I like
was
that
the
card.
Gnarlwood Dryad, and Owen is going to upgrade that to a 3/4 with Flying and draw himself a card as well. Another land off the top for Lucas Blohan. He has Liliana still sitting at 3 loyalty after that last sequence.
Wretched Griff, not quite a Mold Drifter, but it really does play an important role in this deck. A cheaper Emerge creature is necessary.
Oh, Languish was in this format too? Wow.
Owen just plays 1 copy of Wretched Griff in the main, but I gotta say it's done serious work for him. Of course, it has that magical number 7 up in the corner, and it does trigger.
Still ties to Obnixilis, though.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens here. Lucas Blohan is going to play Obnixilis Reignited, shoot down the Wretched Griff.
So Owen, a turn away from casting Emrakul if he can play lands on the next 2 turns.
Wretched Griff? Is Wretched Griff an historic? No, it's
he's not even going to need to cast it here since he's got another land to play, it looks like.
Ant Panharmonicon is draw the Displacer. Oh, that sounds good. Drowner of Hope?
For Owen Turnwald. Now, he did catch Lucas Blohan tapped out there, so the spiders are intact. And Lucas is going to immediately plus
That sounds
Obnixilis
insane,
to get his
actually.
card so he can map out his turn.
Well, if Lucas doesn't have another Transgress, then we're going to see an Emrakul here. And
Wow.
Lucas has to figure out, like, how badly is my turn going to go for me when Owen plays it?
Well, Lucas is going to do some damage, wipe the board of Ishkana using a combination of Languish and the plus ability on Liliana. But Randy, normally you're pretty excited to have 2 Planeswalkers on the battlefield, but when your opponent gets to decide what to do with them, it looks a little worse.
You still want them. I mean, Lucas played turn 3 Liliana. Owen has been unable to get it off the board. Played turn 5 Ob Nixilis, and it's done a little bit. I mean, is this Emrakul turn going to be good enough?
Well, we're going to find out now, because that is Emrakul, the Promise End, going on the stack for Owen Turtenwald. He could not find this in the first game, but he does have it here on the 7th turn. And,
imagine Emrakul Promise End in
he's going to
Standard.
pass the turn to himself, as it were. This is Lucas Blohan's turn. It's an extra turn.
In the middle there, right?
It is.
Blample, protection from instance.
So Blighted Fen can kill the 13/13 flyer.
It can.
Owen.
That is not good news for Turtenwald.
Yeah, and it's target opponent, so there's nothing Owen can do about it.
That's right.
Oh, wow, it's a land that you can pay 5 mana and tap
Lucas,
it
even
to
if there weren't
have
a
an opponent
creature there,
sacrifice a
it's just
creature?
going to happen.
Wow.
So
is that a card that people play
Turtenwald
just to
has
get rid of
go for
Emrakul?
kind of a... Let's see what he's got.
I'm feeling Ob Nixilis and ABZAN are not friends.
Yeah, that looks like they had a little fight, so they're going to go away.
Ob Nixilis, or ABZAN protecting herself from Ob Nixilis, but Grasp ending those dreams anyway.
That's right. It didn't matter anyway. Remember that ABZAN, the trigger that she has when she enters the battlefield, counts for her too.
You and Displacer have a history is the reason why you have a foil waste?
Oh,
I was wondering that. Like,
still got
why
to
do you
get
have
rid of
foil waste?
Ob Nixilis in that sequence, and then of course the Grasp of Darkness to take down ABZAN. So we kind of went for a value Emrakul there, Luis.
Yeah.
It wasn't a game ender, right? That wasn't the one that just finished the game, especially as we see Emrakul hit the graveyard thanks to that Blighted Fen.
Yeah,
and still Liliana left over.
Owen's going to need, in a lot of cases, to be able to Deep Fiend into Emrakul or do something along those lines so that he's got a board that can force Lucas to throw away more cards. But even in this case, Emrakul did trade for a bunch of different cards. Traded for Ob Nixilis, Grasp, ABZAN, and eventually Blighted Fen.
Mm-hmm.
Though Lucas did get to draw an extra card because he gets an extra turn out of the exchange.
So it looks like a pair of Nissa's Pilgrimages here for Owen Turtenwald.
And that's it.
Yeah.
He's
He
down to
only
just
had-
lands in hand.
He
did
found,
he run out of forests as
He
well?
found 3 forests total between the two.
Of a possible 6?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
that's
he was out of
depressing.
force. He had milled a bunch. What it does mean is that Owen doesn't have tons of land left in his deck, so he's gonna need to draw out of this. But he's got a decent amount of different cards he could draw that would be good here. He doesn't have tons of time because Liliana is marching steadily upwards, and then of course
It really is. Yeah, it's a little frustrating.
That's right. It's also going to gain Lucas.
This is very, very cool, and I prefer it to Yugi personally.
Life here.
That
as
said,
well,
I'm just
as it
surprised
enters
you're not
the
playing
battlefield.
Master
He
Duel.
was behind, so he's going to gain 5.
Elder Defiant, not a bad card to have here. It can. Kozilek's
I don't know. I
Return
kind of wanted to watch these since I've never seen them
tap down
before.
some
You know.
permanents, though Owen does know that Lucas has another ABZAN in hand, so if Owen waits on the Elder Defiant, then ABZAN can stop the Kozilek's Return.
That
And
is
of course,
true,
as we've seen
Riley.
Many times in the tournament, Owen can then choose not to use the return. So.
That's right.
You used to play 4-color ramp back when we had Hornet Queen and
from
Atarka back when the ramp was
He
based
wants
around
return to
sorceries.
successfully kill the Linvala.
It wasn't too long ago, right? Because like there's still sorcery based ramp. Like Cultivate was
I love
reprinted
that he's
into
tapping
standard, and
Planeswalker.
decks
That
play
doesn't
Cultivate
matter,
and things
but
like
it's
that.
kind of sweet.
Turn 4 Atarka or Queen usually scooped. Yeah,
I tapped a Planeswalker with Cameo in this tournament.
I do love me sell some Hornet Queen. I played in my one of my commander
Interesting.
decks.
For Lucas Blohan, he drew a Grasp of Darkness, and he has a Kalitas as well. Is he just going to try to play to
Kalitas.
protect the Liliana here? He can do a good job of that.
Is the
with
rain
these
still
two
down? I'm pretty
cards.
sure it
He's
is,
put
Jaffer.
himself out a blocker, and then he can shrink down the Elder Deep Fiend. Actually, 2 different ways, one with Liliana and one with Grasp.
Yeah, as is
get
Elder
it
Deep
dead.
Fiend already can't attack past Kalitas because the Liliana -2, -1, so...
You're into it? Let's freaking go, Keto.
Going to be unable to pressure Liliana at all.
Basically just gains Lucas 3 life, so... Yeah, he's just going to have to pass the turn back, just Turtenwald. Gosh, these games have been all about Liliana. She's up there on 6 loyalty, and he has not activated Liliana yet this turn either. And this could be
97. Wow.
another Liliana ultimate next turn if Owen doesn't find a way to interact.
Yeah, Owen would love to draw another Emrakul. Another Deep Fiend could
What does
give
Hallowed
Owen a
Moonlight
shot here,
do?
though. With that Grasp, if Lucas leaves mana up for that, then he's unable to get in for damage with the Deep Fiend either.
Ooh.
Still ABZAN in hand as well for Blohan, and you mentioned it earlier,
Well,
Luis, but Owen knows about
That was
it.
actually pretty good.
Okay, so what happened there was Liliana plus target Elder Deep Fiend. Lucas Blohan attacked with Kalitas. Owen blocked, and before damage, Lucas Blohan shrunk it down further with a grasp, rendering it dead. This is a big draw step for Owen.
And a little Pilgrim's Eye.
Pilgrim's Eye is not going to get the job done here. In fact, he's not even going to bother playing it, and Lucas Blohan can now ultimate Liliana again.
Unbelievable.
Lucas could also just play Ender Travis and start attacking.
He's going to have probably just
not
both options, right? Wow. Looks like he's going to sacrifice a zombie to Kalitas to put a couple of counters on him. Is he kind of forcing the issue on a potential Deep Fiend here from Turtenwald?
He's making Kozilek's return a little less impactful as well by putting Kalitas out of range. But
yeah, that's what I mean. He's saying, look, if you want to do that, you got to do it now. But no, here we go. Liliana emblem yet again. And he is just going to take over with this again. Pair of zombies on end step for Lucas Blohan.
yeah, there's that Kozilek's return. But even if Owen Kozilek's returns a bunch of zombies away,
I would love to play
devour
Arena.
them and grow larger and larger.
Indeed. And they'll be back.
Liliana last up is something that I really want them to just put
And now
right in
Lucas Blohan is
historic.
going to use this
Just give us
opportunity
last
to play
hope.
Archangel ABZAN. There's going to be a response, though.
This is like the part
Owen
of
knows he needs to
Pioneer
clear out these
that
two zombies.
This also denies Lucas the ability
without
to
like
flip
the
Abzan,
newer
which
cards
he
after
could do,
Eldraine
thanks
after
to
Eldraine and
sacrificing
stuff that were
zombies.
just like such a good standard. Like this standard right now.
Lucas may as well gobble up one of them. It's going to die anyway.
Yeah, and thanks to sacrificing a zombie a turn earlier, even a Kozilek's return that flashed back here off of a Deep Fiend wouldn't kill Kalitas.
Yep.
I responded to that as being cast.
Just put Eldritch Moon in historic. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, a little secret.
We also want Jace
discussion
Vryn's Prodigy
there
and
to get it
Damnation.
sorted out. Archangel ABZAN will not be transforming here. Nothing died while she was on the
Jace
battlefield.
Vryn's
so
Prodigy and historic will be sweet.
ultimate price off the
Goblin
top for
Lackey.
Lucas Blohan, who is very much in the driver's seat in Game 2 against Owen Turtenwald.
How much white-black control did you guys expect, Luis?
We did not expect a ton because of how weak was Emrakul. We underestimated how much Emrakul was gonna be in the
Mausoleum
tournament, so
Wanderer.
we thought there was going to be
That's
a contingent on white-black, and it turns out it,
Sigarda's
Lucas Blohan
Aid?
aside, it was not very well.
Isn't
represented.
Sigarda's Aid already in
Yeah, it was a
historic?
decent chunk of the day one metagame. Didn't do.
They'll probably do
particularly well.
remastered of
Lucas
Innistrad
is
and
making it look
Tarkir.
Great though.
I would assume so,
I mean, for
Savino.
what is allegedly a bad matchup for Lucas, it's looked kind of easy these two games. Is that just Owen's bad draws?
That's a combination of that and Lucas just having turn 3 Liliana plus enough removal and pressure to back her up.
This one's winding down quickly. Lucas Blohan is going to go ahead and transform while gobbling up for more and more zombies to Kalitas. ABZAN the Purifiers
Sigarda's
arrive
Aid's
with
not
Owen
historic?
Turtenwald on one
What was I
life.
thinking
He
of then?
finds
Oh, it's in
grapple with
Commander, of
pass
course.
off the top of his library. Does that give him any hope?
Oh, let's him.
And
Emrakul,
then obviously
but
modern.
that won't
Sigarda's Aid
necessarily
historic
do
would be insane.
Because again, thanks to that Liliana emblem,
God,
even if
Sigarda's
Owen
Aid historic
successfully
would make Hammer Time an actual deck.
then the emblem will make 2 zombies at the end of the Emrakul turn. So, though, if Lucas were tapped out, this actually could go in an interesting way where Owen makes Lucas cast Hallowed Moonlight to prevent the zombie emblem for a turn, which would be huge.
Especially given that every single zombie is lethal at this point.
I remember in Pioneer, people wanted to play the Emrakul deck. They played like what? Sultai.
Lucas has some draws that
Sultai
can let him
Delirium.
survive. So
Wasn't that one of the best
Owen's
decks
certainly
in Pioneer for a
go
long
for it
time?
here.
Sultai Delirium.
There's a Pilgrim's Eye from Turtenwald.
Or am I just
another chump blocker?
dreaming?
presumably he's not going for Kozilek's Return coming back here if he's casting Pilgrim's Eye first.
He wants to chump block. Here's Grapple with the Past. We know there's an Emrakul in the graveyard already. There is now, I believe there are 3 copies of Kozilek's Return as well.
Looks like 2 and then 1 exiled.
Okay.
Potentially a 3rd.
So 2.
Owen could, again, he could Kozilek's Return here, but
more Emrakuls, yay!
Given that the Pilgrim's Eye first, I assume his intention is to not do that. Though it would kill the ABZAN.
He's passed
Cascade Return.
to Lucas Blohan. He will be taking that turn for Lucas.
So I think Lucas actually wants to get Hallowed Moonlight out of his hand here because it's just a liability.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
He's going to play it on end step and just cycle it away, draw a card.
Well, Owen is not dead here. Since he can kill both of Lucas's creatures and then have 2 creatures around to block zombies on Lucas's next turn.
So he can force
So Owen's going to...
ABZAN to attack.
Ultimate price the Kalitas. ABZAN just can run into Emrakul and then cast Grasp on like the ABZAN before that happens. Or actually, he's got enough mana to play another Kalitas and then...
And grasp that.
Also, he could Legend Roll the Kalitas
Is that
away.
Grasp of
so
Darkness?
He's got a bunch of different options. Basically, Lucas is going to lose all his cards.
Everything.
-4/-4?
Make 2 zombies off Emblem. Take a turn where if he draws a removal spell for Pilgrim's Eye, then Owen dies.
Then Owen's just dead.
Then it's going to be Owen's turn, facing down 2 zombies with Pilgrim's Eye, Emrakul, and a Liliana Emblem. So Owen's going to need to draw like running Elder Deep Fiends. But if he does, Emrakul does clock in for 13 a turn. So this game is not over, but Owen is definitely on the back foot here.
3-turn clock for Owen Turnwald, and let's not forget the Kozilek's Return in the graveyard as well. There's 2 of those that he can use to wipe away a bunch of zombies if he draws, again, Elder Deep Fiends and the like. So Cletus, you mentioned the legend rule. You're only allowed to have 1 copy of each legendary creature. You get to choose which one, so Owen's going to choose the smaller one.
Oh, he can also kill zombies on end step here.
Oh, gobble up one of the zombies and still have enough mana for ultimate price? That does leave him, though... Or excuse me, not ultimate price, the Grasp of Darkness. Because ultimate price doesn't have a target right now.
So Owen chose to leave Lucas with an ultimate price instead of a zombie, essentially.
I like it.
Yeah, it works out well for Owen. He does need to draw something here. He's at
1.
He's at 1 facing down 3 zombies, or rather 4 zombies, and he's got 1 creature. Grapple.
It's a grapple with the pass off the top for Turnwald.
Jeez. That'll at the very least, let's see, does he have an Elder Deep Fiend in his graveyard?
It's hard to see from
He's
here.
got 1 exiled. So he can grab 1 hook to hit. Does not look... I can't see an Eldrazi in the graveyard currently.
I don't see one either.
Okay.
There's a Wretched Gryff in the graveyard.
But there's a Deep Fiend.
And he just found a Deep Fiend off of the grapple with the past.
So now Deep Fiend being crucial, that now he can trigger the Kozilek's Return at instant speed.
Exactly.
So Owen can still... He can attack.
What does Owen
for
have to draw here? If
14,
anyone
pass
play this
the
format?
turn. Next turn, play Elder Deep Fiend to tap down 4 lands. I guess Wretched Gryff's actually just better. Because either way, he's going to have to return before Lucas gets zombies end of turn.
That's right.
Sure.
So he might as well just draw a card off the Wretched Gryff. You can actually just sacrifice the Pilgrim's Eye, I think, because if you're going to trigger the return.
You get all like, don't touch my cards.
Yeah.
You get used to it.
It looks like Owen's lining up exactly that. So
Looks way harder to track everything. In some ways it's easier, in some ways it's harder.
To emerge.
For example, if you're doing like cat oven things, and instead if you have like 3 ovens or whatever, you're like, I bring back cat 3 times. Okay, my go. Like you can just say that without actually like doing all the dumb actions, or you can. It's really easy to resolve like Trail of Crumbs or whatever. So you just go land, look at the top 2. All right, take land top 2. Like it's easier to do like tedious things like that in Arena, but it is harder to do other certain things like shuffle and put counters on things. He has to like chain Deep Fiends. Yeah. Chain Deep Fiends and Kozilek Returns. I mean, that's not outside of the realm of possibility though for that deck. I feel like that deck can do that fairly consistently.
And a pair of lands in hand for Owen?
Owen still needs to draw something here. Since Lucas is going to get 2 zombies in a turn. He drew a Shambling Gnat, so that's a 3rd attacker. So now Owen's again facing down 3 attackers at 1 life,
So
despite
he
having.
has to hit again.
All right, it's a big draw step.
No, that's a Shivering Reef.
3 lands in
Whatever
hand
that
for
is.
Owen Turtenwald. It looks like he's going to come up a little short here in game 2.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
can attack
Yathmai
for 6
Coast, isn't
keep
it?
and put Lucas down to 6, but
Crazy.
Your cards like
All
being
that
touched,
extra
they're
life
open-minded.
gained from
Same.
Kalitas when he was just dumping plus
Very
and
much
plus and
same.
counters on him. It really paid off for Lucas here. He was at 36.
yeah.
Sometimes you can only deal 30.
He's even drawn a Grasp of Darkness just to make sure that the deal gets sealed, and he's going to attack with everything. Lucas Blohan is now 1 game.
Why do they
from
shuffle
being
things
a
back
Pro
and forth in
Tour
hand? Oh my
champion.
gosh, I can tell there's so many arena
Owen
viewers
was
right now.
An Elder Deep Fiend or Chandra Short.
So many viewers that watch Arena. Why do they shuffle their cards?
He only needed
I don't want
one
my
more
cards
turn.
being touched.
Yep.
I can't
Could've
imagine
attacked
playing
the
in
sixth
paper.
On that last turn that he had to leave them on defense, but wow.
It's just like for
Okay,
me.
gents, let's settle in here.
Ever since
this
I
is where
started
things
streaming, like
change.
first,
We're
I've
gonna
had
now
these
go
same
into
cards in my
sideboarded games. You
hand
can see
for
the
like
players are
over a
already
year.
consulting their sideboards.
It's the Morphosis,
let's
Lagana
take a
Band,
look
Storyteller, Mountain,
at that
Altar,
right now.
Pantheon, and Freaka Spawn. And yes, they're
Owen
all from
Turtenwald, Teamer
they're all
Emerge.
from a Theros
Here's
Beyond
his
Death
sideboard. Anything
release.
jumping out to you guys?
And I've
Randy,
been
do you see
shuffling these
anything
cards
that,
in my
that you
hand
think
like
would,
this
would definitely be coming
for
in here?
over a year. Just doing this
I haven't
over and
had a
over
chance to
again.
see this matchup yet.
Yeah,
Because
do you have any
I'm
sense for it,
I'm
Luis? This is a
freaking
matchup I
degenerate
actually
card
asked some
player.
of the pros out
And I
on the
just like
floor,
do
and they're
this
like,
constantly. I'm
"It's
just like,
black, I don't know."
just doing this over and over again.
Well,
during my
negate
streams, you can
and
probably hear
invasive
me.
Surgery are
Flick,
have
flick,
both
flick,
have a lot
flick,
of targets.
flick,
and
flick,
Negate's
flick, flick.
traditionally been a good card against Black-White. Coax from the Blind Eternities is a
That's
fun one,
cool.
and Owen knows that Lucas has multiple copies.
just do this
of
all the time
Infinite
while I'm just sitting here
Obliteration,
streaming.
Which is going to name Owen's Emrakul, presumably because Owen has 3 Emrakuls. So Coax can get Emrakul.
It's a nervous competitive tick.
Back
I guess
into,
so.
Owen's hand.
Transgress the mind as well.
Right. Jace also traditionally pretty good in Den Protector.
Is it
in
so
these
they
kind of
can't track
grinding
if you're
matchups,
playing
especially
just
since
what you
Owen
just
doesn't
drew? I
need,
think that might be how it
Narwhal
originated.
Dryads or Kozilek's Returns.
But it's just
quite as much.
focused, competitive
So,
tick habit.
I would
Are we
expect-
anticipating
It is a hidden
Lucas taking
information
out
thing,
a bunch
though.
of spot removal spells?
Yeah, Lucas is not. First of all, Ultimate Price has very, very few targets. Ishkana and potentially Gnarlwoods, which may even get ported out. Lucas has over and over again relied on these Gideons against the Eldrazi deck. He just wants to be able to pressure the opponent. And then, of course, Transgress, Infinite Obliteration, and Duress is okay, but Owen, all of his spells are cheap and his creatures are expensive, so that's not a good
I'm
combination
just doing
for
it right
Duress
now as we're
because
talking.
when
I
you
always
draw
have it
Duress
to the
on
side
turn
of
5 or
me right
6,
here.
often Owen won't
Like,
have very
down
good
there.
targets. Also, Owen spells all draw him into creatures, so you Duress Owen, he grapples into a creature in response. It just does not work out well for you.
I love the Infinite Obliteration dance with Coax from the Blind Eternities.
Yeah, going off is pretty nice. There's also a nice little loop you can do with Grapple from the Past and Jace. You like flip Jace, use it to flashback Grapple to get back Jace, and like you can just keep doing stuff like that.
I might not actually get to play Arena today.
Owen is the one who's trying to loop Emrakuls. He's trying to get multiple Emrakuls triggers going on in a game, and Lucas is trying to kill him with Gideons before that can happen. Since we've seen this
You're
Liliana
tempted to buy a deck you made on Arena and try an IRL tourney? Yeah.
Gideon is kind of does
If
that.
you
but
like it a
much
lot,
faster. More
I mean,
vulnerable
if
to
you
Emrakul.
get the cards, you can always like sell the cards if you don't want them anymore. But obviously, you're going to get less out of them than you paid for them. But
Gideon does put Owen on a very
like it's definitely a good experience to have. You get to talk to other people. Oh my god, other human beings.
And I'll tell you, Liliana
Imagine looking at your opponent playing Magic cards in person.
Down there. It's really cool.
It's like the plague,
got
the
some
void.
zombies following her. There's some rats turning into Eldrazi rats. It's a really neat setup.
People, what are those?
Only one table in
What are
the
those
feature match
beings
area
that
left.
breathe
This is
air
the finals.
and
Pro
spit
Tour
out carbon
LGT.
dioxide?
I've got Randy Bueller and Luis Scott Vargas with me. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and well, this could be the game that decides the Pro Tour. If Lucas Blohan can find a victory, he will win 3-0 over Owen Turtenwald, and he's the one who will take that trophy home. But I got to say, he's playing one of the toughest players in the entire world, Owen Turtenwald here, and Owen is going to make it as difficult as possible at every turn.
It was too tough for me, that's for sure.
It's going to be on the play in this first sideboarded game.
And Owen's got a Coax and an Emrakul in his hand, so
Taking a look at the hands from our players as they get populated. We also get a little sneak peek with the cameras here.
IRL could be interesting.
Looks like on a two-lander with no green mana and a Pilgrim's Eye. This is
in real life, Magic could be interesting. They're tweaking from Adderall overload. It's like their third dose in the last 3 hours.
When deciding his Pro Tour
after every match, they're like, oh, gotta get some more.
A third land on time.
Why am I not hungry?
It's solid if he does.
So Owen's.
You do have to spell other people. That's fair.
If he wants to mulligan this,
that's fair.
It looks like it's really close
You're like,
for him.
this doesn't smell like my computer like it always does. This doesn't smell like the shirt that I just put on.
Doesn't make it wrong. If you're supposed to keep it,
it smells like
Swiss,
other people's shirts and Magic cards and card game players and freaking Monster.
And it was an Emrakul on turn 2. He really wants to find a land here, and he drew an Elder Deep Fiend. Not like this.
Elliot Dragon's on Arena, but it takes forever to get a match.
You know, his deck,
try it.
Not blazing fast, right? Like, look at his turn 3 play. He's done nothing this game, and he's going to play Infinite Obliteration. Wow, and get both Emrakuls out of Owen's hand.
Can you brush up on your rules without Magic Arena carrying me?
In the pit of Owen stuff.
Oh my gosh, I know. It's like, can I actually play this card? Is this legal? Do I play this? It's not lighting up in my hand. Please, card, light up so I know I can play it or not. Your interactions in your graveyard aren't, like, exiled. It's like, why is this card in my graveyard not actually exiling itself? I have to loot. What do you mean? I have to look through my graveyard to find this card? Wow. Can I just start playing Arena and you start twitching and you're like, all right, I guess I'll just shuffle my cards because I'm twitching. Twitch, shuffle my cards. Oh, this is why people shuffle their cards, because they used to be playing Arena and their cards aren't exiling themselves when they get in the graveyard.
Dummy, because he drew that Emrakul. Didn't
Yo, Metal Mario, can I get a streamer shout out for Metal Mario, by the way? I've been
also drew the card Lucas was
find out all the DGen streamers.
So it was just like the worst of all possible.
Worst
for Owen.
possible draw for Owen Turtenwald. Now, he's been in tough situations before at the table. He's not going to let it bother him, but yeah, you got to know he's feeling that.
Yeah, it looks like he actually sided out an Emrakul potentially because he thinks they're going to be targeted by Infinite Obliteration. We'll see if that's the case or not.
So one of them becomes
Coax from the Blind Eternities? Hold on. That looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card name. It honestly just does. Anyone that's played Yu-Gi-Oh before knows that it looks like a freaking long-ass Yu-Gi-Oh name. You reveal an Eldrazi card you own from outside the game or choose a face-up Eldrazi card you own in exile, put a card in your hand. That's insane.
Which he can go grab from wherever it is at that time.
Like, literally, cards like this, coax from the Blind Eternities. Like, there's Yu-Gi-Oh cards called, like Graph, Malabranch of the Burning Abyss. And that's kind of like freaking this card name.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, all three. He's still at 3. 3 main. They're all in exile.
It looks like you got all 3.
There it is.
Coax is...
Coax from the Blind Eternities. Don't go knocking my boy Graph.
Off the top for Owen Turtenwald. He can't find anything. And are we going to see, yes, Gideon on turn 4 from Blohan. And this is exactly what Owen didn't want to see. And he cannot find another land here. And this clock, we've seen it before. Blohan can attack for 7 right now.
So Owen may have to... He's picked up several titles this weekend.
That is a Gideon.
Hall of Famer elect, Player of the Year. May not be adding Pro Tour champion to that list.
Starting to feel that way. Is there any sequence of draws at this point, Luis, that Owen can find his way out? He's so far behind now.
Unfortunately not. I think even if Owen draws a forest this turn, which he did, the best possible scenario, I don't really see how he battles back. He missed 3 land drops.
Yeah, it doesn't make it wrong to keep that hand. It just sometimes they don't work out.
Yeah, Owen Turtenwald's all the way down.
So you have to go 12-4 to make top 8?
Lucas Blohan looks to shut the door as quickly as possible.
That doesn't actually seem that bad.
The Shambling Vent attacked for 9 damage last turn.
Like, if you went like 11 and Yu-Gi-Oh big Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments are like, if you go like 8-3, you don't make it into top cut. 9-3, you don't make it. For 12-4 to make top 8, it seems like pretty okay. Like, I could go 12-4 in a tournament, I think.
Yeah, Lucas even has removal to get the Pilgrim's Eye out of the way here.
He does exactly that. He's going to activate.
12-4 was a breaker fight. True.
Turtenwald down to 2 life, and there's just nothing he can do.
Like, my last 2 Degen opens, I went 5-2 and missed on breakers. Once I got 9th, and the other one I got one I got 9th and one I got 19th, but both of them I missed it on breakers. So, like, judging by 2 5-2s in a row, if I just do like 5-2 twice, that's what, 10-4, and then win 2 more, and I'm like have a shot at top 8. I don't know. It kind of seems like something that that's in the realm of possibility for me that I could definitely do.
What a tough way to go out for Turtenwald, but Lucas Blohan says, I'll take it. It's a den protector for Turtenwald. Turtenwald's not one to concede until it's really over. He's going to play a Vessel of Nascency here as well, but at 2 life, all Lucas Blohan has to do is attack. And he's in. Lucas Blohan is our champion for Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. Congratulations to him. He defeats Owen Turtenwald in 3 straight games.
He just won his last 9 games in a row.
Wow.
Oh, jeez, he was down 0-2.
He was down 0-2, rattled off 3.
And just ran it?
Then 3.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff. Hitting from a weird angle on the metagame with the black-white deck that I think people had kind of dismissed.
This just in. Planeswalkers are good.
And Lucas Blohan is your champion. Congratulations to him. We have to congratulate Owen Turtenwald as well for a fantastic tournament, but he's going to be a finalist here. We've got our champion. It's Lucas Blohan from Team Eureka. Man, tough way to go out, right? You know, the last, I mean, no matter, no matter what, you know, if you're a Magic fan, you don't want to see it end like that, but Lucas Blohan's
This is one of the worst final matches
that was
in
really
history. Why?
impressive
Just
stuff from
because
him,
he
especially in those first 2 games. We saw the raw power
drops.
of Liliana. That was insane. I mean,
we saw back-to-back matches where Lucas beat Resolved Emrakul's.
Yes.
Like, because of Liliana Emblem. So, you can't say that he didn't have some tough competition on the way there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to do it for us in the booth here. Let's go check in with Rich Hagan at the news desk.
Thank you so much to Marshall Sutcliffe leading the team there. Randy Buehler, thanks so much to him alongside Lou Scott Vargas. And Randy, we're going to miss you. It's been an honour and a privilege to have you with us here.
That's
on
some
coverage
real
for so
small
many years.
ducklet energy
One of the
there,
great
right?
contributors to Magic history. Not forgotten, and of course, still...
Like, that match was definitely some small ducklet energy. On Magic Arena, my current deck went through all plat rank with only 2 losses. I had 1 game where I mulliganed to 4 with a misclick and still won. Let's freaking go. Mull to 4 with a misclick. Wow. So what you're saying is your opponent misclicked. Like, game 2, he resolved it Eldrazi when he was essentially dead? Yeah. Well, but that was the second Eldrazi that he dropped. That was the second one. Just me or Magic Arena is dead right now? Yeah, it's dead. I mean, we can try it again, but I don't think I'm playing Arena today, unfortunately. But good news for us, we did do a YouTube video of the new Alchemy announcement, so we don't have to worry about making a YouTube video today or not, because we already did it. Missing Lands' death against turn 4 Gideon. I really want to play Arena, though. Like, I want to play that Planeswalkers deck, but maybe we'll just hit it to do tomorrow. And I clicked Mulligan with a hand twitch and had 4 cards to start. Yikes. Or did I end up playing the Exceed Festival at all? I did not. All right, sounds good, Jaffer. Did anybody answer me whether that's Reed Duke's brother or not? Is it or does his name happen to just end with Duke?
still streaming everywhere you look with the wonderful super streaming series that he does.
It is Reach Brother? Okay.
Randy, thank you so much on behalf of everyone around the
You
world.
missed Richard BDM
But,
on coverage?
gentlemen, we have a winner. It is Lucas Blahon.
Honestly, just watching this gives me like vibes of like I wish I was playing Magic during this time. But during this time I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and I was doing like pretty well. You know, a good site to buy specific cards from. I want to see how expensive my current deck is to buy outright. Yeah, CoolStuffInc.com. You can even get 5% off of your whole entire bill. You can get 5% off of literally everything you buy by clicking that link. You do have to type in code James5 at checkout to get the 5%. But you can get sealed product, you can get pre-releases, you can get sleeves, deck boxes, whatever you want. Jinx 5? No. James 5. You can also use code DGen5 as well, if you shall choose. You missed out on easy 3K gems from the Exceed Festival. Once the self-FTK decks had punished with the gem reward update, it was a ton of fun. Yeah, what put me off of it is people were like, oh, just conceding automatically, and I was like, nah, I don't want to play that, but I guess they fixed it.
Is your champion of Pro Tour Eldritch Moon. And Ian, once the guy said it there in the booth, from 2-0 down in the quarterfinals, he still needed 9 game wins to win the title, and that's what he did in order.
Yeah.
Also, if this is your first time hanging out, I'll be on stream. Hopefully you like the content. Hopefully you think I'm a funny guy, and I look too much like freaking. Just kidding. I don't look like anything besides myself. But if you like the content, we obviously are watching Pro Tours today, but I usually play Arena. I play Standard mostly, but I also play Historic and Alchemy as well, and we do some Yu-Gi-Oh! From time to time. So if you like the content, make sure to click the follow button. I would love to have more followers. We're also 103 away from 4,000. So if you like the content, feel free to follow so you can see me on the left-hand side of your Twitch whenever you log in.
It's just incredible. I mean, the resolve and the focus it takes to just, maintain the course after being 0-2 down in the quarterfinals. Just incredible. And I mean, watching him play and the way that he navigated these complicated board states and lined up the perfect answers against his opponent's threats all throughout the top 8 was just incredible to watch.
So let me just check something in, because I'm...
This is probably cheaper than Magic Arena considering the Pathway lands are so hard to craft. Yeah, Pathways are much cheaper, I think, in paper, especially with the 5% off, than they are by getting rare wild cards in Arena. The self-FTK deck was dumb. They changed it so winning with your own deck gives you 500, while losing gave you 50, but the first 2 days of people playing self-FTK was dumb. Yeah, for sure. They would just burn themselves, right? But, what else was I going to say? Make sure to put the 1st of the month in March on your calendars. I'm doing a subathon for my first day not having a job.
I'm not fantastically strong on the story. I think what's happened is that Emrakul turns up often and repeatedly. People really struggle to deal with her.
Thanks for the follow.
And then Liliana turns up and says, I got this. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, basically.
Worth a follow. Oh my gosh, they think I'm worth it. I'm worth it! Sick! I'm excited about that. Also, if you ever watch any Magic content on YouTube and you want to watch Magic Arena content on YouTube, you can type in !YT in chat and sub to me there. We do a deck every single day. I'm not going to have a deck tomorrow, though, because I'm not playing Arena today. But I'm going to be having our Alchemy update on YouTube tomorrow. So if you'd like to watch all the decks that I play and all the decks that I build on stream and play them, they're edited as well, so they're not just whole stream VODs, because that'll be boring. They are edited, so where I show the best games that we play and show off the deck, and if you'd like to see those, you can look at my YouTube as well.
So Liliana really saves the day with her horde of zombies, and that's exactly what we saw here unfold in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. All right, let's take a look at the bracket for the top 8 here at Eldritch Moon. We'll work our way through the day as we saw 8 phenomenal players come into action here. We had Sam Pardy, Andrew Brown, Lucas Blahon, Ken Yukihiro, Luis Scott Vargas, Reed Duke, Yuta Takahashi, and Owen Turtenwald. And we'll show you how that all panned out. Luis Scott Vargas kicked off up against Reed Duke, and unfortunately for Ian, BDM, this was a pretty straightforward win for Luis.
Luis Scott Vargas chose to play Bad Company for this tournament and showed us why it was such a powerful deck. Was able to come out very aggressively in the first 2 games and be able to pivot into a longer game in Game 3 and was able to take it in 3 games against Reed Duke.
Then we had Yuta Takahashi up
LSD
against Owen
played against Reed Duke in
Turtenwald.
top
This was
8.
Team
Yikes.
Emerge against Bant Company, and Owen Turtenwald emerged from that, no pun intended,
35 minutes left till
by
LGG
3
goes live
games
again.
to
I
1.
think we'll be
Pretty
playing after the
straightforward for
downtime.
him. We went into the top half of the bracket, and
What time is it? So 6 o'clock? I could do that. If it comes on at 6, then we can play from like 6 to 8, and then I can eat dinner from 8 to 8:30. And then I'm playing Commander today with Michael Kritz, Voiden, and Drew Carroll. It's what you read? Okay. And I'm not going to be doing that on stream. So it's a possibility for sure.
the number 1 seed was Sam Pardy with his black-green Delirium deck up against Team Emerge for Andrew Brown from East West Bowl. Ian, what happened in that one?
That was a pretty tight match between 2 decks that have very powerful mid-games. Andrew Brown flooding a little bit in the first game. Ultimately, it was Sam Pardy that triumphed in that matchup with his black-green Delirium deck.
And that left Lucas Blahan up against Ken Yukihiro. A terrific matchup on the face of it. That's how it panned out. BDM, the game of 2 halves, and when there are 5 games, well, you can't really have a halfway, so somebody had to win game 5.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's rare that you get a little tidbit from playtesting on the floor, and it plays out exactly the way the team predicted it. Lucas Blahan, they said, was a terrible underdog in the first 2 unsideboarded games of their match and would probably go 0-2, but that the matchup swung so wildly in their favor after sideboarding that they legitimately expected him to go 3-0. Lucas almost won one of those first 2 games.
Right.
Came very, very close to doing that against Ken Yukihiro, but it wasn't to be. And then he rattled off 3 in a row and started a trend that continued on through the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So let's get to our semi-finals, and we began with Owen Turtenwald up against Luis Scott Vargas. That was a real box office killer. Bant Company against Teamer Emerge, and it did go the distance. It was back and forth. Luis led 1-0. He led 2-1. It went back to 2-2, and in the end, Owen advanced with Team Emerge. Did you expect that over 5 games in that matchup?
I expected Owen to be a favorite, but at any point in the matchup, it was just so close, such a back and forth, even within each game, and then the games within the match. It was just anyone's match at any point.
Also, for a 5-game set, BDM, look, pace of play, it's a bit like baseball. It's nice for the game to progress. And we got through 5 games in just a little over an hour. So if you do have some time spare, go back and watch that 5-game set. You're going to learn so much. It was super exciting, super close, but also super crisp and precise, and they got the job done. Well, great job by both.
Yeah, great match to watch by 2 just players at the peak of the game. Not just at the peak of their game, the peak of the game. I mean, it's 2 players who are just utterly dominant right now, playing Magic with this ease and understanding of everything that's going on for both of them, and it was wonderful to watch.
So then we had Sam Pardy up against Lucas Blahan. This was black-green. Delirium up against white-black Control. Blahan had won his last 3 games to claim the quarterfinal slot. Well, then he won his 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Main format kind of changes from time to time, but I play Standard, Historic, and Alchemy. I'm mainly playing Standard right now since the new set came out. Once Alchemy comes out, I'll be playing a little bit of that as well. Super excited about some of the new changes to zombies, Town-Raiser Tyrant, things like that. But my rank, I always hit Mythic every time, and I've gotten up to number 3 Mythic twice.
6 consecutive games to advance to the final. Now, Ian, I think that was a bit of a surprise to see
I think Standard is really fun right now. And I think it's a really good format.
A sweep in the semis.
It absolutely was. Going into that match, those decks look like they're playing a very similar game. They're both sort of black-based mid-ranged focused decks with plenty of creature removal. I thought it would be a very, very close matchup and that it could have gone either way, but Lucas Blahan actually swept the match. Very, very impressive to watch.
Brian, a terrific performance by Sam Pardy, #1 seed coming in, the only player in this top 8 who was here for his first Sunday appearance. Got a win under his belt, so that's a nice another thing off the list. It's always a tough feeling when you come in, it's your first Pro Tour top 8, and then and now I'm out and it's 10:30 in the morning. I guess I'll go see Sydney. But he didn't do that, so great job, Sam Pardy.
And Sam Pardy's going to have a great week. He's here with his family. His family comes to visit him at one Pro Tour location a year, and he's actually going to be in Sydney for the week with his family, touring around and seeing the city. So he's, he would have liked to have delayed the tour about an hour or two, but he's pretty happy, I think, with his result this weekend.
So we get to the final, and in the final, Owen Turtenwald Teamer emerge up against Blahan's white-black control. I think we all felt, Ian, that Owen was probably a slight favourite at least. It certainly didn't pan out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually down there on the floor with the Pantheon guys watching that unfold, and going into it, they thought Owen was the favorite. I actually talked to Owen while the semifinals between Sam Pardy and Lucas Blahan was going on. I said, Owen, which of these players would you want to advance? Who do you think you have the better matchup against? And he said, I want Lucas Blahan
You're having a blast
to
with
advance. We played a ton in testing of
that one card though. Farewell, I can't work on how to play around that.
Winning all the time.
You just have to not commit a lot of things to the board.
Did not play out that way in the finals. And I have to imagine, is that due to some of the innovations that Lucas Blahan brought with his deck?
While having more cards in your hand that you can play right afterwards and hope they don't have another one.
Post-Pro Tour metagame with these control decks that are actually prepared to beat Emrakul.
These three guys are better broadcasters than most media companies have.
I mean, that just sounds absurd, but I absolutely agree with you. BDM, it would be tempting in this seat right now to say, Owen Turtenwald, of course he might be a little disappointed, but he had a tremendous season. He's player of the year. He must be thrilled. But we both know Owen better than that, and he will be just bewildered in a sense that he has not run the tables and hasn't just walked away with absolutely everything.
No, there's nobody on the Pro Tour who wants that win more than Owen Turtenwald. I can make that statement with full confidence that it is true. I mean, there's nobody who wants that more, nobody who puts in more work and brings more focus to the table in pursuit of that win. I know it was crushing for him to start the season at the World Championship, to lose in the finals of that event, now see him lose in the finals of another event at the end of the season. That creates an amazing season that saw him get elected to the Hall of Fame, that saw him become the Player of the Year, that sees him as the mid-season master, that sees him as the U.S. national champion going back to the World Magic Cup, right? That sees him make 2 Pro Tour top 8s, and tremendous season from Owen Turtenwald, but there's a bitter taste for him, I know, until he gets that trophy, and that's one of the things that makes Owen such a great Magic player.
He finishes the season, by my reckoning, on 98 pro points. That is a nuts total. Given that, especially he spent half the season at home watching the coverage.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, I think Kai was maybe one of the only players to actually get over that 100-point total. That was during a time period when there were 6 Pro Tours in a year, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, just an absolutely astounding number of points. Owen has had a tremendous season. He's definitely established himself as one of the best players in the world, and it was just fantastic to watch all this weekend.
Now, of course, both Lucas Blahan, your new Pro Tour champion, and Owen Turtenwald, your new Player of the Year, are just 2 of 24 stellar names that will be joining us at the World Championship at PAX. The 3 of us will be there, all the team will be there to bring you 5 days of amazing action. And BDM, before we move away from Owen, unfinished business coming at the World Championship.
There's a bevy of rematches available to Owen Turtenwald at the World Championships. He could rematch Seth Manfield, he could rematch Lucas Blahan, he could even rematch Sam Pardy, who he played he owes a win to from the Swiss rounds.
So we will see how that all pans out. But for now, we're closing in on the end of the season. It's time for all the awards and trophies to be given out. Here comes...
A question about other sites that organize Magic tournaments. I wouldn't mind getting some practice and experience in that. Yes, actually. MTG Melee is a site that organizes tournaments. I also organize tournaments. I do a tournament called Stream League. Around once a month. the next Stream League is going to be March 6th. So put that on your calendar. Sunday, March 6th is the next Stream League. Well, what I do is I host that with another content creator. It's been Jim Davis a few times. He'll be joining us back on the 6th. But 32 streamers come together. It's an invite-only, streamer-only tournament. They come together and battle it out against each other in different formats. We've done Historic, Alchemy, Standard. This next one on the 6th will be Standard. And a content creator by the name of John Likes Games won the last Stream League 8, with Mono Black Aggro in Historic, and we'll be playing the next one, Stream League 9, on the 6th. So hopefully I see you guys out there as well. I'll be doing that right here on this channel with Jim Davis doing commentary with me. So it's gonna be a really fun time.
Was the award ceremony for Pro
You
Tour
won't be sick this time,
Eldritch
Jaffer?
Moon.
Jaffer. Let's see. Pro Tour Finals. Guilds of Ravnica. We have what? 25 more minutes? No sickness and oversleeping. Jaffer totally didn't oversleep on our last one. No, he would never do that. Pro Tour Dominaria. Do we want to go Guilds of Ravnica or I think we want to go Dominaria, right? Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. We already watched that one. Pro Tour Ixalan. Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir Finals. We watched that one already. Eldritch Moon. We watched that one. Journey into Nyx. I think I've seen this one. Depra versus Takahashi. I've watched this one live. Battle for Zendikar. MTG Melee is legit. Yeah, Nova. I feel like I want to watch Battle for Zendikar.
ABZAN against Jeskai. Takamura against Tamada. Japan versus Japan. Let's find a champion of Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar.
I think I want to start it like right here. Because we don't have time to watch it all.
That's what we want. And we're away with Kazuyuki Takamura on the left, starting off.
Me and Ashley totally weren't like.
So you're telling me you like
Jeskai? Jaffer, where are you at? In the 30 minutes.
Well, I've got some Jeskai charms for you. I do like Jeskai Charm. I do like it a lot more when you're on the play and have a 2-drop, because when you're on the draw and have Jeskai Charms as a 3-drop, it's kind of like you're catching up.
Model 3?
Is a little less enticing. I got it.
Or Jeskai Charms, huh?
So you see Wooded Foothills, Windswept Heath, double Jeskai Charm, Valorous Stance, Disdainful Stroke, and Mantis Rider. So all cheap, all action for Tamada early. Lots of responses to things, just the one creature right now.
MTG just came back live. Checking.
Meanwhile,
So under crash that everyone trying to get back on? Alright, let's try to get back on then. Try to get on right now. Let's go.
What's up, Jamers? Today we have one of our favorite decks as well. It's one of our favorite archetypes. It's a mid-range deck. It's more of a control shell, though, because we're playing a Super Friends deck. ABZAN Planeswalkers. Now, you could say, oh, this is black and white, but why not splash green for our good old friend, Virulent Monstrous Raider? This card makes all of our Planeswalker get additional loyalty counters when it comes on the battlefield and when it pluses as well. It also makes our opponents lose their counters as well. Half of them specifically. And this card is going to be an also 6/6 Trample Haster. We have Prosperous Innkeeper in order to play Wandering Emperor, Sorin, and potentially Meathook Massacre on turn 3 of the game. We have Baloged Recovery and a copy of Soul Transfer to potentially get our Planeswalkers back to our hand after they go to the graveyard, and Soul Transfer can also exile stuff. We have March of the Wretched Sorrow to gain life, March of Otherworldly Light, which is one of the best cards in the format right now. It is basically just a catch-all for everything. And you can also make it cheaper if you want to by exiling a copy of Farewell or Wandering Emperor or Vanishing Verse from your hand or anything out of the sideboard. We also have a cool access to Yasharn Implacable Earth or in the sideboard for the sacrifice matchups. And Farewell, I think, is one of the best cards in Standard right now. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and slap a whole bunch of Wandering Emperor, Sorin the Mirthless, Lol Spider Queen, and Professor Onyx Planeswalkers onto the battlefield and try to get all 4 of them onto the battlefield at the same time. And it all starts right now. Is Arena working? I sure to God hope so, God Prince. You have a very annoying issue in Magic Arena. I'm trying to make a deck for best of 3 standard, but I can't find where to set that. I'm getting default best of 1 with a sideboard of 7. You have to click the thing that says 1 and move it to 3. It's a button. It's a little bit hard to find. Arena is back. And before it doesn't give us a match for 8 years. We got a match! Okay, let's go, Pog. Play first. I don't have a Planeswalker, but I have a removal spell and a Ramper, so I guess I'll keep it. We'll go white mana and then Innkeeper. We're going to be using this Takanuma as a spell for sure. Innkeeper on Innkeeper, madness. The Voring collects. Please don't cast Chariot. Yasharn. Whoa. Whoa. We didn't get a Planeswalker, but these Vanishing Verses weren't doing anything anyway. That Meathook might help a little bit. So far, no Planeswalkers.
Would Ishin trigger Parhelion twice and make 4 angels instead of 2? What does Ishin do again? Mana value X or less. Yikes. Professor. I think I'm gonna march the chariot. I'm letting them create another one so I gain 1 more life off the meat hook. I'm assuming I'm drawing drawing a land next turn, but maybe I don't. Land, please. I could have meat hooked for 2 there, but if we don't draw a land, we're gonna be super dead.
The generous one. Is insufferable. I will. Aren't I generous?
Second Yasharn. Wedding. Draw a card. Always do meat hook for 1 more than you need to if you aren't going to do anything else. Heyo. Alright, where are my vanishing verses now? Oh wait, they're in the grave. Wow, that's a farewell. I need a mana.
Under my watch, neither vampire nor human will go extinct. You can deal with my servant. I'm busy. What's 1 more grudge?
Yikes. Which means I go to 1 if they attack with Cave? No. They animate Cave, then they animate Chariot and hit me for 11. Alright, Miss Lethal. Actually, I could have... Whatever. I need to draw Farewell. Wait, even if I draw Farewell, I die to their land. Unfortunate. Why doesn't Farewell say exile all lands? Starnheim Unleashed Gamer. Seems like a good hand. Gatilda. Wasn't really expecting that one. But I guess I'm just going to meat hook for one. Because I don't want this to be mana for them. Then next turn I go white with this. Wandering Emperor. Skyclave my meat hook? Sure. Honestly, I don't want them to chariot me, though. Okay. Looks like I made the right choice. Well, they can make a 1/1 here, but that doesn't kill Lolth. I mean, it's 2/2.
Guards, to me. We've got the edge in this fight.
Subservience will be rewarded. My will cannot be denied.
Legion Angel. Yikes.
return to the... We will slay our enemies.
That's Professor. Well, darn.
I think I'll do this. I can block the Skyclave. I have Soren plus Wandering, and then I can start plussing the Professor Onyx.
Remember your training.
The Seiju's pretty bad right now, but all these cards are bad.
Let's go digging.
See if I can keep my Professor Onyx alive with the Wandering Emperor.
We've got the edge in this fight. Anyone who harms my people must contend with me. You are not much of a roadblock.
Huh. Go ahead and... Well... Plus this. March and Loth. I guess Loth is better than March here. Wait, if I get March, I can cast Soren and then play Beseiju as a land. And then March for 3 and kill the Legion Angel? I think Loth is better though.
I never thought I'd miss the library.
Remember your training. Always glad to meet my match.
My children drench. My power is for annihilation.
Alright, we have 3 Planeswalkers on the battlefield. Do we get the Soren down to have all 4 Planeswalkers, chat? It's a little annoying that these Legion Angels have flying, but at least we have Loth. And then we can minus Professor Onyx as well.
gift in exchange for loyalty. I will get what I want.
I don't want them to draw a card. But they are going to get a mana. Alright. So I can... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available. If I attack with that, I can't cast Sorin. I can kill my Wandering Emperor to exile one of the Legion Angels. And then I can Professor Onyx minus on another one. So I guess I'm going to start out by just attacking the Wandering Emperor here. Okay, that didn't die.
See you later.
I'm going to do this first. Well, no. Do I just get rid of both Legion Angels?
I always reward the loyal.
Sorry, you don't make the grade.
Like... the removal is probably sorcery speed, right?
We've got the edge in this fight.
The removal is probably sorcery speed. So I'm just gonna hope they don't have instant speed removal. And if they do, they do. Wow, they actually had it.
Subservience will be rewarded. Years of training.
Feels so good, chat. Killed the wrong one, opponent.
Do what I demand.
Planeswalkers, commence.
There has to be an answer here.
No cost is too great to quell my savagery. You fight for me now.
Feel the energy of battle, then guide it like water. You're done.
Storm the festival. What do they get here? Chariot? Borrow time and wedding announcement.
Too rowdy for my tastes.
I have got new moves to teach you.
It's an Emperor on Emperor showdown.
My people. You are not much of a
Oh! Whoa!
Show them how we greet our enemies.
We do like that a lot, actually. We love that. Oh. Oh. Woo. We do love that. I guess I want Go Blank now that I know they play Storm the Festival. I guess I should have already known they played it. All your favorite walkers in the same deck. No, Onyx. We're playing Onyx. How about all 3 legendary lands in the same hand? You added Mana Tithe to your Parhelion board and it performed very well. Mana Tithe. Interesting. I'm gonna let this go because if they happen to have a Chariot, I can just Vanishing Verse it. Okay, well maybe this is a wedding announcement? Just what we love to see, chat. Like, if they played Chariot, if they had Chariot, they would have cast it there, right? Guess I'm just passing. Linger, thanks for the follow. Heyo! Eat my Vanishing Verse. That's why I don't think the dragons are good, because Vanishing Verse exists in the format. How would you like a Sorin?
Consider yourself fortunate.
They can lair for 3 and attack my Sorin. Lair for 4. But I can cast Ren.
The will of the woods is made manifest.
Good draw. Draw first. Sorin. Am I that worried about my life total? Probably not.
Blood for knowledge. A fair trade.
I think I'm soul transferring this. You probably have a hexproof thing, right? Or is that just the layer stop? Killing Ren. And then March can hit the token?
We are wilting.
For like what, 0 mana or 1 mana? Well, like, Boseiju can hit this, and then March can hit something else. Bolt land. Do they have another Amari's Call in hand? Interesting. Alright, so in order to play around a card that's like a hexproof card, I'm going to want to Boseiju this now. So they can't... Yeah. Oh my gosh. They probably had it. They probably had the hexproof. I can almost guarantee you. Hey, thank you, Ducklet Energy. Cameo safekeeping can hit lands? Oh, because it says target permanent. Well, I guess it plays around it being, Snakeskin Veil. Alright, so turn 2 Prosperous Innkeeper. Mono white. Drawing a 6-drop against mono white isn't looking good for the home team. But I can get rid of a card with mana value... What? Mana value 2 with 1 mana with the Vanishing Verse up? Mana value 2 or less? Just kidding. Good draw. We'll get rid of Soren, I guess? Good draw. Really? Hey, John Ice Games. I can get rid of the portable hole while it's on the stack, so I don't lose the treasure. Or I can just get rid of the Hopeful Initiate. I don't really want to do that, though. What if I just do that because I need to draw a land for turn anyway? I'm gonna do it. I have 3 6-drops. Wow! I drew a card I could cast, and then they cast Raydane, so now I have 8 drops. Holy crap. They're probably going to use Hopeful Initiate to get rid of my treasure token. Because they can take 2 counters from on the board, pay 3 mana, get rid of my treasure token, then I just lose. Unless I draw, like, Vanishing Verse right now or something. Well, that's a good sign. Like, it's not that good, but, like, still, definitely still a yikes. Wow. Raydane just bodied us. Good lord, main deck Raydane just destroyed us. I should have known they had something when they paused on the attack, but we were dead anyway. A little bit of an iffy hand, but I think I'm going to keep it. I just realized these wheels turn. This wheel turns. Oh, and if I click it, it turns also. Missed the land drop. There we go. One more black mana, please. Yeah, missing that one land would have been gross. We were playing 25, so reasonable to draw 4 lands by turn, like 4 or 5. What do they got? Do we need to kill this? Wait, what? Oh, we can't actually cast this for we can't actually cast this for 3 because it's wow. We can't cast it for 3 because then it'll be. That's so stupid. This card just completely bodies us, chat. We also need a second black source at some point. We can't even use this on this at all. Unless we draw an untapped land. I don't even think it matters what they take here. Seems like Redain claims another round. It might. It might, Silver Prop. You watched most of my runes video? What'd you think? Good? Did you like the video, though? More importantly, did you give it a like? Did you give it a thumbs up? It took Meat Hook. I can't even kill Spellbinder either with this. Because by doing this X equals 3, it means it's 4 mana, which means it's 6 mana. Oh, come on. Why are my cards so expensive? I need a black mana.
If I have a Nighthawk Scavenger on board right now, this game would be so different. Good lord. Oh, wait. This is damage, not mana value. If I exile a card, it doesn't work. So I guess I could have used it. I took 3 damage for no reason, I guess. Why can't I pay 2 damage? 2 damage, submit 0. Kill this. Vanishing Verse. Guess I'll Thirst Follow. Am I too Chris Hemsworthy for you? Greatest Virtue? If you go tap down, remove a black card, you pay 5 in Co-Raid. I can't, because then it would be 7, right? If I go tapped out and remove a black card. Really? Is that how it works? If you have a Thor cosplay somewhere, I may have to even sub. I should have a Thor cosplay, and I don't, and that's a misplay. Okay, so I guess I just did that wrong the whole time. And I could have killed this the entire time, and I just didn't. Valorous Stance. Guardian of Faith. Oh, that still lets me cast my things, which I'm happy about. Give me Black Source, please. Please give me a black mana. You did like the video? There we go. Here we go, Kunst. We're learning. Alright, give me... Come on!
Run away. You'll be safer. My judgment is final.
You're surprised Guardian of Faith isn't in Nine Runes? It probably should be. Double White's hard to consistently get in 3 colors. Unless you're playing, like, you know, mana fixers and stuff, but yeah. Where's our double black? We have so many black sources in this deck. I guess Nighthawk Scavenger's just not good enough because we don't have consistently double black. I might have to replace that with a different card.
Then.
Do they play a 2-mana card and keep up another Guardian of Faith? That's the question. Well, that answers yes.
Like, yeah, Guardian of Faith is not a 3-mana card. It would be hard to get white mana if it was a card that you would always play on turn 3. Kind of took him long enough, right? All right, let's stay away from that kind of energy, like the tells me you don't know what I'm talking about energy. Let's be constructive, guys. All right, here we go. I'm probably playing this as a land. No worries, Coons, just so you know. I guess we're going this into this as white. I guess I'm drawing a lot of lands. Although, our hand's really bad against a control deck. Like, if this was against that white deck, then we would have been insane. We're probably dead, chat. We can't win from here. Our hand has done nothing? You got that right. We just gotta be linear as all heck. I don't think there's any way we beat them if we're not just like linear planeswalker after planeswalker after planeswalker. I guess the equivalent of hand shuffling on Arena is like this. Like if this was your habit. Untapped potential in Vorinclex, potentially. Might just be too expensive, though. You can do that a lot right now in Arena Scoop. Is that the only meat hook in our deck? I don't want to get your wire disruptioned. Discarded 2 lands. Lead us.
You can deal with my
The extension should tell you if you have another or not. Yeah, I think that's the only one. Yeah, it's the only one. Restoration. You do that, they play it.
You wish to know my secrets? Very well.
Could be a Doomscar. They're gonna turn it to nighttime so they can get a Celestis draw. I don't think I'm attacking. Well, yeah. I think, actually, you know what? I think I am attacking with that. What if I draw again? Alright, sounds good, Kun. See ya.
My ways are not for the weak.
I'm gonna attack with both, because if they attack me, if they go land Hall of the Storm Giants, try to kill Sorin, I can just kill it with Vanishing Verse anyway. Aw, dang it. A lot worse for me.
Finally, I'm home. Let your blade do the talking.
That is true, Novachat.
We've got the edge in this fight.
Your transgression has not gone unnoticed. You wish to know my secrets? Very well.
But that's a hard counter to your deck. Definitely not a hard counter to what an opponent's playing.
You should be scared.
And they can't get anything back out of their graveyard right now.
I have got new moves to teach you.
See if they cast another spell to make it daytime. They could just go Doomscar here. Doomscar.
My ways.
I keep drawing lands. Let's see, another Wandering Emperor. March. Unfortunate. They would have marched even if I checked for traps. Ah. Normally hitting a land on Soren feels great, but this is getting a little silly. I know. Have I hit like a bunch of times in a row? I think so. If they didn't like that card in hand, they could have used Field of Ruin in response to Wandering Emperor, in response to the Restoration, and then brought the Field of Ruin back.
Keep watch for intruders.
That's probably a counter spell. I needed to say Vanishing Verse for the Hall. How about another land? Took a Seagate. Yep, saw that one coming.
You fight for me now.
They saw it coming too. It's good that we, like, our only Meat Hook Master, because it's probably bad in this matchup, is gonna, Ashley got countered, so that's good.
Show them how we greet our enemies.
I have no way to stop my Soren from dying here. Oh, or I could just take 7. Good draw, finally. Wow, another land. I actually cannot believe how many lands we're drawing.
Wish to know my secrets? Very well.
You reek with terror. And I, the generous one.
We've got the edge in this fight.
Ooh, they're playing Demonic Sphere. Alright. Hieroglyphic Illumination on an artifact. Soren or Lolth? Guess I keep Soren. No, I should probably keep Lolth, right? Because Soren loses me more than one life, and this always loses me one life.
Excuse my sudden egress.
We will slay our enemies.
Another land? Oh, come on. Really? Oh, my God. Why?
Remember your training. You win this round, but I'll be waiting for you.
How? Oh my God. How? That was 3 lands in a row. I heard hitting your land drops is important. It really is. I feel like it's the most important out of any other content creator you know of. And that's why I put 35 lands in every single deck. Okay. Well, I have my colors. Network Disruptor. Oh, I'm playing against rogues? Oh, how about a land? How do we like lands, chat? Alright. Are you ready for me to keep a 6-lander, or a 5-lander technically, or whatever, and then draw lands for the rest of the game? Come on. Working our way up to farewell. We are working our way up, chat. Are you actually serious right now? I've drawn 3 lands in a row after keeping a 6-lander. Oh, this is the worst timeline. Grixis aggro. My opponent is looking like the best duelist in the world. Hey, look, just in time. Oh, crap. I'm dead. Yep, I am dead. Alright, I think we got this, chat. I think we had it. Our opponent also understood this. Alright. I think we got this. Let's try this again. I think we have it. Is it gonna work this time? Probably not. Do they have, like, negate or something? Nope. Guess I'm just gonna keep doing this.
take no joy in the slaughter, but it's necessary. Things have
All right, Soul Transfer can bring the Soren back.
You deal with this annoyance.
It's a good use of Soul Transfer.
You will serve me well.
All right, those March cards are pretty good. I'm at 14 life with a Soren in play. This 6 mana top deck scoop. We did it. We're a number gamer, chat. We're a numbers gamer. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back in just a second. I'm going to do like a short ad break, and we'll be right back. We're going to play this deck until 8 o'clock, so another hour, so probably like 2 matches. And then we're going to be playing Commander afterwards, but I'm going to be playing Commander off stream. I'll be right back. We're back.
Benax, what's up? By the way, if it's your first time here, welcome. We do arena content here, playing some ABZAN Planeswalkers. We're more of a mid-rangey, control-y gamer. We don't play much aggro, but when we do, we play it kind of like a mid-range player, where I try to extract value out of all my aggro cards. Sometimes it's just better to hit your opponent's face, chat. But if it's your first time here, I'd appreciate the follow. If you want to see me for more content whenever I go live on Twitch, click the follow button on the bottom right-hand side. You can also subscribe for free by by connecting your Amazon Prime account with Twitch. There's a little thing that you click subscribe, scroll down a little bit, it just says subscribe for free. And then you get our emotes, an amazing community for literally $0 a month. Play first! I guess we're keeping this with no white mana because we're greedy. Let the Greed Lord flow through you. It's okay, we're on the play. We have this to kill something, this to cast afterwards and continue to draw cards. That's an unfortunate occasion, the freaking Jawari Ruins. I'm impatient. What's up? Let's go ahead and play this tap. Double Jawari Ruins. You'll hate to see it. Sajiri Shelter. Is this Jeskai? Sajiri Shelter on Goldspan? Yep. If that ain't the truth, I don't know what is, chat. They're gonna go land Goldspan Dragon, attack, and then on the attack trigger to make the token, I'm gonna cast this and then exile the Goldspan Dragon, and then we're gonna be good to freaking go. That is not a Goldspan. I don't want to get negated, so I'm just gonna do this.
The energy of battle, then guide it like water.
We already know they play negate, might as well play around it. Flame Blast Bolt and Spike Field Hazard. So they might have another Flame Blast Bolt. Whatever, I'm making it 2-2. They kill Wandering Emperor, so be it.
Until next time, then. Let your blade do the talking.
Should have played a black source here instead of fucking Soul Transfer Sora and then cast it next turn. Unfortunate. Now I have to hold up Vanishing Verse for that and not get Sorin back to our hand. Lol. One of our best draws. Unexpected Windfall discarding land. Yikes.
I will show you what happens when the spiders
Do that to block a Goldspan. They can also have, what is it called? Hanada? The 4-mana card, and then just Magma Opus everything.
traitors, all of you.
What could that be? Counterspell? March isn't bad. They have 6 mana. Go ahead and soul transfer back the Lolth. Because we can't get the Sorin back anyway. Like if we had 4 black, I'd be able to. March. So they're gonna Windfall now? Oh, they're gonna March Behold. Or Galvanic Behold. Sure. Unfortunately, our Farewell's not gonna be able to exile this because they're just gonna Galvanic again on their turn. So I guess they just drew Galvanic, or else they would have Galvanic the Unexpected Windfall a couple turns ago. Double top. That's a yikes. I guess we can March the Farewell and kill and exile the Goldspan Dragon without using Vanishing Verse. But I think we're just gonna use Vanishing Verse, and then we're just gonna like hard cast Farewell for 6. They have 6 mana available. If we Vanishing Verse it, they can actually cast Magma Opus in response to it, which is really stupid. But if they do that, then they're tapped out, right? I mean, I guess I can March just the token and then Vanishing Verse the Goldspan, so they can't do that. That's probably 5-head. Actually, I should have done that in their main phase. Is rotation with the next set? I'm not sure. Because if I Vanishing Versus now, they make a treasure, and then make a treasure off the attack trigger, yeah. I should have done that in their main phase. Unfortunate. Now I just wasted a March. But now, they can't Magma Opus unless I Vanishing Verse first, which means I'm not Vanishing Versing. They're gonna have to, like, double Flame Blast Bolt their own Goldspan Dragon. Guess I just Vanishing Verse in response? Do they have Shijiri Shelter? Nope. Four mana. I guess I just Farewell. Artifacts and graveyards. That worked. Wow.
No, they have no more treasures and no more iteration. Alright, please don't have another iteration. Mythic looks like a lot more decisions than Diamond. It's close. Alright, so what they're going to do is they're going to windfall now, make 2 more treasures, and that gives them 4 more mana, so this is basically free. What is this? Oh god, is this a combo? Are they gonna win the game right now? Oh no. Are they? Is this a win? Somehow? Like, how can they pack this combo into a deck with so much interaction? Oh my god. That's insane. How much mana are they getting? That's way too much mana. Oh my god, this is insane! Now they can cast Magma Opus and kill me? Leer. Good lord. Unfortunately, I can only march for 3 iterations. So they're gonna do it all over again. This is broken. They need to take an extra turn. Well, they're gonna draw into their extra turn spell. Deal 2 damage, make a treasure. Or they can just cast Prismatic Command over and over again. Oh my gosh, this is insane. This is absolutely crazy. This is in standard? Yeah, this is why Goldspan's nerfed to not do this in Alchemy. Right, Nuno? I hope they deck themselves. There it is. Oh, come on. Why are they Flame Blast bolting? Yikes. How do they have that much interaction in their combo deck? That was nuts. That's good. We have a turn 3 Sorin. But then they could have draw disruption. I'm just gonna play it. It's painful stroke. Alright, at least it wasn't Jawari. Got rid of iteration and a land. They can disdainful stroke those, but would they like to disdainful stroke my Voring Collects? I would like to attempt to exile this. No! Of course. Why would they not have that? Please don't have an answer to this. They don't. Well, that's broken. What about this? Sick. Now they can't sack their treasures.
Vanishing Verse. That worked. Brian collects. Well, that worked. So you're saying there's a chance? Oh god, don't windfall. Oh, come on. I guess they can't use these, though. They're just drawing 2. I mean 4. I could have put them to 1 by attacking with Scavenger, but I don't want them to attack with the Goldspan. I gotta get rid of Yasharn somehow, and then they gotta like unlock their tokens. But right now they only have 6 mana, and not 14. Oh no, they got rid of it! Oh god. Oh, please no. Oh, please no! Oh, come on! Now they can iteration Unexpected Windfall again! That was almost bad. That was almost real bad. Alright, that's a keep, and we're going to draw a land, and we're going to be happy little campers, chat. Land into happy little camper. That's what's going to happen. Okay, not yet. I mean, land next turn. That's what I meant. I meant, like, really, like, land next turn. Like, on curve, like we're supposed to do. Come on! Alright. Counter me. Behold! They discarded the combo card and a land. Oh, look, you drew a land. We're straight busted, chat. And now we're just gonna force them to have... We're gonna force them to have something for their Goldspan Dragon. Unexpected Windfall. Just what I love to see. Yikes. Roar Disruption. Goldspan. Yay! 6 mana after I use this. Yay! Yay, Shijui Shelter every time. 6 more mana. Attack, 8 mana. $10 mana. Yay, negate. This is the worst. Please don't kill Innkeeper right now. Give me a break. Wow! There's one life to live, chat. One life to live. Eat instant speed sack a creature? We have that in the deck, we just didn't draw it. Pretty sure we're still dead. The answer is yes. Exactly dead. Yikes, that was awful. Alright, we're keeping this. Field trip. March isn't bad. They have reduced memory, so they're just going to reduce my Void Collect. I guess I just make them do it.
Because, like, I get a 3-2 and 2 life out of the deal anyway. And they have to use 3 of their available 5 mana unless they have an untapped land. Okay. That's a yikes. Where are my planeswalkers at? Guess I should just farewell. I can't farewell yet, though. This will help me farewell. Ren. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna march.
Speak your peace, and perhaps we can avoid her. Heed the trees. They prepare for war.
I'm gonna march and deal 2 damage, exiling Soul Transfer to the Ren. I'm gonna time you out, Abriel, for posting a link without context. Or telling me at all. So I don't know if you're a bot or not. Alright. Untap land, please.
We did not choose this fight.
Yikes. I mean, I can meet up for 3, but that leaves their 6/6s. The one time I want to draw lands, I can't draw them.
Untap land? If I have an untap line, I win the game. Well, I mean, another turn? Well, like, I'm not going for... Well, I was going for drawing untap land. It would be a waste of a march to... It would be a waste of a march, right? I just needed to draw any untapped land in my deck there. That was unfortunate. Alright, can we do it, chat? I believe. Well, we have a good-looking curve here, right? You gotta remember the acronym, Jodel wouldn't. James only draws lands when he doesn't need them. Exactly. Haven't we learned this by now? It's basically a rite of passage at this point. The Wandering Emperor.
My will cannot be denied.
Maybe like a Lolth opponent. At least the Walker decided to show up, you're not wrong. Reduced memory, sure. Hey, look, it's a Foreign Collects. Draw land. Let's freaking go.
I'll tell you a
Come on, let's freaking go. I mean, let's freaking go! Alright, we attack, and when they block the Innkeeper, we give it +1/+1 in first strike.
strike hard.
Easy clap. I think we're the beatdown. yeah, after that. Yep. I think we're the beatdown. Chariot. Hmm.
My words are
Untap
for
land.
ambitious minds.
Show them how we greet our enemies.
Kind of want to soul transfer that chariot, but they're probably not going to give me the opportunity to do so. It might just take 6. Okay. We get what we want, chat. We get what we want.
I will get what I want.
Oh my gosh! Lolth said I will get what I want, and I got what I wanted. Lolth said that. I don't know if you can hear that from the video, but Lolth said I will get what I want. You'd think we're on the same page, chat.
Oh, you'll fall into my web again.
Oh, you'll fall into my web again. Yes, you will, because I have a second Lolth. Sucker! Block, 2, 4, 8.
You
I
could
make
have
more
such
things.
Power,
I make more things.
aren't I generous?
Aren't I generous?
I have got new moves to teach you.
Aren't I generous?
A gift in exchange for loyalty.
Aha! The sound of tokens attacking. I guess I'll keep this. I have my lands, I have a planeswalker, I have a removal spell. Please don't flood out, James. Please don't flood out. Step number 1, don't flood out. Step number 2, draw playable spells. Step number 3, win the game. Although they could have a turn 3 chariot, and then we're going to be in really, really bad trouble here. Really bad trouble.
That is not an Astika's Chariot. Will they miss their land drop? Land drop missed. Let's go! Now they're gonna cast Chariot. Yasharn. Okay, well that hits their land drops. I guess they had Chariot. Goodbye, Innkeeper.
I've learned much during my travels. Let me show you. May your blade strike true.
What if we did the, like, 5-head thing and went, like, +1/+1 counter on the 2/2 attack? And then when they go to double block, we just, like, flash in another Wandering Emperor, or when they go, like, animate Chariot attack, we go another Wandering Emperor. We'd keep a 4/4 one of these, and then we'd obviously lose this Emperor, and they would lose both of their 2/2s. Nah. I think I'm just gonna make another 2/2 and then cast Lolth. It would be a cool play if they, like, animated Chariot and blocked with it, but other than that, I don't think it's that good.
Envy the strong, for my power is for annihilation.
Alright, now we have Feld Archery. Yikes. We don't know if they have another land, though. They do. That's unfortunate. Need a Kaya? Double the tokens. Not gonna lie, I thought about it.
I will get what I want. We will slay our enemies.
Remember your training.
I'm not gonna be killing them for a while, chat. And they keep drawing lands, which is unfortunate. Kill their things! More spiders!
My power is for, and my will cannot. Aren't I the generous one?
How about more lands? Do we like more lands?
A gift in exchange for loyalty.
Keep watch for intruders.
I can do this all day, opponent. Field trip, that's unfortunate. So I get a land, get +1/+1s, and then get the environmental sciences or not. Oh, they're gonna get rid of the Lolth for good. The Emperor feeds Lolth. Oh, they're not gonna use reduce. So do that to get the 7-drop. So they kill my cave? They did not kill my cave.
Aren't I generous? Subservience will be a reward.
Alright, we drew Sorin. So that's good.
Back to wandering. Guards, to me.
Under my watch, neither vampire nor human. You fight for me now.
Meat hook.
My hatred lives.
Alright. So if they have another land, they get to make their things have vigilance again. Remember when they missed their 3rd land drop, chat? They've drawn a land ever since?
I will not cry like a meek little thing.
Well, that definitely gets lands. Am I playing the Emperor? Am I playing the Emperor? Maybe? Nah. Check for traps is good. Vanishing Verse, that's a good one. Check for traps. Are there traps up there, opponent? Show me your traps. Ah. Let go Vanishing Verse plus Wandering Emperor. I don't really like that card hanging out. Attack, gain some life. Field trip. Yep. Mascot? This is why I wanted to hold my meat hook.
I hope you're ready to lose. This is what you get for hurting my people. I have got new moves to teach you.
Then this can block the lair if I need to.
I bring my own army.
That's a run.
Come, son. The will of the woods is made manifest.
And a chariot. Okay, well, opponent, you are insane. Nighthawk.
Dire times call for dire tactics.
Huh. I can animate both lands, but that doesn't really do anything.
think I have to kill Ren.
We must regenerate.
May your blade strike true.
Alright, so we might have a planeswalker or two die here. Especially if they draw a card with 4 power. Of course they top deck Storm the Festival, why wouldn't they? Come on. On it, what you got? On it, what you got? Come on, you got this.
That's fine. I just did it one day. I was like,
no.
One of those people who are just like,
Mute.
Practice
Mute.
kind of thing. So
Oh, I understand completely.
Oh,
not to say that you're not, but I'm just like,
No,
very
no,
adamant.
don't worry. I didn't take it that way whatsoever. Trust me.
Guys. Hold on a second.
But the downside was I didn't stream for like 3 months because I just kept putting it off. So.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm kind of in the same boat where like
At
every day
Boyden.
I'm like, all right, I'll transfer everything over
At Michael.
now, and then it like doesn't work. So.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, we were just chatting in Spell Table.
Okay.
because we didn't have the Discord call yet.
I'm gonna deafen real quick because I'm making a YouTube video really fast on the stream. But I need you guys to mute if you don't mind on Spell Table real quick so I can finish my video real quick.
Yeah, I think I'm muted. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You're awesome. Okay, so what do I do here? Everything at Sorin. I do this and this. Just this, I guess. I can't keep Sorin alive.
Know that I will not abandon.
They also have a Skewed Swarm. Good lord. Another Nighthawk. So, Christmas, how's it going? I guess I get rid of Skewed Swarm? We don't have an answer to these 11-11s.
the edge in this fight.
Oh my gosh, can you stop top decking bombs? They top deck Storm the Festival, and then they freaking top deck Demaria's Call. Yikes. Like, their stuff's indestructible, so it doesn't matter. Can I get a farewell, please?
I'm never done for good.
Oh, Onyx is good. I mean, how good it is, I don't know. But this gets rid of an 11-11.
If I won't be given a second chance, I'll make my own.
But then they have all this other stuff. I feel like I need farewell. Like, I have 4 in the deck. Lolth Meat Hook. I can't meat hook the 11-11s, so I'm gonna have to take the Lolth.
Let's go deeper.
I mean, that wasn't the worst thing ever.
Yes, we are. I'm the only person. Glass, I think.
Are you enraptured by my beauty? Or do you
On the spell table. How do I need myself there?
Okay, Michael's gone now. Okay, we go this, and then we hope they don't top deck Amaria's Call again. This game is a slog, chat. Like, I got rid of everything, and then they top deck. Well, they had Ren and Chariot left over, and then they top decked freaking Storm the Festival into Scute Swarm, and then also got a Marius Call off the top also, which gave them indestructible. Top deck Yasharn. They can animate the lair of the Hydra. I have a Death Toucher here. Okay, that's a 6/6. All I need to do is keep Liliana alive, kill the lair, and then draw farewell. So all you need to do now is draw farewell.
My power is for and I. Subservience. My will cannot be denied.
Farewell, one time. Boring collect. That's not going to do it. Okay. Farewell.
Oh, yes.
Let's go!
I know the knowledge you seek.
Let's go. Draw a card. Another farewell. Nah, we don't need farewell anymore. We got Soren. Ooh. Ooh.
I bring war.
Yeah, baby.
You will serve me well.
That's what I'm freaking talking about. Get those cards out of here, dude. Who do you think you are? This is obviously gonna be we're gonna put more tweaks into this deck for sure, but I think we're definitely on the right track. Alright, Chambers, I hope you love jamming mid-range decks with Planeswalkers as much as I do, and thank you for watching the rest of that. The entire video was amazing. Thank you once again for getting this far. Make sure to check out the join button to potentially become a member if you love the content. $2.99, $4.99, or $24.99 just got into the channel, so make sure you check that out if you like, and you can also influence which decks that I play in these videos. This isn't the final build, I would say, of this. Maybe we add the 4th Lult or something, but I really feel like this shell could actually be really good. But make sure to double check this video right over here, and I will see you right over there. And as always, peace. Okay. Now, what we do here is thank you guys for hanging out. If you're here for the first time, I usually don't stream till this late at night. It's 8 o'clock at night for me. But give the channel a follow. I appreciate you guys hanging out and keeping up the good vibes, chat. Hopefully you love what I was playing today, and maybe a little bit earlier with the Pro Tour content. Usually when Arena's down, we do either do that or play some Yu-Gi-Oh! But let's go ahead and go over to somebody else that's streaming right now to help spread the love. Right now, I'm gonna be playing Commander with DJ and creator Voiden, and also Drew Carroll and Michael Kritz. Michael Kritz has also played in the played Commander with a bunch of cool people as well, and has gone on a Commander show before as well. Tabletop Jocks is what it was. So let's go ahead and go over to somebody currently streaming Magic the Gathering, fellow DGen creator Ali Eldrazi. One second. Why is my raid function not working? Alright, there we go. It's working now. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow. The subathon is March 1st. Make sure you hang out with that. Come by. Come by for a second. Come by for an hour. Come by for 30 minutes. And hang out with us for my first day not having a job. Thank you guys for hanging out. You guys are awesome. You are wonderful. The amazing Jamers. And I'll see you over there on Ali Eldrazi's channel. Give him a follow if you haven't seen him already. Give him a hi. Give him a high five. And as always, Goose Gang. Out. Also, exclamation point Discord. Check out the Discord where we're all hanging out every single day while we're not on stream. If you want to hang out with all of us and talk Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, or anything else that you like, check out the Discord. And I'll see you over there. And as always, peace. Let's go!